Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. When I was a kid, almost every summer meant the same thing for me and my cousins. As soon as school ended, our parents would send us off to the province to spend 2 whole months at our grandparents' house. We were all city kids, used to jeepneys, concrete roads, and small spaces, so being there felt like stepping into another world. Days were slower, the air was fresher, and everything smelled of soil, grass, and sun. My grandmother would patiently teach us the basics of simple living. She showed us how to wash clothes by hand at the outdoor faucet, how to sweep the yard with a wallistingding, how to cook rice properly without burning the bottom, and how to feed the chickens without letting them attack us. She always spoke gently but firmly, reminding us that even if we came from the city, we should learn how to handle ourselves in the province. My grandfather, on the other hand, was the storyteller. At night, after dinner, when we were all washed and lying on banning mats on the floor, he would sit on his wooden chair with his tobacco and tell us stories, some funny, some about his younger days, and some about strange things that happened in the fields and rivers. During the day, when the adults were busy, we had our own adventures. Since we were kids, we were naturally naughty. We climbed trees we were not supposed to climb, chased chickens we were told not to disturb, and played by the dike even when we were warned not to go too near the water. One thing we were especially guilty of was stealing sugar canes. The town had wide sugarcane fields. To us, they were like tall green walls, with sweet treats hidden inside. Sometimes, we stole sugar canes from the edge of the fields. Other times, if we were feeling extra brave, we tried to grab them from slow-moving sugarcane trucks that passed by the road near our grandparents' house. The drivers usually ignored us, and the adults did not really scold us harshly for it. They thought of us as playful kids who wanted to taste something sweet. 1 or 2 stalks missing from a whole field or truck would not hurt anyone. In fact, some of the nice farmers already knew what we were up to. When they saw us approaching shyly, they would laugh, take out their bolos, cut a stalk for us, and hand it over with a smile. One afternoon, it was about 2 o'clock and the sun was high but not too harsh because of a light breeze. My cousin and I decided to go on our usual little mission. Let's call her Kathy. She and I were very close in age, and we were always partners in mischief. That day, we slipped out of the house while my grandmother was busy in the kitchen and my grandfather was resting in his chair. We walked along the dirt road toward the sugarcane fields, the dust soft under our slippers. The sound of birds and distant tricycle engines mixed with our chatter. We talked about nothing important, maybe a game we played, maybe a story we heard the night before. In our minds, it was just another normal summer afternoon. When we reached the field, we didn't see anyone around. No farmers, no workers, no one sitting under the shade of a tree. The tall sugarcane stalks stretched out in front of us like a green wall, leaves whispering softly whenever the wind passed. We glanced at each other and grinned. It seemed like the perfect time. Kathy moved a little ahead of me, pushing aside some of the leaves to find a good stalk. I followed her, my hands already itching to grab one. The air inside the field felt different, cooler and a little quieter. The light from the sun turned softer as it filtered through the long leaves above us. We could hear the road clearly anymore. Only the rustling of plants and the occasional buzzing of insects reached our ears. We grabbed hold of one sugarcane stalk each and tried to pull them, laughing under our breath like thieves in a story. We knew we needed a biolo to cut the canes properly, but we still tried to tug them loose, hoping maybe one would just give way. That was when it happened. Out of nowhere, a loud voice cut through the quiet. "Hoy! Magnanical! Magnanical! Hey! Thieves! Thieves! The shout was sharp and angry. We both froze for a second, our hands still on the sugarcanes. Then we turned toward the sound. A farmer was standing a little distance away, at the edge of a small clearing between the stalks. He was someone we did not recognize. He was not one of the friendly farmers who usually joked with us or gave us sugarcane. His face was serious, and there was no trace of a smile. In one hand he was holding a bolo, its blade catching the sunlight. He kept shouting, "Thieves! Thieves!" and started moving toward us. My heart jumped to my throat. I had never been called a thief like that before, and hearing the anger in his voice filled me with panic. I knew we were wrong to try to steal, but I had always thought of it as harmless. This man, though, made it feel like a real crime. Without saying anything to each other, Kathy and I dropped the sugarcane stalks we were trying to pull and ran. Instinct pushed us deeper into the sugarcane field instead of back toward the road. The leaves brushed against our arms and legs as we forced our way through. They were sharp at the edges, and I could feel them scratching my skin. Kathy was ahead of me. She was wearing jogging pants that day, which protected her legs. I, on the other hand, was wearing shorts. Each time the sugarcane leaves slid against my skin, it stung. But I did not care. Fear made me run faster. All I could think about was getting away, from the farmer, from his angry voice, from the bolo in his hand. As we ran, I kept looking over my shoulder, trying to see if he was still chasing us. Each quick glance only showed me more sugarcane leaves swaying, the path behind us closing back as if trying to hide our trail. I did not see the farmer right away, and that confused me. He had been so close and so loud just a moment ago. "Kathy!" I wanted to call out, tell her to slow down or to change direction, but my breath was too short. My chest hurt from running so fast. All I managed was to keep my eyes shifting between where I was stepping and the space behind us. We pushed and weaved through the thick sugarcane plants, going deeper and deeper. The sounds from outside the field became faint. There were no more distant tricycles, no more voices from the road, just the rustling of leaves and our own hurried movements. I could hear Kathy's breathing ahead of me and my own heavy panting. After some time, I don't know how long, I risked another look behind me. I slowed just a little, turned my head, and checked if the farmer was still there. To my surprise, I saw no one. There was no movement except the gentle sway of the sugarcane. No man, no bolo, no one shouting. Relief washed over me so suddenly that I almost laughed. I felt my shoulders drop a bit, the tightness in my chest easing. Without thinking, I started to say, "He's gone! He's gone!" I wanted to share that moment of relief with Kathy, to let her know we were safe now, that the worst part was over. I turned my head forward again to tell her, and that was when I bumped into her. She had stopped in her tracks without a word. The impact was not too hard, but it startled me. "Hey, he's gone!" I started to say, but my voice faded when I saw her face. And that possibility made my throat feel tight, because it suggested this wasn't a one-time weird moment. It suggested the restroom held something that could imitate a voice, something that could speak like a normal girl and ask for help and demand urgency, something that could pull a person's attention to the farthest cubicle and make them stand there trying to pry open a door that didn't need to be opened at all. And it's hard to explain how unsettling it is to realize you can do everything right and still be tricked by something you cannot see. Because I wasn't trying to summon anything, I wasn't playing games, I was just a student who drank too much iced tea and needed to use the restroom. And even now, when I think back on it, I remember the feeling of my own irritation, the casual way I said, "Ooh, ito na na," like I was annoyed at a normal person, and that detail makes my stomach turn, because it means I treated the voice as real, and in that moment it was real enough to make me respond. And it makes me wonder how many other times people respond to things they can't see, not because they believe in ghosts, but because the experience presents itself in the most ordinary way, with ordinary words and ordinary urgency, like a person late for class. And the more I tried to find a logical explanation, the more the logic slipped away, because even if someone was playing a prank, how did they get out without passing me? How did they vanish from the furthest cubicle without me seeing or hearing a door open? How did they make the door feel stuck from my side while there was nobody pushing from inside? And why did the voice stop responding exactly when I said I was going to kick it? And why did the cubicle look so completely empty? And why did the janitress, an adult who had probably cleaned that restroom countless times, look at me with that kind of serious warning instead of laughing it off? And even the maintenance interrogation, the part where I lied about my wallet, stuck with me because it showed how quickly we hide things we can't explain, how quickly we choose embarrassment over truth. Because I didn't want to be the person who broke a stall door because a ghost asked her for help, and yet, that was exactly what happened. And after that day, every time I walked past that restroom, I felt a small cold pinch in my chest, not always fear, but awareness, like part of me stayed alert, listening for a voice asking, "Marone Bang Tao Diane?" And part of me hoped I would never hear it again, because even though the story sounds simple when you tell it, the reality of it is heavier, because it makes you question your senses, it makes you question how safe it is to trust what you hear, and it leaves you with the kind of memory that doesn't fade cleanly, because it isn't just one scary moment. It's the lingering feeling of standing in front of an empty cubicle realizing you were just talking to nobody, and still knowing, deep down, that it didn't feel like nothing at the time. She was standing completely still, like a statue. Her shoulders were tense, and she was staring straight ahead, her eyes wide but unblinking. It was as if she had turned into a tree herself, rooted to one spot. Something cold curled in my stomach. I followed her gaze, and that was when I saw what she was looking at. There, a short distance in front of us, was a man. His back was facing us, and he was positioned right in the narrow path between the sugarcane plants. His figure was clear, not blurry or faint. He looked solid, like any regular person. He was wearing a light blue camisa de chino, the kind of long-sleeved, simple shirt you might see older men or farmers wearing in the province. It was loose and plain, the fabric looking a bit worn but clean. On his lower body he wore blue corduroy pants. They looked old and used, with that faded look clothes get when they'd been worn for many years. He had no shoes or slippers, his feet were bare. If you saw just those details, it would sound normal. A farmer, or perhaps an older local man, standing in the middle of the field with his back turned, wearing simple clothes and no shoes. Nothing strange about that in a provincial setting. But the problem was not his clothes or his back. The problem was how he was standing. He was standing on his head. Not like the usual headstand you see children try, with their hands pressing on the ground to help support their weight, and their legs wobbly in the air. He was perfectly still, his body straight and balanced. His arms were at his sides, hanging naturally, and his legs were pointed upward. It was as if someone had taken a normal person standing upright, cut the picture, flipped it upside down, and placed it back into the world unchanged except for the direction. There was no sign of effort, no sign of struggle to keep balance. Just a man, upside down, resting all his weight on his head. Another strange thing was his clothes. If you do a headstand, your shirt and pants should fall toward your shoulders and waist because of gravity. They should hang down, maybe exposing your stomach, or your socks. But his camisa de chino and pants were perfectly in place, as if he was standing the normal way. The hem of his shirt stayed down where it should be if he was upright. His pants did not slide toward his knees. Nothing about his clothes showed that he was upside down. It was completely wrong, and my mind could not accept what my eyes were seeing at first. For a moment, my brain went completely blank. I forgot about the farmer. I forgot about the shouting. I forgot about the stinging on my legs. There was only this strange, impossible man in front of us, upside down but somehow normal at the same time. My body reacted before my thoughts did. My heart began to pound so hard it almost hurt. My skin felt cold even though the air was warm. I did not even try to call out to him. I did not want to see his face. Some part of me was sure that if he turned around while he was in that position, if I saw his eyes or his expression, something inside me would break. I did not know what he was or why he was there, but I knew I did not want his attention. Beside me, Kathy still stood frozen, staring. I realized she was too shocked to move. Without even thinking twice, I reached out and grabbed her arm, my fingers digging into her skin. I pulled her hard. "Run," I remember saying, my voice shaking. "Come on. Run." She did not resist. It was as if my touch snapped her out of whatever state she was in. Together, we turned around and ran back the way we came, deeper into the field and then trying to find our way out. I did not care anymore if we ran into the farmer again. At that moment, a furious farmer with a biolo seemed easier to face than a man standing calmly on his head, with clothes that did not obey gravity. We pushed past the sugarcane stalks, desperate to put as much distance as we could between ourselves and that upside-down figure. The leaves scratched my legs again, but the pain did not matter. My mind was full of the picture of his body, straight and balanced, his arms hanging down even though he was upside down, his bare feet pointed at the sky. We did not know exactly where we were going. The sugarcane field felt like a maze, and every direction looked the same. All we wanted was to get out, to see open space, to see the dirt road, to see something familiar. Our breathing became rough and loud. My throat hurt from dragging in air so quickly. My legs burned from running, but I did not stop. After some time, we finally saw an opening. The tall green wall of sugarcane began to thin, and then, like breaking through a curtain, we stepped out into the edge of the field. The dirt road was in front of us, and beyond that, in the distance, we could see the direction of our grandparents' house. We ran all the way home. We did not look back. We did not talk. All that existed was the path ahead and the need to reach the safety of the familiar gate. When we finally reached the house, our legs felt like they could not carry us anymore. As soon as we stepped inside the gate, our bodies seemed to lose all strength. We collapsed on the grass in the yard, lying there on our backs, chests rising and falling heavily, trying to catch our breath. For a while, we did not speak. The sun still shone, the air still moved, and our grandparents' house looked calm and normal as always. Somewhere inside, my grandmother was probably busy with chores, and my grandfather might have been resting or reading something. The world around us looked exactly the same as it did when we left, but for me and Kathy, everything had changed. After our breathing slowed a bit, we turned our heads and looked at each other. We did not have to say much. In her eyes, I saw my own fear reflected back at me. We both knew that what we saw in that field was not normal. It was not something we could easily explain away as a trick of the light or a simple mistake. It felt real, solid, and it was now a part of our memories. We did not run to our grandparents and shout about ghosts or strange men. Maybe we were scared they would not believe us, or maybe we were scared they would believe us too much and ban us from playing freely again. Maybe we were afraid of being told more stories that would make us even more scared. So we stayed quiet, at least at first. We just lay there on the grass, sharing a silent understanding that something in that sugarcane field did not belong to the ordinary world we knew. From that day on, every time we walked near the sugarcane fields, I felt a small chill run through me, even on hot afternoons. The tall stalks no longer looked just like plants to me. They seemed like they were hiding secrets inside them, things you might not want to see if you went in too far. And whenever I remembered that upside-down man in the light blue camisa de chino and worn blue quarter pants, standing so still and wrong in the middle of that maze of green, I could still feel my skin crawl, just like it did on that afternoon when I was a child, running for home with my cousin by my side. Around 6 or 7 years ago, I was studying at a university somewhere in Leyte and staying in a 3-bedroom boarding house near the campus. It was a simple place, nothing fancy, but it became my second home for quite a while. The house had a strange but cozy layout. When you entered, there was a small area that we called our mini lounge. It was where visitors would sit if they dropped by. After that, you walked into a tiny living room. There was just one table, a single chair, and an altar with saints and candles on it. It always smelled faintly of melted wax and old wood there, and sometimes of incense if someone had just prayed. Next to that little living room were 2 bedrooms side by side, separated only by a thin wall. One room was occupied by a gay teacher we all called Sir Boggs, and the other by a lady teacher named Love. They were both boarders like me, and eventually they became like family. Beyond their rooms was our room, the biggest one, where several of us students stayed. There were 3 double-deck beds, packed closely together, and our things were piled at the foot of the beds or hanging from nails on the walls. It was always a bit cluttered, but full of life and noise. From our room's doorway, if you stepped out and turned right, you walked into the mini kitchen. It was a narrow space with a small refrigerator, a table where we prepared food, and just enough floor area for 1 or 2 people to move around without bumping into each other. At the far end of that kitchen, to the left of our room's door, there was another wooden door that opened to the backyard. That backyard was important because that was where our comfort room and shower room were located, built side by side on the right side as soon as you stepped outside. So every time we needed to bathe or use the CR, we had to go through the kitchen and out to the back. The backyard itself was actually quite nice during the day. The ground was mostly packed soil, and we had some banana plants, a few vegetables growing in small plots, and a couple of coconut trees standing tall near the back fence. When the wind blew, you could hear the banana leaves flapping and the coconuts shifting high above. In the late afternoon, the sun would shine in just right, giving the whole place a warm, golden glow. It looked peaceful and normal, the kind of backyard you would not suspect anything strange about. There was nothing scary or supernatural about the boarding house at first. We didn't hear voices, see shadows, or feel like something was watching us. The only visitors we had were snakes that occasionally showed up, usually in the backyard or near the CR. They scared us to death every time we saw one. We were all terrified of them, and whenever a snake appeared, it was always the same person who dealt with it, Sir Boggs. Even though he was the only male boarder and also gay, he was surprisingly brave when it came to those snakes. He would grab a stick or whatever he could find and kill them before they got too close. After every encounter, we would be shaking, but he would laugh it off and make jokes until we calmed down. I actually miss him when I think about those days. One small but important problem we had was the lock on the backyard door. The lock wasn't a proper one. It was man-made, as we called it. There was a nail tied to a piece of cord, and you were supposed to insert the nail into a small hole in the wooden frame to keep the door shut. It had worked okay before, but over time the wood around the original hole got damaged and widened, so the nail didn't hold as well as it used to. For 2 days, we had trouble keeping that door properly locked. To help keep the door from swinging open, we pushed a chair behind it from the inside at night, hoping it would be enough to stop any curious cats, or people or animals, from easily getting in. Life there during the evenings was usually quiet but a bit dull. At night, if you stayed in the dorms or boarding houses near the university, there wasn't much to do. The area felt a little isolated. It was not deep in the countryside, but it wasn't like a big city either, more like a simple town. If you love nature, you would appreciate the silence, the fresh air, and the sound of insects outside. But if you were used to bright lights and noise, it could feel boring. The owners of the boarding house lived just a short walk away, in a house very close to ours. We knew them well enough to greet them every day. At the time this happened, their daughter was pregnant and staying with them for a few days. We saw her sometimes when we passed by, and we knew the whole family was extra careful because of her condition. A few days before that night, we had noticed bats flying around the area. At first, it was nothing special. Fruit bats were common there. At night, we would hear the usual small kick sounds of bats high in the trees or see small shadows flitting across the sky when we stepped outside. We didn't make a big deal out of it, because it was normal and we were used to it. It actually added to that provincial night feeling, quiet, with only crickets, the occasional dog barking, and bats somewhere in the dark. On the night everything happened, we were all inside, comfortable and relaxed in our rooms. It was late, already dark outside. We, the students, were in our room, either lying on our beds or sitting and doing random things. In the rooms next to ours, we could hear the murmur of voices. The walls between the rooms were thin, so talking between them was easy. That night, as usual, Sir Boggs, Love, and some of my roommates were talking across the walls and through our open doors. The topics were the usual things: what happened during the day, school stuff, funny moments, love life, rumors about classmates, and whatever gossip was going around. The atmosphere was light and playful. We were laughing a lot, interrupting each other's stories, and teasing each other. It was just another ordinary evening. We all knew that the landlady's pregnant daughter had been staying in their house for a few days, but earlier that very day, we had seen her leave. We heard she was going back to her own house with her husband for some reason. We didn't ask for details because it was their family matter, but we noticed it. That small detail would make sense later. While we were talking, I faintly heard the sound of a bat in the distance, the familiar tee-kick noise. It didn't bother me at first. It just mixed with the background sounds of the night. I might not have even noticed it clearly if something else hadn't happened. After a short while, I began to hear another sound on top of the usual bat call. It was like a heavy flapping of wings, not the soft flutter you'd expect from a small bat. It sounded closer, and the way the air moved changed, as if something big was flying around nearby. I was about to ignore it when I heard Sir Boggs speak up. "Oi, may Paniki be dyin'?" he asked, half joking but with a hint of curiosity. "Is that a bat I'm hearing?" As soon as he said that, we all went quiet. The conversation stopped in mid-sentence, and we listened carefully. At first, there was the normal bat sound, still far away. Then the other sound became more noticeable. We could hear wings beating the air, but the wings sounded big. Much bigger than normal. The flapping had weight, a strong whoosh whoosh, like something large circling around the boarding house. The strange part was that this bigger creature did not make the usual bat noise. No tee-kick sound, no squeaking. It was just flying, moving around us, almost silently except for the heavy beating of its wings. As it flew around, we could see something passing by the windows. The glass panes and thin curtains would darken for a moment as a shadow went by. The shape seemed large, bigger than any normal bird or bat we knew. The more it circled, the more uneasy we felt. We were all thinking the same thing, but nobody wanted to say it out loud at first. Finally, someone broke the silence. "Unlucky Nyana," another board mate whispered. "That sounds really big." That was when the fear started to rise. I remembered the problem with the backyard door. The lock was weak, and I wasn't sure if it was fully secured when I last used it. Suddenly, the idea that something big and possibly dangerous could push that door open became very real in my mind. From his room, Sir Boggs called out to me because he knew I had been the last one to come inside earlier. "Or Ika yum huli pumasak kanina diba? Nalak mob yum pinto?" he asked. "Hey, you were the last to come in, right? Did you lock the door?" I answered quickly, my voice a bit shaky. "Yes, I locked the front door," I said. "But the backyard door, it can still be opened easily." The moment the others heard that, the room erupted into nervous shouting. People gasped and complained and told me I should have fixed it better. Fear spread fast. No one wanted to imagine that some creature, whatever it was, might be able to slip in from the back. At the same time, no one wanted to leave the safety of our room and actually check the door. Everyone stayed where they were, staring at each other, listening to the sound of wings circling the house and watching the shadows pass the windows. The flapping continued, going around and around, sometimes sounding close, sometimes slightly farther, but always near. We all knew that if it wanted to, it could probably land on the roof or on the backyard, where the banana and coconut trees were. The idea that it could be right above us or just outside the back door was terrifying. After a few moments of hesitation and rising panic, I realized that someone had to check the door. Otherwise, we would spend the whole night frozen in fear. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to stand up. I told them I would go and check the backyard door. Hearing that, Sir Boggs decided he would not let me go alone. "Samahan Nakita," he said. "I'll go with you." It was comforting to know I wasn't going out there by myself. Together, we stepped out of our room and into the narrow hallway, then into the small kitchen. The rest of the boarders stayed in their rooms, quietly praying or waiting. I could still hear the big wings, and from where we walked, we could see the shifting shadow as something passed by the window again. When we reached the backyard door, we saw immediately that it was not fully closed. It was partially open, the edge of the door slightly away from the frame. The chair that we normally used to keep it from swinging open was there, but not pressed firmly enough. A small push from outside could have opened it more. My heart hammered in my chest. If something had tried the door, it would not have been difficult to get inside. Without wasting any time, Sir Boggs moved forward and pushed the door hard. The wood thudded against the frame as he shoved it until it no longer swayed on its own. He made sure the chair was braced firmly against it this time. Then, standing there with his hand on the door, he spoke in a loud, firm voice. His tone was serious, full of authority, unlike his usual joking self. He said something like, "In the name of God, leave us alone. We do not allow you here. You are not welcome." His words were simple, but the meaning was clear. He was talking to whatever was outside, whether it was an animal or something else. He was telling it to go away. While this was happening, in her own room, Love was already silently praying, clutching her rosary and whispering prayers under her breath. Later she told us she started praying as soon as she heard the strange sound and felt the fear around us, even before we went to check the door. After seeing the door pushed shut, I quickly went to the kitchen shelves, searching for salt. I remembered stories and beliefs that salt could be used as protection against harmful things. My hands shook slightly as I grabbed whatever salt I could find. I held a small container, my fingers tight around it, and went first to the backyard door. I sprinkled salt along the edges of the doorway, on the floor near the threshold, and around the frame as much as I could. Then I went to the front door and did the same. I did not know if it would really work, but at that moment it made me feel that at least we were doing something to protect ourselves. As we finished with the salt and went back toward our rooms, the sound of the big wings above and around us continued for a short while. We listened, tense and afraid, eyes drawn to the windows whenever a shadow passed by. We could almost picture something large circling, searching, unable to get inside. Then, after a few minutes that felt much longer than they probably were, the sound began to fade. The heavy flapping became less and less audible, until finally it stopped completely. The air felt calmer. The ordinary quiet night sounds slowly returned. Almost at the same time, the lights in the owner's house turned on. It was late, close to midnight, so it was strange for them to suddenly switch on their lights. We heard the landlord calling from outside the house, his voice concerned. He shouted up toward our boarding house, asking if something was wrong, if everything was okay. We all looked at each other. We were still shaken, but we also knew that whatever had been out there seemed to be gone. We answered back and said that we were okay, that there was nothing to worry about. We did not go into detail right then, partly because it was late and partly because we didn't want to shout into the night about some flying creature we barely understood. We just reassured him that we were fine. After a while, his lights went off again, and everything went quiet outside. Even though the sound had stopped, and the night seemed normal again, it was hard to sleep. My mind kept replaying the noise of the wings and the shadow passing by the windows. I stayed awake for a couple of hours, sitting in the small living room with the altar, listening, waiting to see if the sound would come back. Eventually, the tiredness started to win, and the only sounds left were the soft breathing of my roommates and the distant barking of dogs. Sir Boggs, trying to help us calm down, told me to go to bed and rest. Trusting him and seeing that nothing else strange was happening, I finally lay down and forced my eyes to close, though my heart was still unsteady. The following morning, after the sun was up and the fear of the night had lessened a bit, we went to talk to our landlord. We wanted to tell him what happened and ask if he had heard anything too. We gathered around him and began to describe how we heard a very big creature circling the house, how we saw the shadows and heard the wings, and how we found the backyard door partly open. We were expecting that maybe he had heard the same thing. To our surprise, he said they hadn't heard the creature at all. He explained that by that time, they were already deeply asleep and didn't notice anything unusual outside. The only reason he turned on the lights and called to us was that he thought he heard some noise from our side of the compound, like we were moving around or talking louder than usual. But he did say that he and his family had noticed bats flying around their place during the nights before this happened. They also felt that something about those bats wasn't quite normal. Then he told us the part that made everything even more unsettling. He said that because of those bats flying around their house at night, and because they had a bad feeling about them, they had decided to send their pregnant daughter back to her own house with her husband earlier than planned. They suspected that the bat, or bats, they saw were not ordinary ones, but related to something more sinister. In the province, many people believe in creatures like the aswang or ghoul, who can send out animal forms, especially at night, to look for victims, often pregnant women or babies. The landlord said that they suspected that the bat hanging around their house was being sent by someone, maybe its master, to check on their pregnant daughter and wait for a chance to harm her or the baby. That was why they decided she would be safer back in her own home with her husband around, instead of staying with them where the bat already knew her location. Hearing this made the hair on my arms stand up again. It felt like whatever had been searching for someone that night found that its original target was gone. The pregnant daughter wasn't there anymore. The creature, if it really was an aswang or something like that, might have been too hungry or too determined to leave empty-handed. Maybe, the landlord said, when it found out the daughter was no longer there, it turned toward the next place nearby where people were sleeping, our boarding house. We couldn't prove any of this, of course. We didn't see the creature clearly, we only heard it and saw its shadow. But when we remembered the size of its wings, the way it circled only our area for so long, the way the sound was different from normal bats, and the timing of the daughter's sudden return to her own house, it was hard not to believe the possibility. The landlord took our story seriously and reminded us to always keep our doors properly locked, especially at night, and to keep praying for protection. After that night, I never looked at the backyard in the same way. The banana plants, the coconut trees, and the open sky above them no longer felt purely peaceful. Every time a bat flew overhead or I heard wings at night, my heart would beat a little faster. There were no more nights when we heard that same heavy flapping near the boarding house, but the memory of that one time stayed with me. It felt like we had been visited by something hungry and dangerous that was searching the dark for someone helpless, and when it did not find its first target, it turned to us instead. Whether it truly was an aswang or just a very large bat, I still do not know for sure, but the fear we all felt that night was very real, and I will never forget how close it felt, just outside our thin wooden door. I was 11 years old when this happened, and even now when I think about it, I can still feel the same cold, heavy fear inside my chest. At that time I was in grade 6, studying in a public elementary school called General Maximino Heisen Elementary School. I still remember the look of the school clearly. The buildings were simple, painted in light colors that had faded under the sun. There were trees in the schoolyard, a flagpole in the center, and groups of students always running or laughing in the corridors. It was not a fancy school, but it was full of life. One part of the campus, though, was very different from the rest. There was an old section of the school that had been damaged by a fire. The classrooms there had already been demolished, and only some parts and rubbles remained. The ground there was uneven, with broken cement and blackened pieces of wood, and the air always felt a little heavier in that area. People said it was just because of what happened there before, but to me it always felt like something more. Still, nobody strictly forbade us from going near it because beside those ruins there was a small makeshift playground or park, probably put there later for the students. There was a swing set, a slide, some benches, and a statue of the Virgin Mary standing on a pedestal, watching over the area with gentle eyes. That day was our final achievement test. It was an important day for us grade 6 students, because it felt like one of the last big steps before graduating and moving on to high school. The teachers had been reminding us about it for weeks. They told us to review, to sleep early, to have breakfast, to bring pencils and erasers. There was a serious mood in the classroom when the tests were handed out, the kind of silence that only happens when everyone is nervous and focused. The test was divided into 3 parts, and we were given 3 hours to answer everything. The teacher assigned to be our proctor was not our regular advisor. She was from another section, and she was quiet but strict looking. That morning she stood in front of the class, read the instructions, and walked around from time to time while we answered. I have always been the type to finish exams early. I don't know if it was because I read fast, or because I was afraid of not finishing on time, so I would rush to answer. That day was no different. While my classmates were still bent over their papers, pencils moving slowly and carefully, I was already shading the last few circles on my answer sheet. My heart was beating fast at first, but once I was done, I felt a bit lighter. I checked my answers once more, at least the ones that I wasn't sure of, then put down my pencil. I looked around the room. Some of my classmates had their brows furrowed, some were biting their lips, and some were holding their heads as if the questions were too much. The room was hot and quiet, and the only sounds were the electric fan turning, papers moving, and the occasional cough. Our proctor's young daughter was also there. She was a small girl, maybe around 5 or 6 years old, with her hair tied up. She couldn't just sit still and wait for her mother to finish the proctoring, so she played quietly near the teacher's table. She had some toys and a notebook, but after a while she looked bored. When she noticed that I had already finished my test and wasn't answering anymore, she walked over to me with big curious eyes. I smiled at her, and she smiled back. At first we just whispered small things to each other so we wouldn't disturb anyone. I showed her my eraser, and she showed me the little toy she had. Then we started playing small, simple games at my seat, like making funny faces or quietly drawing in a corner of my scratch paper. After a while she pulled at my sleeve and whispered that she wanted to play outside. She said she wanted to go to the playground downstairs. I hesitated because we were still in the middle of the testing period, and I wasn't sure if we were allowed to leave the room. I looked at her mother, who was sitting at the front, checking something. I knew I shouldn't just walk out without saying anything, so I stood up and walked quietly to the teacher's table. In a soft voice, I asked her if I could bring her daughter to the playground downstairs. I told her I had finished my test already and that her daughter wanted to play. She looked at me for a moment, then at her daughter, then at the clock. Maybe she didn't want her child to get too bored or start running around the room and disturbing the other students. Finally she nodded and said yes. She reminded me to be careful and not to stay too long. I promised I would look after the girl and that we'd come back soon. With that, the little girl grabbed my hand excitedly and pulled me toward the door. We walked down the stairs, our steps light compared to the heavy silence in the classroom we had left behind. As soon as we reached the ground floor, I felt more relaxed. The air felt cooler, and there were fewer people around because most of the other classes were also taking tests. The school, which was usually noisy, felt strangely quiet and calm. We made our way to the playground area beside the damaged part of the building. The makeshift park was simple but good enough for children. There was a swing set with 2 swings, a small slide, and a few benches. Some plants and a few small trees surrounded the area. Near the swings stood a statue of the Virgin Mary, painted white and light blue, with her hands open in front of her in a peaceful gesture. Her face looked calm and kind, like a mother watching over her children. The statue had always been there, and we were used to seeing it every day. The girl and I went straight to the swings because those were always the most fun. They stood a little in front of the Virgin Mary statue, facing away from it, so when you sat down and swung forward, the statue was behind you. I helped her get on one of the swings, holding the chains while she climbed. Then I sat on the other swing beside her. At first, I pushed myself gently with my feet, letting the swing move back and forth in a slow rhythm. She did the same. She laughed a bit, her hair bouncing as she swung. For a few minutes, everything felt normal and light. I forgot about the test, about the heat in the classroom, and about the ruined building nearby. It was just me and this little girl enjoying a short break. Then something caught my attention from the corner of my eye. I wasn't looking directly at it at first. It was one of those moments when your mind tells you that something has changed in the surroundings, something that doesn't belong. From my peripheral vision, I saw a shape on my right side, near where the Virgin Mary statue was standing. My body stiffened a little as I felt it. I tried to ignore it for a second, telling myself it was probably just a teacher passing by or maybe a classmate from another section. But the feeling didn't go away. It kept poking at my thoughts, demanding that I look. I have always been sensitive to things that other people sometimes don't see. Even at a young age, I was already used to feeling and sometimes seeing things that others might call spirits or ghosts. There were times before when I would sense someone behind me even when nobody was there, or hear soft whispers, or feel a cold wind in a closed room. Because of that, I had learned to control my reactions. Most of the time, when I sensed something, I would just pretend I didn't notice, just to keep myself calm. But there are moments when what you sense is so strong or so strange that you cannot pretend anymore. That was one of those moments. Slowly, unable to resist the pull of curiosity and fear, I turned my head to the right. My eyes moved toward the statue of the Virgin Mary, expecting to see only her calm face and white robe. Instead, what I saw almost made me fall off the swing. Beside the statue, floating slightly above the ground, was a white figure. It looked like a woman wearing a long white dress, the kind that flows down to the feet and moves slowly with the wind. Her dress looked pale and soft, almost glowing against the background of the broken building and the plants. At first, I thought it was just another statue or maybe a piece of cloth hanging from a branch. But then my chest tightened as I realized what was wrong. This woman in white had no head. Where her head should have been, there was only empty air. The dress went up to her neck area, but above that, there was nothing. No face, no hair, no eyes, nothing at all. It was like someone had taken a normal woman, dressed her in white, and then erased everything from her neck up. I stared, unable to look away. My heart pounded loudly in my ears. A cold feeling spread from my stomach to my arms and legs. I knew at once that this wasn't something normal, and it wasn't something that I was just imagining. I could see her as clearly as I could see the swing chains in my hands. She was hovering beside the Virgin Mary, as if she had always been there, as if she was attached somehow to that part of the school. In that moment, many thoughts rushed through my mind. One part of me was telling me to look away, to pretend I never saw her, to just close my eyes and swing. Another part of me was frozen, unable to move, like my body had turned to stone. I realized that if I stared too long, I might attract her attention, even though she had no head, and that idea scared me even more. I didn't know if she could see me or if she even knew we were there, but I didn't want to find out. Because I had already seen spirits before, a small part of me tried to stay calm and think. If she had been just a normal, white lady, like the ones people often talk about in stories, long hair, white dress, crying face, I might have tried to look away and pretend she was not there. I might have told myself that I was used to such things and that as long as she did not come near us, we would be okay. But this was different. A headless white lady standing beside the Virgin Mary statue in the middle of the school grounds in broad daylight was not something I could simply ignore. There was something so wrong and unsettling about the way she looked that it made my skin crawl. My first instinct was to get the little girl away from there. Whatever that thing was, I didn't want her to see it. She was happily swinging, unaware of what I had just seen. I did not want to risk her looking over and getting scared or, worse, being noticed by that spirit. Without saying anything about what I had seen, I dragged my feet to slow down my swing until it stopped. Then I reached out and gently stopped the girl's swing as well. She looked at me, confused, her small hands still gripping the chains. "Playtime's over," I told her, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's go back upstairs." She frowned a little and asked me why we had to stop. We had only been there for a short time, and she was clearly still enjoying herself. I didn't dare tell her the real reason. If I mentioned the white lady beside the statue, she might get scared, or she might insist on looking, and I did not want to give that thing any more attention than it already had. So I came up with a quick excuse. "It's almost time for us 6th graders to go home. I said, as calmly as I could. "Your mom might be looking for us already. Let's go back to the classroom." She didn't ask any more questions after that. Maybe she trusted me, or maybe she was used to following instructions when adults said it was time to stop playing. She let go of the chains, slid off the swing, and took my hand again. I didn't look back at the statue or at the space beside it. I kept my eyes forward, focused on the way back, and walked quickly but not so fast that she would notice my panic. Inside, my whole body was trembling, and I had to force every step to stay steady. We walked back into the building and climbed the stairs to the third floor where our classroom was. Each step felt longer than usual. I was holding my breath, afraid that if I relaxed even a little, I would suddenly hear something behind me or feel a cold hand on my shoulder. But nothing happened. The sounds of the school started to come back as we went up. The faint noise of chairs, the hum of electric fans, the soft murmur of other teachers' voices behind closed doors. Those normal sounds helped calm me down just a little. By the time we reached our classroom, my legs felt weak. When we entered, the serious mood had already changed. Most of my classmates were done with the test. Some were standing and talking, others were sitting and chatting quietly. The tension from earlier had vanished. Our proctor was at the front of the room, packing her things into her bag, probably getting ready to leave after submitting our test papers. The room was no longer a silent examination hall. It felt like a normal classroom again, full of life and noise. The little girl happily let go of my hand and ran to her mother's table. She started talking to her about our short playtime downstairs, telling her perhaps how we went to the swings. I watched them for a second, grateful that she seemed fine and that nothing bad had happened to her. Then I walked back to my seat and slowly started packing my own things, as if nothing unusual had happened. I tried to look normal, to move casually, to act like I was just another student who had taken the test and had gone for a short break. Inside, though, I was still scared. My hands were slightly shaking as I placed my pencils and papers into my bag. My mind kept replaying the sight of that headless white figure floating beside the Virgin Mary statue. I could still see it clearly in my memory, the way her dress hung in the air, the empty space above her neck, the way she just stood there like she belonged to that damaged part of the school. I tried to breathe slowly, in and out, hoping nobody would notice how pale I felt or how fast my heart was beating. Even after all these years, I believe with all my heart that what I saw that day was real. It was not a trick of the light, not my imagination, and not just a shadow. I know she was headless because my eyes were searching for her face, and there was nothing there. From her neck upwards, there was only emptiness. I have seen, felt, and heard other things in my life that cannot easily be explained, but this one is among the clearest in my mind. I can still place myself in that moment, on that swing, the chains cold against my hands, the afternoon light on the playground, the statue of the Virgin Mary peacefully standing there, and beside her, that silent, headless white lady. What also bothers me when I think back on that experience is how nobody else seemed to notice anything that day. There were other people in the school, other students, other teachers. The little girl was with me the whole time, but she did not react. She did not suddenly look scared or cry or point at anything. To her, it was just a normal visit to the playground. When we returned to the classroom, everyone around me was calm and cheerful, talking like any normal day. No one said they felt anything strange or saw anything unusual. I sometimes asked myself, why was I the only one who saw her? Why did she appear to me, at that time, at that place? Why did she stand beside the Virgin Mary statue, instead of somewhere else? And why was she headless? I don't have the answers. Maybe it had something to do with the burned part of the school nearby. Maybe something happened to someone there long ago. Maybe she was tied to that place, stuck between wanting to be seen and wanting to be forgotten. Or maybe she was just passing by, standing there for a moment, and I just happened to look at the right time. All I know is that on that day, when I was 11 years old, in my public school during our final achievement test, I saw a headless white lady floating beside the Virgin Mary. I felt the kind of fear that pins you to your seat and makes your heart feel heavy. And even if I tried to act normal afterward, the memory stayed with me, quiet but strong, like a shadow that never really goes away. I had just finished college when this happened. I was feeling proud and hopeful because I had finally graduated with my degree, but at the same time, my mind was full of pressure and worry because I was already reviewing for my professional license exam. The exam was scheduled for December of that year, and everyone around me kept reminding me how important it was. I enrolled in review classes and followed a strict schedule. Almost every day I would wake up early, go to class, sit there for hours trying to absorb all the lessons, then go home and study again. My body was tired, and my mind felt like it was being squeezed dry. There were many nights when I barely slept because I kept thinking about the future, about failing or passing, about what would happen to me if I didn't make it. One week in particular was very exhausting. Our review center scheduled a series of practice exams and intensive lectures that started early in the morning and ended late in the evening. On top of that, I still had to travel back and forth and deal with traffic and crowded places. By the end of that week, I felt like I had no more energy left. My head hurt, my back hurt, and my eyes were heavy. I told myself that when the weekend came, I would do nothing but rest. No books, no notes, no lectures, no pressure, just sleep. So when the weekend finally arrived, I kept my promise to myself. I didn't set an alarm. I didn't make any plans. I simply lay down in my bed and let the tiredness pull me into a deep sleep. I remember feeling so relieved, like my body was finally getting the rest it had been begging for all those days. The next morning, it was around 9 o'clock when I was shaken awake by the sound of my mother's angry voice. At first, I didn't even understand what she was saying because I was still halfway between sleep and waking. My head was heavy and my eyes could barely open. But as my mind slowly cleared, her words became clearer too. She was scolding me harshly, and I could feel her frustration filling the room. She was demanding to know why I had not shown her my graduation picture. I had already graduated, and like most graduates, I had that formal studio picture taken in toga and formal clothes. For many parents, that picture is like a trophy, a proof that their child had reached a big milestone. I knew that, and I understood that it was important to her. But because of my busy schedule and my tired body, I honestly hadn't thought much about it. I remember answering her in a weary voice, trying not to sound irritated but failing. I told her that I had been too busy with my review and that I was very tired. I also told her that I had placed the graduation picture on my table, where she could have seen it if she came into my room. I felt that it wasn't something worth getting so angry about. But my explanation didn't calm her down. Instead, it turned into a long argument. My mother and I started going back and forth, raising our voices. She said I was being disrespectful, ungrateful, and careless. I said she was overreacting and not understanding how tired I was. The more we talked, the more heated the argument became. I can't remember every word that was said. The entire memory of the conversation itself is blurry, like a radio station that keeps losing signal. All I clearly remember is the feeling, anger, frustration, and a strange heaviness building up inside my chest. The strange thing is that while parts of that morning are missing from my own memory, my mother later told me everything she saw and heard. And what she described to me was something that made me cold inside. According to my mom, in the middle of our argument, something about me changed. At first, she thought I was just getting more angry. My tone became sharper, my words harsher. But then she noticed that my voice started to sound different, not just angry, but deeper, bigger, heavier. She said that my usual voice, which was normally lighter and a bit higher in pitch, started turning into a deep, dark, almost growling sound. She said that when I spoke, it no longer sounded like her daughter. It sounded like someone, or something, else was speaking through me. She told me that at one point, I looked straight at her and said, in that strange deep voice, Hindi mo ako mapapigilan. Hindi ako matuchalad asayo. Hindi ko hahayang manalo ka asakin. In English, that means, you can't stop me. I will not be like you. I will not let you win over me. My mother said the way I said those words made her whole body freeze. It wasn't just the words themselves, but the tone, the anger, and the way they came out of my mouth. She said my eyes looked wrong. When she looked into my face, she saw that my eyes had turned completely black. There was no white part visible at all, only darkness, like two deep holes. After saying those words, she said I let out a loud, disturbing laugh, a laugh that sounded evil and cruel, not like my usual laugh at all. Hearing this later from her made my skin crawl because I have no memory of saying those things. In my own mind, there is just a blank space where that part of the argument should have been. It's like someone pressed delete on that moment. But the scariest part of what my mother told me was not just my voice or my eyes. It was what happened with her body. My mom is a big woman. At that time, she weighed around 160 kilos. I, on the other hand, was much lighter, around 115 kilos. In normal circumstances, it would be impossible for me to lift her, even with both hands, even if I tried my best. I'm not particularly strong, and I have never been able to carry heavy people. But that day, according to her, I did something that still makes no sense to me. In the middle of that strange moment, she said I suddenly grabbed her with one hand. She said my hand was on her chest, and I lifted her off the floor and up toward the ceiling. She said her body was stretched out like she was lying flat on her stomach in the air, even though there was nothing holding her up except my single hand under her chest. She compared it to the way you balance a tray with one hand under it. She said her entire weight was being supported by my one arm, something that should have been physically impossible. While she was up there, she could feel her back almost touching the ceiling, and it terrified her. She said I banged her body against the door while holding her like that. The force was strong enough that she felt pain and shock, but she also said that what scared her more than the physical pain was the sound coming from me. She said I was laughing, loudly, deeply, in that same demonic tone, as if I was enjoying what I was doing. She told me that in all the years she had known me, she had never seen me like that. It was like she was looking at a stranger wearing my face. My mother tried to fight back. She said she gathered all her strength and held on to my arms, trying to pull herself free or stop me from harming her more. While her hands were gripping my arms tightly, she heard something else. This time, it wasn't the deep voice. It was a small, weak, trembling voice. She realized that it was my real voice, and it sounded like it was coming from somewhere far away, like a person calling from inside a deep hole. She said she heard me say softly, "Tulungan moko. Ioko na," which means, "Please help me. I don't want this anymore." Those words made her realize that a part of me was still there. Still aware, still fighting. It was as if my real self was trapped inside, trying to reach out, while something else was controlling my body. At that moment, my father rushed into my room. He must have heard the shouting, the banging, or maybe he just felt that something was very wrong. My father is very active in our church. He serves like a pastor, praying for people, reading the Bible, and guiding others spiritually. When he entered the room and saw what was happening, he didn't waste time. He went straight to me and, according to what he told us later, he saw not only me and my mother, but also something else. He said that when he looked toward my window, he saw a large black shadow hanging outside. My bedroom window faces a vacant lot. Next to that lot, there is a 3-story house that people in the area have always said was haunted. Many neighbors shared stories about strange sounds, unexplained lights, and figures in that house. My father said the shadow at my window was shaped like a human but bigger and darker than any normal shadow. It looked like it was pressed against the glass, watching everything happening inside my room. My dad didn't waste any time. He came up to me, put his hands on my head, and started praying loudly and firmly. He called on God, asking for protection, asking for any evil spirit to leave, and asking for me to be set free. He said that as he prayed, he felt a strong heaviness in the room, like the air had turned thick and heavy. My mother held on to me as well, crying and praying in her heart, calling my name, begging for me to come back to myself. According to my father, as he continued to pray, the black shadow at the window began to move. It slowly pulled away from the glass, as if something invisible was dragging it back. Then, finally, it disappeared completely from his sight. At almost the same time, he said my body started to relax. The strange power that had allowed me to lift my mother was gone. My grip loosened, and my arms dropped. My mother landed back on the floor, shaken and in pain, but finally free from my hand. For me, the next thing I remember after the argument is very different from what they described. I don't remember lifting my mother or seeing any shadow. My own memory jumps from the normal part of the argument straight to the moment when everything was already over. I remember suddenly becoming aware that I was crying, sitting on the floor with my head on my father's lap. He was holding me close, one arm around my shoulders and the other hand on my head, still praying softly. My mother was beside us, crying too. Her face looked frightened and tired, and her eyes were red. I didn't fully understand why they were both crying. I just felt an enormous weight inside my chest, like I had woken up from a nightmare but couldn't remember the details. Tears just kept falling from my eyes, even though I didn't know exactly what I was crying for. I felt weak and empty, as if something had drained all the strength out of my body. My father kept telling me I was okay now, that it was over, that I was safe. I clung to him like a child, even though I had already graduated and was supposed to be an adult. It was only later, when things had calmed down, that they told me everything that had happened. My mother shared her story with a trembling voice, describing my black eyes, the deep voice, the words I never meant to say, the evil laughter, and the way I lifted her with one hand like she weighed nothing. My father added what he saw, the shadow at the window, the feeling in the room, and how it vanished when he prayed. Listening to them, I felt like they were telling me about someone else, not about me. But at the same time, I knew they were not lying. Their faces, their voices, their emotions, they were all real. After that day, my father told us that we needed to be more careful. He believed that whatever had come into my room that morning had something to do with the haunted house next to the vacant lot, the stress I was under, and the spiritual atmosphere around us. He said that he had seen the black shadow over my window more than once before, but that day was the first time it had actually tried to take control of me. He continued to pray over our house, over my room, and over me in the days that followed. We also became more serious in our spiritual life, because after experiencing something like that, it's hard to ignore the unseen things that exist around us. Even now, when I think back to that morning, I still feel uneasy. I don't know what exactly happened inside me. I don't know why I can't remember the moment when my voice changed, my eyes turned black, and my strength became something unnatural. I don't know what that shadow really was or what it wanted from me. But I do know that something dark tried to use me that day, and that if it wasn't for my parents, especially my father praying and my mother holding on to me, I might not be the same person I am now. I still remember the pressure of those days, the tiredness, the stress, and the argument that started from something as simple as a graduation picture. Sometimes I wonder if that simple thing was just an excuse, an opening for something else to enter. Maybe it was waiting for a moment when I was weak, angry, and exhausted. Maybe it used my emotions to get inside. Whatever the explanation is, that day became one of the scariest experiences of my life. Now, when I look at my graduation picture on my table, I don't just see my smile and my toga. I also remember the day my mother woke me up at 9 in the morning, angry about that same photo. I remember the blank space in my memory, the story they told me, the tears, and the shadow at the window. And I remind myself quietly that some battles in life are not only in books and exams, but also in places we cannot see, inside our own hearts, minds, and souls. This happened not very long ago, less than a year before I started really thinking about it and writing it down. It took place somewhere between September 2010 and February 2011, and because it is still fresh in my memory, I can remember many small details about the house, the feelings, and the strange things that happened there. At that time I was 30 years old, my wife was 28, and we had 2 small children, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. We decided to move out of the busy downtown area and find a quieter place at the edge of the city. We wanted fresh air, less noise, and a calmer life for the kids. When we first saw this house in the border area of the city, we thought it was almost perfect. It was bigger than what we really needed, but because we often had guests and relatives staying with us, the extra space felt like a blessing. The house itself was large and solidly built. It had 2 main floors and a basement. The ground floor was where we had the living room and the kitchen. The first floor had a small hallway, 3 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms. One of those bathrooms was connected directly to the master bedroom, which my wife and I used. The other bathroom opened to the hallway. Underneath these 2 floors, there was a basement that ran almost the whole length of the house. Altogether, the house had about 250 square meters of space. The walls were made of thick concrete, which made the house feel strong and quiet. On the ground floor, the floor was covered with marble, cool and smooth under your feet. On the first floor, the floors were wooden, which meant that every step made a little sound, especially at night when everything else was silent. At first, when we moved in, everything seemed fine. In fact, more than fine. We were excited, happy, and very busy arranging furniture, unpacking boxes, deciding who would sleep in which room, and teaching the children where everything was. The space felt almost too big for just the 4 of us, but as I said, we had guests almost every day, especially in the beginning, when everyone wanted to see the new house. Many nights we had relatives sleeping over because there were extra beds and empty rooms, so the size of the house actually made sense for us. For the first few weeks nothing strange happened at all. The basement, the bedrooms, the hallway, everything just felt normal. My wife sometimes went down to the basement alone to get things we stored there, like boxes, tools, or extra supplies. The basement was not a dark, ugly kind of basement like in horror movies. It was actually a nice, large room with a lot of light. There were plenty of windows just above ground level where the sunlight came in during the day. The walls were plain, the floor was clean, and because of the windows, it never felt closed in or airless. I used to think it was a good place for storage, and maybe even for the kids to play someday when they were older. But after about a month, my wife slowly started to feel uncomfortable whenever she had to go down there. It started with small comments. The first time I heard something, it was just a simple sentence. She said, "I don't like going down there alone." I asked her why, and she shrugged and said she didn't know, that it just didn't feel good. Then she began to say things like, "There is something down there," in a serious, uneasy tone. It was not like her to be dramatic or easily scared, so I took notice. She became so uncomfortable that she refused to go to the basement unless I went with her. So whenever she needed something from downstairs, I had to stop whatever I was doing and walk down with her, even if we only had to get one small thing. At first, I did not think much of it. In my mind I said to myself, maybe there is a spirit in the house. That can happen. It is not unusual. I had already had some strange contacts with spirits earlier in my life, but my wife did not know about those experiences. I did not want to scare her more by telling her stories about my past encounters, so I kept that part to myself. I just told her, "It's okay, I will go with you." Then I tried to forget about it. I told myself that maybe she was tired, stressed from the move, or just had a bad feeling for no real reason. For a while I ignored the thought that the basement might truly be different. Some weeks passed. I kept trying to treat the basement like a normal room and not give it special attention. But then something started to change in me too. Whenever I passed the stairs that led down to the basement, I began to feel a strange chill on my back. The stairway was between the kitchen and the bedrooms, so every time I went from the first floor down to the kitchen at night to get a glass of water or a snack, I had to pass that stairway. During the day it felt mostly normal, but at night, when the house was quiet and everyone else was sleeping, I would pass the stairs and suddenly feel what I can only describe as a cold shower running across my spine. It was not like normal cold air. It was like something unseen was brushing against me, watching me, or trying to get my attention. The feeling was so strong that sometimes I stopped for a second on the stairs and looked down into the darkness of the basement, even when I had no intention of going there. I did this without really knowing why, as if I expected to see someone standing there, even though I never actually saw anything with my physical eyes. Because of my past experiences, I knew that this kind of strong, repeated feeling usually means there is something there, some presence, something trying to make itself noticed. It felt to me like whatever was in the basement was almost demanding my attention. I did not feel attacked, but I did feel challenged. It was a little eerie, yes, but at the same time it awakened a stubborn part in me. I said to myself, and in my mind I directed these thoughts toward whatever might be there. This is my home now. I live here with my family. You have to respect that we are here. We can tolerate each other and share this place peacefully. But if you disturb us, I will have to find a way to get rid of you. I did not say this out loud, but I thought it clearly in my head each time I felt the strange chill. Whenever I went near the basement or down into it, I repeated similar thoughts. We are not here to harm you. But this is my house now. Respect that, or I will push you out. I noticed that after a few days of quietly sending these firm thoughts, things seemed to calm down a little. The uncomfortable feeling lessened. I would still feel something small when I passed the stairs, but it was not as strong or as sharp as before. My wife, who had refused to step into the basement unless I was beside her, started to relax again. For about a week, she even went downstairs alone once or twice in the daytime to get something, and she told me it did not feel as bad as before. The basement looked the same as always, with sunshine coming through the windows, and for a little while, it felt like whatever had been there was keeping more distance, or at least behaving better. Just when I started to think that the basement problem was fading away, things began happening in another part of the house, this time in our master bedroom. At first it was something small. One night, while my wife and I were in bed trying to sleep, the cabinet door in our room slowly opened by itself. It did not swing open quickly, it moved very slowly, and because of the hinges, it made a noticeable squeaky sound. The room was quiet, so we both heard it clearly. I got up from the bed, walked over to the cabinet, closed the door, and went back to bed. My wife was already a bit nervous. She asked me, "What is that?" I was half sleepy and did not want to start a big conversation about ghosts in the middle of the night, so I answered, "Maybe they are walking around." As soon as the word "they" left my mouth, she became more scared. "What do you mean by they?" she asked in a sharper tone. I tried to fix my answer quickly and calm her down. I said, "I mean your mom and the kid in the other bedroom. Maybe they got up. The wood floor here is very noisy and reflects every movement. When people walk around, the vibrations move through the floor. Maybe that moved the door a little." That was really what I thought at first. The wooden floor in the first floor was very sensitive. Every step made a creak or a soft knock, and sometimes the movement could be felt in another room. It seemed possible that the small shaking could have been enough to push the cabinet door open if it was not fully closed. The next day, to feel better and to give a logical answer to myself, I tried to reproduce what had happened during the night. I walked around in the other bedroom to see if the movement of my weight on the wooden floor would make the cabinet door in our room open. I tried walking softer, harder, closer to the wall, and farther. I listened for the wooden sounds and watched the cabinet door, but it did not move at all. So I ruled that out. Then I checked how the air from our electric fan affected it. I set the fan in different positions, turned it on at different strengths, and observed the door. I found out that if the cabinet door was already open a little bit, and the fan was in just the right angle, the airflow could push the door farther open. It did not completely explain the slow and deliberate movement from the night before, but it was at least a possible physical cause. I told myself, maybe the door was not fully closed, and the fan did the rest, and tried to stop thinking about ghosts. Still, there was a small confusion in my heart. It felt like I was half convinced and half doubtful. A couple of nights later, something else happened. I started hearing footsteps at night in the hallway of the first floor. Again, because of the wooden floor, hearing footsteps in the house was not unusual. Someone going to the toilet or the kitchen at night would always make soft creaking sounds as they walked. But this time, the pattern felt different. The walking sound was slow, almost like someone was trying to sneak quietly to the bathroom without waking anyone up. At first I assumed it was one of the family members. Maybe someone woke up thirsty or needed to use the toilet. I ignored it and went to sleep. But then it happened again the next night, and again the night after that. Every time, it was at about the same time, shortly after I was about to fall asleep. The footsteps were slow, soft, and they always seemed to pass just outside our bedroom door in the hallway. After hearing this for several nights in a row, my curiosity grew stronger than my sleepiness. One night, right after I heard the slow steps, I got up, walked to the door, and opened it quickly to see who it was. I expected to see someone in the hallway, maybe my mother-in-law or one of the kids, or to see the light from the bathroom. But when I opened the door, there was nobody there. The hallway was dark. The bathroom door was closed, and its light was off. There was no sound of anyone moving in the kitchen downstairs either. The house was completely still again, as if the footsteps had never been there. At that moment, I knew it was not a living person walking back and forth every night. In my mind I thought, alright, so it must be that spirit again, probably some kind of house spirit. This time, instead of pushing the feeling away like with the basement, I decided I wanted to know more. I wanted to understand who or what it was, and what it wanted from us. So I began to talk to the presence in my own way. I did not speak out loud very often, because I did not want to scare my wife or family, but every night, especially when I was lying in bed in that state between being awake and falling asleep, I would start a kind of silent conversation in my mind. This state, when you are not fully asleep but not fully awake, has always been the easiest time for me to receive feelings, thoughts, or impressions from spirits. It is hard to explain with simple words, but it is like my mind relaxes enough to be open but is still clear enough to be aware of what is happening. I would lie there with my eyes closed and ask questions in my thoughts. Who are you? What do you want? How can I help you? Please don't disturb us. We are peaceful people. We don't want trouble in this house. Sometimes I said things loudly in my mind like, if you need something, tell me. If you are lost, I will try to help. But do not harm my family. Then I would wait. I did not hear spoken answers in my ears, but I sometimes felt small changes in my body, a rush of cold, a wave of warmth, a tightening in my chest, a feeling of sadness, or a kind of soft, yes, or no, feeling inside my mind. So I started using this simple method to ask yes or no questions. I asked, "Are you a man?" and focused on how my body felt. Then I asked, "Are you a woman?" If both felt wrong, I would try, "Are you a child?" Slowly, over several nights, by asking the same questions again and again, and comparing what kind of inner reaction I got, I began to form a picture of the spirit in my mind. It sounds strange, I know, but I am serious when I say that this is how I understood things. My impression grew clearer that this spirit was not an old person. It was a young boy or girl, younger than 10 years old. I was not sure about the exact gender, but I strongly felt it was a child. I also felt that this child had not died inside the house itself, but somewhere outside, maybe in the neighborhood. The piece of land where our house stood had once been this child's home or part of it. This explained to me why the presence was so strong in the whole house and not only in one room. The more I focused on it, the more I sensed that the spirit was not evil in the way people imagine demons or monsters. Instead, it felt lonely and desperate for attention, like a small child who lost its parents and keeps pulling on someone's sleeve to be noticed. The footsteps in the hallway, the cabinet opening, the basement feeling, all seemed connected to this need to be seen. When I finally felt sure about what kind of spirit it was and what it wanted, something interesting happened. The frightening part of the experiences suddenly decreased. The slow walking in the hall stopped. The feeling of being watched in the basement became softer. The cabinet door did not open mysteriously at night anymore. Instead of scary, heavy things, smaller, almost playful things began to occur. It was as if the spirit understood that I knew about it now and had accepted its presence in some way. Soon, we started noticing little tricks around the house, things that felt like games a child would play. For example, sometimes when I was alone in the master bedroom and wanted to leave, I would find the door suddenly locked from inside. The doors in that house did not use keys. They had simple knobs you turned to lock them. There were times when I was sure I had not locked the door, but when I tried to go out, it would not open. I would try the knob again, and it would be set to lock somehow. I would laugh a little and unlock it, and I had this feeling that the child's spirit was standing beside me, smiling and seeing if I would get angry. The weirder part was that the more amused I was by this trick, the more often it happened. It was almost like the spirit thought, "He likes this game, I will do it again." Other small things also started happening. Once in a while, the water tap in the bathroom or kitchen would be left dripping with a slow, rhythmic drop sound, even though I was sure I had closed it tightly before. Or I would be watching some show on the TV in the bedroom, and if I went to the bathroom for a minute, I would come back and see that the channel had changed, or the TV had turned off altogether. Nobody else had passed by, and the remote was untouched. The tricks were not harmful, just strange and a bit annoying. They were like a child trying to play pranks to get an adult's attention. At that point I thought, okay, so there is some kind of household spirit here. A child who comes and goes, is not friendly or unfriendly on purpose, just very needy for attention. I felt that as long as it stayed at this level, I could live with it. But sadly, things did not stay at that harmless level. Over time, the situation slowly became more serious and darker. My job at that time required me to travel abroad for 3 or 4 weeks at a time. I would leave the house, go to another country, work there for several weeks, and then return home for a while before leaving again. During my first long trip away from home after we had moved into that house, something strange happened with our bird. We kept a small pet bird in a cage inside the house. The cage was hanging from the ceiling, at a height where our 2 little children could not reach it. The door of the cage had a metal piece you had to lift and pull to open, and it normally stayed shut. When I came home after those 3 or 4 weeks away, my wife told me that the bird was gone. We went to look at the cage, and I saw that the cage door was wide open. Not only open, but slightly bent and twisted, like it had been forced. There was no way the bird itself could have done that. It was too weak to bend metal. Also, one of the children could not have opened it either, because of the height. Only an adult or an older child standing on something could reach it, and my wife swore she had not touched the cage. Neither had visiting relatives, at least as far as she knew. The open door looked like it had been violently pulled. The bird, of course, was gone and never came back. I thought about our playful spirit, and wondered if this was one of its tricks, but this time the feeling was not funny. It felt like something had crossed a line. Still, I told myself, maybe one of our older nephews or nieces came over, played with the cage, and just forgot to close it. Maybe they are too shy to admit it. I tried again to push away the thought that the spirit had something to do with it. A couple of weeks later, I had to leave for another work session abroad. While I was away, my wife called me one day, and the first thing she asked on the phone was, "Do you believe in ghosts?" It was not a joke. I could hear the worry in her voice. I answered honestly, "Yes, of course I do." "Why?" She paused a bit and then asked, "Do you think we have one in our house?" I did not want to lie, and I also did not want to scare her more, so I stayed quiet for a moment, choosing my words carefully. Then I said, "Possibly, yes." "Why are you asking?" She then began to tell me what had been happening since I left for that second trip. She said that the uncomfortable feeling in the basement had come back strongly. She could not bring herself to go down there alone again. She said that our youngest child had suddenly become sick. The child had a fever of 40 degrees Celsius that would not go down easily. The fever started just one day after I left. She had been taking care of the child for 4 or 5 days already, going to the doctor, giving medicine, but the fever stayed high. She also told me that she had been having bad nightmares almost every night, especially about our unborn baby, because at that time she was pregnant. In her dreams, something bad happened to the baby again and again. She was exhausted, worried for our sick child, and frightened by the dreams. Hearing this from far away made my heart tighten. Of course I was concerned about my child's health. I thought about cutting my work trip short and flying home immediately. But after a few days, the fever slowly began to drop, and the child started to feel better. The doctor said that it was a strong infection but that the worst part had passed, and my wife sounded more relieved on the phone. Because of that, I decided not to cancel my job and stayed until the end of my assignment. The thought that a spirit in our house might be disturbing my family while I was gone, however, would not leave my mind. When I finally returned home after that trip, I noticed a big change in my wife's attitude toward the house. Before, she liked it a lot, even with the weird feelings. Now, she suddenly wanted to move out as soon as possible. It was not a small and casual wish. It was a strong decision in her mind. She began talking about looking for another house, asking relatives if they knew any place for rent, and saying things like, "I don't feel safe here. I don't want to stay long." I knew immediately that something more serious must have happened while I was away, something she did not even want to fully describe yet. When I asked her directly, "Why do you want to move so quickly? What happened?" she just shook her head and said there had been crazy stuff going on in the house, especially when she was alone with the kids. She said she strongly believed that the spirit, or whatever it was in the house, had something to do with our child's sickness. She could not prove it, but in her heart she felt a connection. Because she was so worried and stressed, she started doing many cleansing rituals around the house. She burned incense, prayed, sprinkled holy water in the corners, opened the windows wide to let in sunlight and fresh air, and loudly asked any spirit present to please leave the children alone. She would stand in the living room or the hallway and say, "You can stay here if you don't hurt anyone, but don't touch my kids. Don't give them sickness. Don't disturb them." I supported her and helped where I could. At that point, I told her openly that in my opinion there really was a spirit in the house, probably a child's spirit, and that from what I had felt before, it mainly wanted attention. I told her some of the things that had happened to me and how I had tried to communicate with the presence. This did not really make her feel calm, but it did make some things clearer between us. She understood that I was not just imagining things and that I had some idea of how to deal with them. We both noticed something interesting. When I was at home, all the scary, heavy activity seemed to decrease a lot. There were still small strange things sometimes, but nothing like the fever, the nightmares, or the strong basement fear. It was as if the presence did not dare to be too active when I was there, or as if my attention made it less wild. Even so, I decided to change my approach. Instead of trying to talk to the spirit like before, I chose to pull back. I did not want to encourage any more contact or give it more energy. I became more strict in my thoughts. I told it mentally that it was not allowed to harm my family, that it had to stop playing tricks on them, and that I would no longer give it the attention it wanted. I did not try to find out more about it. I did not ask questions in my sleep state. I refused to give it more of my time or focus. I hoped that by doing this, I would not provoke it into stronger actions. I stayed at home for several weeks in a row, through Christmas and New Year. During that time, the house felt calmer again. We celebrated the holidays there, had family come over, cooked good food, watched fireworks, and tried to enjoy normal life. Nothing very strange happened, and for a little while it felt almost like we were just a regular family in a regular house. But deep inside, my wife and I both knew that something had changed between us and that house. The trust was broken. We no longer felt that this place could be our long-term home. At the beginning of February, we finally moved to another house. We packed our things, carried the boxes out, and left that place behind us. The new house was in another area, and from the first day, I felt no strange presence there. I did not want to take any chances, so I never even tried to open my mind to see if something was there. I decided to keep my third eye closed and focus only on taking care of my family, living a normal life, and healing from the past months. In the new house, nothing unusual happened. The children slept well, my wife felt more peaceful, and the atmosphere was light. For a moment, it felt like we had escaped a bad situation and could now start fresh. But only a few days after we moved into the new house, our baby was born. The joy of seeing the baby come into this world was very strong. We hoped that in this new home, we could give our children a safe, happy life, far from any dark presence. Sadly, our happiness did not last long. After only 9 days, our baby became seriously ill. She was diagnosed with a heavy sepsis and a heart problem. The doctors did everything they could, but her small body could not fight it. After 9 days of fighting, our baby died. The pain of losing her was indescribable. Even now, I can barely find the words to express what it felt like to hold her, and know she would never grow up. In the weeks and months after her death, my wife and I often thought back to the old house. We wondered if there was any connection between the angry, needy child's spirit there and what happened to our baby. I cannot prove that one thing caused the other. I cannot say with certainty that the spirit took revenge for us leaving or refusing to talk to it anymore. Maybe it is just life, and sometimes terrible things happen for reasons we will never understand. But I also cannot fully remove the thought that something in that house was too angry, too jealous, too attached. It did not feel like a gentle child anymore. It felt darker, heavier. For me, that is why I now believe it is better for me and for the people around me if I do not open my third eye again. Even though a part of me is still curious about the unseen world and the spirits that may be near us, I feel that my first duty is to my living family. They are vulnerable and helpless against any bad will from spirits, and I do not want to invite more of that into their lives. So now, when I think back to that time between September 2010 and February 2011, I remember the large house with concrete walls and marble floors, the bright basement that felt dark for no clear reason, the footsteps in the wooden hallway, the cabinet door opening slowly in the night, the small tricks with doors and water and TV, the open birdcage, my child's hot forehead, my wife's frightened voice on the phone. And finally, the painful loss of our baby. I remember how close I felt to another world during that time, and how costly that closeness felt in the end. I do not have all the answers, but I carry the story with me, and I share it as it happened, hoping that by putting it into words, I can understand it a little more, or at least give it a place in my memory, instead of letting it haunt me in silence. This story began when I was 8 years old, at an age when the world still felt simple and safe, when most of my worries were about homework, snacks, and whether I would be allowed to go to the beach that afternoon. I grew up in a small place where families lived close to each other, and cousins were like brothers and sisters. Among all my cousins, there was one who stood out for me, Ricky. He was 14 at the time, old enough to be my protector and playmate, but still young enough to act silly and laugh with me over small things. He lived nearby, and I saw him almost every day. He was the one who walked me to school and picked me up, the one who joined me at the beach when my parents allowed it, the one whose name always came into my mind when something good or bad happened. It felt natural to trust him. I never imagined that he would be the center of one of the strangest experiences of my life. One night, even before the sun rose on the day that changed everything, I had a dream about him. It was one of those dreams that feel more real than reality itself, the kind that stays with you even after you open your eyes. In the dream, I saw Ricky walking ahead of me. I could not see where we were at first, it was just a sense of following him. His back was familiar, the way his shoulders moved, the way his head tilted slightly to one side when he walked. Without thinking, I began to follow him, my small feet trying to match his longer steps. He kept turning his head slightly and calling back to me. "Go back. You can't come with me." His voice was not angry at first, more like worried and serious, and that only made me more stubborn. I was 8, and at that age, if someone tells you not to follow, your first instinct is to keep going. I did not understand why he was saying those words or where he was going. I only knew that he was my cousin, and I did not want to leave him alone. So I kept walking. We walked and walked, and it felt endless. There were no houses, no streets, no people that I recognized. It was just the path, the sense of moving forward, and Ricky always a few steps ahead. The air in the dream felt heavy, and even though I knew it was a dream, my legs started to feel tired as if I had been walking for a long time in real life. I remember feeling confused. Where were we going? Why was he telling me to go back? Every few moments, he would look over his shoulder and repeat the same words with more force. You can't go with me. Go back. But still, I refused. I wanted to stay close. Finally, after what felt like a very long time, we reached a place that was different from the path we had been walking on. The ground around us was covered with grass, green, wide, and even, as if someone had combed it flat. There were no buildings, no other trees or plants, just a broad open space with one lone calamansi tree standing there by itself. The tree was small to medium in size, not huge and old, but not young either. Its branches were spread out, its leaves a deep green, and under it the shade formed a small circle on the grass. Ricky stopped beside that tree and turned to me. He looked serious, and his voice changed. It was calmer but firm, almost like a decision had been made. I'm here, he said. You can go back now. In the dream I didn't understand what I'm here meant. I only knew that I did not want to leave him. The place we had reached felt strange and lonely, and the thought of going back alone scared me. I told him I wanted to stay with him. I tried to move closer, but his face turned upset. The gentle warning in his voice was gone. He shouted at me, something I was not used to. You can't stay here. Go back! Then he pushed me, a hard shove that I felt with surprising force for a dream, and in that moment of falling backward I woke up. When my eyes opened, the feeling of falling turned into the sensation of lying on my own bed. My body felt heavy and exhausted, as if I had walked for hours and not slept at all. My breathing was shallow. It was still early in the morning, and the light coming into the room was soft and thin. I remember lying there, confused, and thinking about the calamansi tree and the way Ricky's face changed from worried to angry. The dream stayed clear in my mind, not like those other dreams that fade away within a few minutes. I could still see the grass, the tree, and the way he said, I'm here. Despite my tiredness, the morning went on. I had school, and like any child, I had a routine to follow. I got up, got dressed, and started preparing for the day. My body felt unusually drained, but I did not tell anyone. I thought maybe I had just slept badly. While I was still getting ready, my mom came into my room. She had a soft expression on her face, and her words made me forget my dream for a moment. She told me that my cousin Ricky was in the living room and that he had asked if it was okay for us to go swimming for a while. She said she told him yes. The beach was just a few steps away from our house, but my mother was strict about safety. She never let me go there alone. The only time I could go was if my dad went with me or if Ricky was there that day to watch over me, because she trusted him. Hearing that he wanted to go swimming made me excited. My tiredness suddenly did not matter. I forgot how heavy my body felt and rushed to see him. When we walked together toward the beach, the air smelled of seawater and sunlight, that familiar smell of our everyday life. The sand was warm under our feet, and the waves were gently rolling in and out, as if nothing in the world was out of place. As we walked along the shore, Ricky told me something that made the back of my neck prickle. He said he had also had a dream the night before. He said he could not remember the whole thing clearly, but he remembered that I was in it. What stuck in his mind was how tired he felt when he woke up, like he had been doing something heavy or walking for a long time. He said that when he woke up with that tired feeling and the thought of me in his dream, he felt like he needed to see me and comfort me. That was why he came early to our house and asked my mom if he could take me to the beach. The moment he said that, the memory of my dream flashed in my mind, the long walk, the calamansi tree, his words. I'm here. I did not know what to say, so I just listened. There was something strange about our dreams happening at the same time, but I was too young to connect all the dots. All I knew was that he was there with me, alive and real, talking about a dream that somehow involved me too. Ricky was always part of my daily life. He walked me to school every morning and picked me up every afternoon. It was our routine, and I trusted it the way most children trust the predictable parts of their day. That day, as he was leaving me at school, he turned to me with an unusually serious expression. He reminded me again not to leave school on my own. Sometimes, when he came late or I got bored waiting, I would go ahead without him and walk home by myself. But that morning, he told me clearly, "Wait for me. Don't go home without me." I laughed a little and nodded. It seemed like such a small thing at the time, something we had argued about before. I went into my classroom thinking only about lessons, recess, and what snacks I might buy later. As we all waited for the bell to ring for the 10 a.m. recess, I was sitting at my chair with my classmates, half listening to whatever last instructions the teacher had. Suddenly, I had a strong urge to look outside the window. I don't know why. It was like a tug on my attention. I turned my head toward the window, and there he was, Ricky, standing outside and waving at me. He looked just like he did that morning at the beach, the same smile, the same familiar face. I felt happy to see him. I smiled back and waved. Then I made a small gesture with my mouth, pointing toward the school bench near the gate. In our culture, we often use our lips to point at something instead of using our finger. It is a habit you do without thinking. I wanted him to wait for me there at recess, so I pointed toward the bench with my lips, expecting him to understand. He seemed to get the message. As soon as the bell rang, my heart lifted. I grabbed my things and rushed out of the classroom, heading toward the gate and the bench where I was sure he would be sitting. I could almost see him in my mind, leaning against the bench railing, ready to tease me or offer to share a snack. But when I reached the gate and looked around, he was nowhere. The bench was empty. I glanced around the area, thinking maybe he had moved a little away, but still I saw nothing. I told myself that maybe he had not understood my pointing, or maybe he had gone somewhere else for a moment, so I did not panic. I decided to use my break time as usual. I walked to the canteen, bought some snacks, and tried not to think too much about it. At noon, when classes were dismissed for lunch, I did what I always did. I walked home, planning to eat there because our house was close enough for me to go back and forth easily. But when I reached home and opened the door, the house was empty. No one was there. That was unusual for me. Usually, my mother was at home during lunchtime, or my father might be around, or someone else from the family. I looked around and called out, but no one answered. So I decided they must be at our mini grocery store instead. We used to own a small store not too far from the house, and my parents often spent time there running the business. I walked over to the store, expecting to find my mother behind the counter or my father carrying boxes. But when I arrived, my mom was there closing the store, and she was crying. Her face was filled with sadness, and her hands were shaking slightly as she put things away. It scared me to see her like that. I asked her what was wrong, my heart starting to beat faster. Instead of answering right away, she cried even harder. I saw my father too, and his face looked serious and tired. He came up to me gently, and in that moment, something in my chest tightened. I could feel that whatever he was about to say would be bad. He told me that Ricky had gotten into some kind of accident, and that he had passed away. My mind refused to accept it. The words did not fit with the image in my head of my cousin waving at me from outside my classroom just a few hours earlier. I was overwhelmed by anger and confusion. I started kicking anything near me, pushing objects aside, not caring what broke or fell. I shouted at my father, calling him a liar. "You're lying!" I yelled. "I saw him! He came to my school!" I was not just sad. I felt betrayed by the reality they were telling me. It was like someone was trying to erase what I had just seen and felt that morning. What happened after that is not very clear in my own memory. My mind blocked out many details, probably because of the shock. My mother later told me that I insisted on going back to school that same day. Even though they had just told me that my cousin was dead, I kept saying I needed to go back. I did not understand the finality of death in that moment. To me, he was still the cousin who had promised to pick me up, the boy who waved at me just before recess. So my mother and my aunt went with me back to the school and waited outside the classroom while I finished the remaining hours of the school day. When it was time for me to go home, instead of walking straight out of the gate with them, I went to the bench near the gate and sat down. I refused to leave. I insisted that I had to wait for Ricky. To me, it was simple. He said he would pick me up, and I had seen him outside the classroom. I believed he would come. My mother and aunt sat beside me, trying to convince me to go home. Then, something happened that only they remember clearly. My mom later said that while we were sitting there, she suddenly felt the hair on her right arm stand up, like a wave of energy or coldness passed through her. At that exact same moment, she said, I smiled quietly for no obvious reason and stood up without saying anything. I started to walk calmly toward home, no longer resisting. I don't remember that moment at all. In my mind, it is just a blank space. But to my mother, it was as if someone invisible had arrived, as if some presence had come to reassure me and then take its leave. She believes that Ricky came to say goodbye in his own way, and that I, without understanding it, felt his presence and agreed to let him go. The days that followed are also a blur for me. I have no clear memory of the funeral or the burial. I only know from stories that they had to bury him on the same day because of the condition of his remains, something related to the accident. I was told that his body could not be kept for long, so according to local practices, they decided not to wait. Sometimes I try to remember the coffin, the flowers, the people crying, but my mind only shows me shadows. It is as if my heart closed its eyes to protect itself from the pain. In our culture, when someone dies, we have a tradition called Pausium. It means 9 days of prayer for the soul of the departed. Every night for 9 nights, the family and some neighbors and friends gather together to pray, to light candles, and to remember the person who has passed away. The first night of the Pausium for Ricky, the house was full of people. Adults were serious and quiet, whispering to each other, wiping their eyes, fanning themselves in the warm night air. The smell of candles and coffee mixed with the scent of cooked food prepared for visitors. According to my aunt and my mother, I behaved in a way that upset people. While the adults were sad, I was running around the house, laughing loudly and acting like it was any normal evening. To an 8-year-old mind, the idea of death and prayer nights does not always make sense. I did not fully understand what was happening. My aunt, who was Ricky's mother, was very hurt by my behavior. She saw me laughing and playing, and it felt to her like I did not care that her son had died. She became angry at me and scolded me, telling me to stop acting as if nothing had happened. My mom also told me to stop, and because she was my mother, I listened and sat quietly after that. The prayers went on, people recited the words together, and the night grew deeper. When the prayers were finished and people started to relax a little, they suddenly realized I was no longer in the room. Someone asked, "Where is she?" They searched the living room, the kitchen, and the other rooms in the house, but I was not there. Panic began to rise. My aunt, already raw with grief, became even more anxious. It was my older cousin Emma, Ricky's older sister, who spoke up and suggested they check the back of the house, near the calamansi tree. There was a calamansi tree behind their house, and she said that it was our favorite hangout spot, mine and Ricky's. We used to play there, talk, and sit in its shade. To her, it made sense that if I had disappeared, I might have gone there. So they went out to the back of the house, and sure enough, they found me under the calamansi tree. I was there, sitting or standing, just babbling away as if I was talking to someone right in front of me, even though to them, I was alone. They watched me for a while, trying to understand what I was saying, but it was mostly a child's mumbling talk, mixed with a tone that sounded like conversation. They asked Emma how she knew to look there, and she just explained that it had been Ricky's and my favorite place to hang out. This same thing did not just happen once. They said that each night of the Pausium, after some time, I would quietly disappear from the gathering and they would later find me out by the calamansi tree, speaking into the air like I was not alone. I have no solid memory of this repeated behavior, but their stories are consistent. After some months, Ricky's parents and his older sister Emma decided to migrate to the United States. They needed a fresh start, far away from the place where everything reminded them of their son and brother. Before they left, they sat me down and asked me for a favor. They asked me to take care of his grave. For them, leaving meant they could no longer visit his resting place regularly. They wanted someone they trusted to look after it, to keep it clean, bring flowers, and light candles, and in their hearts, I was that person. Even though I was still young, I understood the importance of what they were asking. I promised them I would do it. So that became my weekly ritual. Every Sunday after church, I would walk to the cemetery. People in our town soon got used to seeing a young girl going there alone with flowers in her hand. I would stop at his grave, lay the flowers, light a candle, and clean the area. I would brush away dried leaves, remove dirt from the headstone, and sometimes just sit there quietly. Sometimes I would talk to him. I would tell him about school, about little fights with friends, about small happinesses or frustrations. It was my way of keeping a connection with him, even though he was no longer physically here. Week after week, year after year, I continued this habit. To others it might have seemed strange, but in our small town, where everyone knows everyone, people accepted it. Some probably even saw it as something sweet and loyal. Time passed, and I did what children do. I grew older. The years did not erase the memory of my cousin or the strange events that surrounded his death, but life added new layers on top of those memories. School changed. I moved to higher grades. I made new friends. I discovered new interests and worries. Yet, the cemetery visits remained part of my routine, almost like going to see a quiet, patient friend who never moved from his spot. When I was 16, another important moment happened. It was the morning of my finals, a day that was supposed to be all about exams, future plans, and pressure to do well. Instead, it started with a huge fight between me and my mom. I cannot even remember exactly what we were arguing about. It was probably something that felt very important at that age, maybe about school, clothes, responsibilities, or something I wanted to do. Whatever it was, the argument became heated. Words were said that hurt both of us, and I left the house in tears. I was supposed to walk to school and take my exams. That was the plan. But as I walked away from home, I was crying so hard that I could barely see where I was going. My chest felt tight with anger and hurt. The last thing on my mind was answering test questions. I felt alone and misunderstood. I wanted someone to listen to me without judging me, someone who would just let me cry and talk. My friends were busy studying for the finals. They were not free to spend time with a crying girl who wanted to skip school. In my heart, one person came to mind, Ricky. Without fully deciding it in words, my feet took me to the cemetery instead of the school. I walked straight there, still wiping my tears. When I arrived at his grave, the world around me felt distant. The cemetery was quiet. Only the sound of the wind moving through trees and the occasional bird call broke the silence. I sat down by his grave and let myself cry openly. I told him everything, how angry I was, how unfair it felt, how hurt I was by what my mother had said, how tired I was of all the pressure. I spoke to him as if he were sitting right there, leaning against the headstone or sitting on the grass, listening the way he always used to when I was small. I cried and talked and cried again until my body felt empty and heavy. At some point, I must have fallen asleep right there beside his grave, my head probably resting on my arms or on the grass. When I finally woke up, the sky had changed. It was already dark. The sun had set long ago, and the cemetery was no longer warm and gentle. It had become cold and shadowed. The only light came from a few candles left at other graves and the faint glow from a far-off street. I realized with a shock how much time had passed. I got up quickly, said a quick goodbye to Ricky, and began to walk through the graves toward the exit. As I moved between the tombstones, I saw shapes ahead of me, people with flashlights and worried faces moving among the graves. It was my parents and a group of neighbors. They had been searching for me. Earlier in the day, the school had called our house to inform my parents that I had not shown up for the finals. That alone was cause for concern, because I had never skipped an important exam before. Panic had started to rise in them as the hours passed with no sign of me. They thought of all the places I might have gone, and eventually, someone suggested the cemetery. One neighbor said she had seen me there earlier with a guy she did not recognize. In our small town, everyone more or less knows everyone else, so a stranger standing with a young girl in a cemetery would naturally cause suspicion and fear. You can imagine my mother's horror when she heard that her daughter had been seen with some unknown man, crying in a cemetery instead of attending school. So they gathered some neighbors and rushed there. When they finally saw me walking toward them alone, sleepy and confused, they were a mix of relief, anger, and worry. My mother wanted to scold me, but she was also grateful that I was safe. They asked me where I had been and who I was with. I told them honestly that I had been at Ricky's grave all day, that I had been crying and talking out loud, and that at some point, I fell asleep. I insisted that I had not been with any guy, that I was alone the entire time. They looked at each other, and I could see in their eyes that they were thinking about something else. They did not fully accept that I was alone. My parents believed, and still believe, that my cousin had been there with me, listening to my complaints, keeping me company in my sadness, just as he used to do when he was alive. To them, the neighbor who said she saw me with a guy did not see a random stranger. She saw Ricky, or rather, his presence beside me, visible to her in some way that I do not remember or cannot see myself. In their minds, that day at the cemetery was one more proof that our connection continued beyond his death. Later on, as the years passed and the pain of those events softened into stories, my grandmother told me something that tied everything together in a way that still makes me think. She said that the dream I had when I was 8, the dream where I followed Ricky to the grassy place with the lone calamansi tree and he said, "I'm here, you can go back now," was not just a random dream. In her view, it was a premonition. She said that if I had stayed with him in that place and not allowed him to push me away, I might have died in my sleep that night, that he was telling me that where he was going, I could not follow yet. She believed that the grassy field and the tree were like a boundary between this life and the next. She and the other elders in my town strongly believe these things, that dreams can warn, protect, or reveal what is happening in the unseen world. To them, the fact that he had the same sense of tiredness that morning, the strange visit outside my school, my behavior at the calamansi tree during the pausium, and the woman who later saw me with a guy at the cemetery, all of these are pieces of a larger picture. In that picture, Ricky loved me enough to come in my dreams, to tell me I could not go where he was going, to say goodbye in the ways he could, and to visit me when I needed comfort. I am older now, and I still carry these memories with me. I don't claim to fully understand what happened. Sometimes I try to explain it in simple ways, like tired minds and strong imaginations. Other times, especially when I think about the dream and how clear it was, or the way my mother's arm hair stood up at the same moment I suddenly agreed to go home from the bench, I feel that there is more in this world than what we can see. Whether it was truly a premonition or not, whether he truly stood beside me at the cemetery or it was only in my heart, one thing is certain. My cousin's presence has shaped my life long after he left, and the story of that calamansi tree, the dream, and all that followed is something I know I will never forget. It was around February of 2004 when my boyfriend Jake asked me if I wanted to go with him on a hike up a mountain, and at first I honestly did not know what to say, because I had never tried hiking before in my life and the idea of climbing a mountain sounded exciting but also a little scary, especially since I was more used to city life in Manila than to sleeping outdoors. Yet at the same time I have always loved trees, rivers, fresh air and anything to do with nature, so there was a part of me that really wanted to try it at least once. Jake knew I liked nature, and he told me that this would be a good chance for me to experience it in a way I never had before. Then he casually added that we were going on a night trek and would be staying on the mountain for 3 days, so I should think carefully and only go if I was really sure I could handle it. Hearing the words, night trek, made my stomach twist a bit, because if there was one thing I was truly afraid of, it was the dark. I could watch horror movies and laugh them off, but in real life, walking in a dark place with only trees and shadows around me was not something I had ever imagined doing. Still, I did not want to disappoint him, and there was also this stubborn part of me that wanted to prove to myself that I was brave enough. After thinking about it, I finally nodded and said yes, trying to sound more confident than I actually felt inside. We left Manila at around 7 in the evening on a Tuesday. The city lights slowly faded behind us as the bus pushed farther and farther away from the familiar streets, and I remember watching the windows turn darker until there were only a few scattered lamps along the road. Jake seemed relaxed, chatting casually and pointing out things along the way, while my mind kept bouncing between excitement and nervousness. After about 2 hours, we arrived at the place where we were supposed to start. It was around 9 in the evening, and the first thing I noticed the moment I stepped off the vehicle was how different the night felt there. There were no tall buildings blocking the sky, so the darkness above us felt wider, and there was a full moon shining down, bright and round, spreading a soft white glow over the fields and trees nearby. The air was cooler and cleaner than in the city, and it was quiet in a way that felt both peaceful and unsettling. Jake looked up at the sky and smiled, then he told me that because the moon was full, we did not really need to use a torch. According to him, if I really wanted to get the full experience of being one with nature, I should try walking with only the moonlight to guide us. I stared at him with wide eyes, thinking in my head that if I followed that suggestion, I would probably end up tripping over every rock and root on the trail out of fear. So I shook my head and told him that no matter how bright the moon was, I was still going to use my flashlight. He laughed at me in a gentle way, knowing very well that I was scared of the dark, and he did not push it further. We started walking from the highway towards the base of the mountain. The path at first was easy, and we walked for about 10 minutes along a narrow trail, the sound of our footsteps mixing with the faint sounds of insects around us. We crossed a small stream, the cold water brushing against our shoes and the rocks making small splashes as we stepped on them. I was trying my best to calm down and enjoy the experience, telling myself that this was an adventure and that I should focus on the fresh air and the beauty of the moon instead of the shadows between the trees. But just as my nerves were starting to relax a little, my heart almost stopped. Ahead of us, something huge and dark moved, and in the dim light I saw a large shadow coming toward us. It was big, taller than a person, and the way it moved made my imagination go wild. I froze on the spot, my hand immediately gripping Jake's hand so tightly that my fingers hurt. My mind told me to turn around and run back to the highway, to forget this whole hiking idea and go back to the safety of crowded streets and bright lights. I was already pulling slightly backward, ready to bolt, when Jake suddenly squeezed my hand and laughed softly. "Relax," he said in a calm voice. "It's just a horse." As the shadow moved closer, I finally saw the shape clearly and realized he was right. It was only a horse walking by, probably belonging to some local who lived nearby. My face felt hot with embarrassment, and I almost wanted to cry from the tension and then the sudden relief. I think Jake understood how nervous I was, because he stopped teasing and just gently patted my shoulder. By the time we reached the entrance at the foot of the mountain, I was already a bit of a nervous wreck. We passed a small area where someone had put up a rough entrance marker and some sort of simple registration point. As we were walking toward it, the quiet night was broken by a loud, sharp sound that echoed through the darkness, like a high-pitched squeal. It sounded as if a big pig had been startled or scared and was suddenly screeching at us. The sound was so loud that it seemed to bounce off the trees around us, and we both stopped for a second and looked at each other. Jake tried to keep things calm by saying that it must have been a pig, maybe one of the animals that people kept around there. But the way the sound rang in my ears made me feel uneasy again, as if something in the shadows was reacting to our presence. At the tiny makeshift house near the base, we registered our names, paid whatever small fee was needed, and then changed into our hiking gear, putting on more comfortable clothes and shoes, checking our bags, and making sure everything was ready. Jake reminded me again that the hike to the campsite would take about 2.5 hours, and since it was already late, We should start right away. Just as we were about to go, he suddenly turned to me with a more serious look on his face. He told me there was one rule I had to remember the whole time we were on the mountain. Whatever you see or hear, he said slowly, just keep it to yourself. The way he said it, and the timing of that rule, made my stomach drop. I stared at him and asked why, but he just said it was better that way, that it was a kind of unspoken rule among experienced hikers. After hearing that, I suddenly began to regret saying yes to the trip. My mind started weaving images of strange things in the dark forest, and now I was told I could not even talk about them if I noticed anything. Still, we were already there, and turning back felt almost impossible, so I forced myself to nod and said nothing more. Jake went ahead on the trail since he already knew the path well. He had hiked that mountain before. I followed closely behind him, shining my torch on the ground to see where I was stepping. The first hour of the trek passed better than I expected. The trail went up and down, but it was not unbearably steep. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and leaves. Jake kept talking to me as we walked. He asked questions, told me stories, and pointed out the shapes of trees and rocks that he recognized in the moonlight, as if he was trying to distract me so that I would not focus too much on the darkness around us. There were moments when his voice was the only thing that made me feel safe, and whenever he went quiet for a few seconds, I would suddenly feel the night pressing in, like invisible eyes watching from the shadows. At some point, I took out my rosary and held it in my hand, fingers moving over the beads as I silently prayed for protection. There were times when I was tagging behind him with my eyes almost closed, as if not seeing anything would somehow make me less scared. Jake noticed the sudden quiet in me and asked why I was not talking. I remembered what he said before we started. Whatever I see or hear, I should keep it to myself. So instead of telling him that I felt like something was following us, just out of sight, I simply said that I was tired. But the truth was that I kept glancing over my shoulder again and again. Each time I looked back, the trail behind us was empty, only trees, bushes, and the fading shapes of the path. Yet I could not shake the strong feeling that something unseen was trailing us, pacing our steps, staying just far enough to avoid the light of my torch, but close enough for its presence to press on my back like a cold hand. We continued like that until Jake said he could hear the sound of a waterfall, far off but clear, the sound of rushing water echoing gently in the night. He told me that meant we were almost there, because the campsite was not far from that waterfall. Those words gave me a bit of hope, and I tried to walk harder. My legs were aching, but I wanted to reach the campsite as soon as possible. After about 30 more minutes of walking, climbing, slipping a little on rocks and then catching myself, we finally reached the campsite. When we stepped into the area, the first thing I felt was how awfully dark and quiet it was. Unlike the trail, where at least we were moving and always focused on the next step, the campsite was a still, open space, surrounded by tall trees whose branches overlapped above us, blocking out a lot of the moonlight. The faint sounds of nature were there, the soft rustling of branches and leaves as the night wind brushed past, the distant hoots or screeches of birds or other creatures hiding in the branches. But the overall feeling was eerie, like a place where the air was heavier. Jake chose a spot for us to pitch the tent, and it was right below a huge tree. When I say huge, I truly mean it. The trunk was so wide that at least 4 grown adults would be needed to surround it with their arms stretched out. The tree was very tall as well, and its thick canopy formed a dark roof above us, almost completely covering the sky in that area. As we approached this tree, I noticed something strange. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew, and it felt as if it was not just a simple breeze passing through, but something moving around us. The wind seemed to swirl specifically around our bodies, brushing our clothes and hair, instead of just flowing in one direction. It felt almost like we had just walked through an invisible wall of air. It gave me a chill, but I tried to ignore it, telling myself over and over that we were in the woods and that strange winds were probably normal up in the mountains. While Jake took the time to unpack our supplies and set up the tent, I sat on a large stone nearby to rest my legs and catch my breath. The stone felt cold and solid under me. I looked around, taking in the darkness, the shadowy outline of trees, the quiet space that would be our home for the next nights, and I still could not shake a nervous feeling in my chest. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed something moving near the ground. It was a tiny kitten, gray with white stripes, walking slowly as if it was shy or cold. I remember wondering how such a small kitten had gotten all the way up there on the mountain. It did not look wild. It looked like one of those house kittens you see in backyards, only it seemed thinner, and its fur looked a little dirty, as if it had been out in the cold too long. My heart softened when I saw it. No matter how scared I was, I have always been weak when it comes to animals, especially cats. The kitten looked like it was shivering, so I reached out gently and picked it up. It did not run away or scratch. It just let me hold it. I sat beside Jake while he was adjusting the tent poles, holding the kitten close to my chest to warm it. When he looked up and saw me with the kitten in my arms, his face changed. He seemed surprised, and he asked me where I got it. I pointed toward the rock and told him I saw it there. He looked at me with an expression that was hard to read, like there was something he wanted to say but was not sure if he should. I just shrugged, not thinking too much of it at that moment, and continued to play with the kitten for a little while until I suddenly felt the urge to use the bathroom. Of course, being on the mountain, there was no proper bathroom anywhere. I asked Jake where I could go, and he simply pointed to a spot near the big tree, telling me to just pee on the ground there since it was dark and no one would see. I looked at the tree and at the shadows under it, and a cold feeling crawled up my spine. Something about the idea of being all alone under that tree in the pitch black, with only my flashlight and my imagination, made me feel very uncomfortable. I hesitated and then said never mind, that I would hold it in for a while. He did not argue, just continued working on the tent, and once it was finally done, we put our things inside to settle. Jake then told me he would make us some coffee, something warm to help us relax after the climb. He brought out his small portable stove and set it up near the tent entrance. I watched as he placed a metal pot on it, preparing to light a match and start the flame. Just as he was about to bring the match to the stove, we both noticed movement near the tent door. The same kitten I had seen earlier walked up to us, but this time it was not alone. 2 more kittens followed behind it, each one with similar markings, gray with white stripes. They came and sat near the tent door, side by side, staring at us. My first instinct was to reach out and pick one of them up, but before I could do that, Jake stopped me firmly and told me not to touch them. I looked at him, confused, but before I could ask why, another strong gust of wind blew in, much stronger than before. This time the wind was so strong that it hit the stove directly and blew out the flame before it could even fully start. The air seemed to press against the tent fabric, making it shake slightly. At that exact moment, the kittens started to meow loudly, one after another, their cries sounding almost wild, like they were panicking or angry. The first kitten, the one I had held earlier, looked directly at Jake. I saw its fur stand on end, every hair rising as if it was electrified. Its back arched, and its small mouth opened, showing tiny sharp fangs, as if it was ready to attack him. The look in its eyes was not the usual cute kitten look. There was something fierce and unnatural in them, and seeing that expression on such a small creature shook me in a way that is hard to explain. My body suddenly felt rooted to the spot. I could not move, could not speak. My heart was pounding so loudly that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Jake noticed my frozen state and the strange behavior of the kittens. Without wasting any more time, he grabbed my arm and dragged me inside the tent. As soon as we were in, he zipped up the tent door. Outside, the wind grew even stronger. It howled around us, pulling at the tent fabric so violently that the entire tent began to shake. I could hear the kittens still meowing, only now their cries sounded even more frantic, almost like they were circling the tent, calling out to each other. The sound mixed with the wind, creating a noise that felt thick with tension. Then, suddenly, as if someone had given a signal, all of it stopped. The kittens' meowing cut off completely, and the strong wind died down at the same time, leaving only a heavy silence that rang in my ears. That was the moment when the fear that had been building inside me finally broke through. I started to cry, tears coming out uncontrollably. I told Jake that I wanted to go home, that I did not want to stay there anymore. I did not care that we had just climbed up the mountain, or that it would be hard to go back in the dark. I just wanted to get away from that place. Jake tried his best to calm me down. He pulled me close, told me that everything was going to be alright, that we were just tired and that sometimes the mind plays tricks on people in the dark. He said I should just lie down, close my eyes, and try to get some sleep. That morning would come soon enough and things would feel different. It sounded impossible to me that I could fall asleep after all that, but I did as he said and lay down beside him, still holding my rosary tightly in one hand. For a while, everything was quiet. I could hear my own breathing, Jake's breathing, and occasionally the light rustle of the trees outside, but nothing else. I tried to focus on my prayers, silently asking for protection, asking whatever was out there to leave us alone. Then, after some minutes, a strange smell began to drift inside the tent. It started faint but grew stronger. It smelled like something was burning, not outside, but right inside our tent. It was a strange scent, a mix of burnt fabric and something else that I could not identify. I sat up quickly and looked around, expecting to see smoke or something on fire, but there was nothing visible. The smell, however, was undeniable. I turned to Jake, and what he did next surprised me. For a moment, he did not try to explain it away or make a joke. Instead, he pulled me into a tight hug and said softly, "Let's just pray." That sentence told me that whatever he had been trying to brush off earlier, he could no longer completely deny. So we prayed together, there in the darkness, the strange smell still lingering around us. I closed my eyes and tried to keep them closed, pushing down all images of kittens, giant trees, and unseen things in the night. I do not know how long I stayed like that, eyes closed, mind half praying and half listening to every little sound. At some point, without realizing it, I may have drifted into a light sleep or a kind of half-awake state. When I became aware again, it was still dark outside, but the silence had changed. There was a new sound now, faint at first, then slowly growing clearer. It was the sound of footsteps on the ground, soft but distinct, as if someone was walking around the campsite, getting closer to the tent. The steps were slow, not rushed, like whoever it was taking their time, looking around. My heart began to race again. I kept my eyes closed at first, afraid to see anything, and I started praying in my head once more. The footsteps moved closer and closer, until it felt like they were just outside our tent. Then, a woman's voice called out in the dark, "Tao pa! May Tao be a Dian?" Which roughly means, "Is anyone here? Anybody there?" Her voice sounded clear and human, not like a whisper or a strange echo, and for a second, relief washed over me. I thought that maybe some other campers had arrived after all, or maybe someone from the nearby houses had come up early. I was about to shake Jake to wake him up, thinking he was asleep, when he suddenly spoke. His voice made me jump because I did not expect him to be awake. He said, "Ian me tau na, me kasama na teyo," which means, "There, someone's here now. We have company." Hearing him say that made me relax a little. The presence of another person, even a stranger, made me feel less alone. With that small sense of comfort, my body finally allowed itself to rest, and I drifted off into a deeper sleep. When we finally woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Bright daylight poured through the thin fabric of the tent, and the sounds of birds chirping filled the air. The fear of the previous night felt like a heavy dream pressed into the back of my mind. We crawled out of the tent, and the scene that greeted us almost made me forget everything that had happened earlier. Just a short distance from where we had pitched the tent, maybe about 15 feet away, there was a beautiful waterfall. Clear water rushed down over rocks into a small pool below, sparkling in the sunlight. Our tent had been set only a few steps away from a fresh water spring, its clean water flowing gently over stones. The sky above was clear, bright blue with only a few clouds. The whole place looked like a postcard scene, peaceful and beautiful, like the mountain was showing us its gentle side after the hard night. Across the spring, on the other side, I saw something I had not noticed in the darkness before. There was a small house and an even smaller store, a simple structure made of wood and tin, the kind of store where you could buy snacks, instant noodles, canned goods, and small items. Seeing signs of people living nearby made the place feel safer. Jake looked at the store and told me that he wanted to move our tent closer to it, maybe beside or near the house, so that we would be near other people and not alone under the big tree anymore. I quickly agreed. The idea of being near a house and a store felt much better than spending another night in that open, shadowy spot. We packed up our things and crossed over to the other side of the spring. When we reached the small store, I went inside to buy some food for breakfast, while Jake started looking around for a good spot to set the tent again. Inside the store, an older woman was standing behind the small counter, and the shelves behind her were filled with simple goods. As she handed me the food I picked, my mind suddenly remembered the woman's voice we heard before dawn, calling out, "Tao Pa!" That memory made me curious and a little nervous at the same time, so I decided to ask. Trying to sound casual, I asked her, "Sino pa young MJ bagong campers na dumating kananang madaling aral?" Which means, "Who are the new campers that arrived early this morning?" I expected her to tell me that a group had come or that someone had passed by on their way up the trail. Instead, she looked at me in a strange way, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking. Then she answered slowly, "Anak, wang I bang dumating dito. Ko pa lang dalawa an nandito simula pa nung lingo." Which means, "Child, no one else came here. Only the two of you have been here since Sunday." Her answer made every hair on my arms stand up. My mind quickly replayed the sound of footsteps, the clear voice of a woman calling out, Jake's calm comment that we finally had company, and the way I relaxed after hearing it. According to the store owner, there had been no one else there. No one had come up the trail at dawn. No one had walked around our tent, or called out in the early morning. I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach as I realized what that meant. My hands trembled a little as I carried the food back to where Jake was, and when I reached him, I told him exactly what the store owner had said, word for word. As he listened, the color drained from his face. He became very quiet, and his usual easy smile disappeared. He just looked at me with pale, serious eyes, and in that moment we both understood without saying it aloud that whatever we had heard before sunrise was not from any ordinary camper or local hiker. Whatever had walked around our tent, spoken in that woman's voice, and somehow made me feel safe enough to sleep had not been human at all. I've heard that in Chinese there's a phrase people use for someone who can sense the paranormal, something that roughly translates to "eyes," and the way it has always been explained to me is that it's a kind of sight or sensitivity linked to the night, to things that don't belong to daylight, to the undead and the unseen, and whether that translation is perfect or not, the idea behind it is easy to understand because I've watched my own mother live with something like that for as long as I can remember. Not in some dramatic movie way but in a quiet, steady way that shows up in ordinary life, in the way she notices moods in a room before anyone else does, in the way she sometimes wakes up with that strange certainty that someone who has passed away has been near her in a dream, and in the way she is always the first person in our family to say, without even thinking about it, that something feels off, or heavy or wrong. Like she can sense a shift before it becomes obvious to the rest of us. And it's also why I've always thought of her as someone who is at least a little sensitive to these things. Because she has been visited in dreams by spirits close to us often enough that it became a normal part of how she talks about sleep and memory. And she's the first one to get that bad feeling, that bad mojo feeling, that tells her to be careful or to stop what she's doing or to avoid a certain place. And yet even with all of that, I've always considered myself the opposite. The one who doesn't have any special radar, the one who can sit in a quiet room and just see a quiet room, the one who doesn't pick up on the invisible currents in the same way she does. And I've always been comfortable with that because I like to think of myself as practical, grounded, a person who tries to keep my feet on solid ground, and if there are things I don't understand, I'd rather admit I don't understand them than pretend I do. So when I say I think I have absolutely no paranormal radar, I don't mean it as an insult or a denial of my mother's experiences. I mean it in a simple way, like a person admitting they can't carry a tune while their parent can sing. And that's part of why the last few weeks have felt so confusing to me, because the changes in my mood and the things that have been happening around our home have felt like they belong in someone else's life, someone else's story, someone else's season of bad luck, not mine. And the reason I'm writing at all is because of the timing, because these months, the period between July and August, are widely known as the Chinese Ghost Month or Ghost Months depending on who you ask and which calendar they follow, and the belief that rises with this time of year, especially in families like ours who have grown up around these traditions, is that activity increases, that restless spirits and hungry ghosts roam more freely, that the line between the living and the dead feels thinner, and whether a person believes that in a literal sense or more like a cultural metaphor, the truth is that many people around us treat these weeks with extra caution, the way you might treat a storm season with extra respect, not because you think every cloud is dangerous but because you understand that certain conditions make accidents more likely. And on top of that, our family has a medium we trust. Someone who has worked with our relatives and our home before, and this year he told us that the rabbit year would be an especially ghostly year for me in particular, and he didn't really give a practical reason for that beyond his own sense of it, so I was left with that strange feeling of being singled out by a warning I didn't fully understand, and I tried not to let it get into my head because I didn't want to create fear where none existed. But then, slowly, and then more suddenly, I started to notice changes in myself that I couldn't easily explain away, and what made it harder was that until recently, I had actually been doing well emotionally. I had been grateful and optimistic. I had been trying to be kind and patient, trying to focus on what was good, trying to show up as a better version of myself. And that's why the shift felt so strange, because these last few weeks there has been a peculiar, specific sense of malaise hanging around me, not just tiredness or stress from normal life, but something that feels like a spiritual heaviness, a damp fog in the mind, and it came with random thoughts of guilt and regret that didn't connect to anything I was actively doing or thinking, like my brain was reaching into a bucket of old emotions and throwing them at me without any reason. And at the same time there has been more bickering between me and the rest of my family than usual, little arguments that start over nothing, sharp words that come out too easily, misunderstandings that escalate too fast. And because of how we were raised, because of what we've heard from elders and mediums, and the way our culture talks about this season, I caught myself wondering if what I was feeling was not only personal but also environmental, as if the house itself had a mood and that mood was pressing down on all of us. And I started thinking about spirits and negativity the way you might think about mold in a humid room. Something that spreads in the background and makes people feel worse without them noticing exactly when it began. And it was around this time that I began having the most disturbing symptom of all, which I'm going to describe carefully, because I don't want to be dramatic and I don't want to feed it, but I also don't want to hide it, because it has been the clearest sign that something is wrong, and that symptom is the sudden, vivid thought of me committing suicide by hanging, a mental image that just pops into my head without any warning. And what makes it especially disturbing is not that I'm sitting there sad and deciding to hurt myself, because that isn't what it feels like at all. It feels more like an intrusive picture, a clip that plays on its own, something that doesn't match my mood and doesn't follow a chain of thoughts leading up to it. And it's so specific that it shocks me, because it isn't a vague idea like, what if I disappeared? It's a clear image of me strung up to a rafter in the balcony next to where I sleep, me stepping up onto a table and hopping off, and the image arrives with this cold clarity that doesn't feel like my own imagination, and then, right after it hits, I feel this second wave of confusion and disgust, like my mind has been invaded by something that isn't mine. And the strangest part is that if I step back and observe it, it feels more bizarre than scary, like a prank that goes too far. And I catch myself wanting to laugh just to break the tension, and then immediately feeling guilty for laughing because it isn't funny. And the truth is I definitely should not think about it, and I have been trying not to, but the fact that it returns at all, the fact that it can appear even when I'm not depressed, even when I'm not thinking about death, even when I'm not in a hopeless mood, has been one of the reasons I started to interpret the whole situation through the lens of spirits and negativity, because I couldn't find a normal trigger. And I didn't want to accept the idea that my own brain would generate something that violent out of nowhere, and at the same time, while this has been happening internally, there have also been strange things around the house that seem to fit the same season, and it matters that our home is the kind of place that already carries a reputation, because we live in a big, old concrete mansion built about 30 years ago in a very old part of town here in the Philippines, an area where people casually say it's spirit Y. And not like a joke, more like a fact of the landscape, like saying the air is humid or the streets are narrow, and the house itself has that heavy, echoing feel that big concrete buildings sometimes have, where sound travels in odd ways, where doors and hallways create pockets of quiet, where the night can feel deeper because the walls hold the heat and the shadows. And for a while I told myself that any creepy feeling I had was just the natural effect of being in a large, slightly eerie house at night. But lately there has been the faintest, most persistent sense of a presence no matter where I go, and I need to stress how faint it is. Because it isn't like I'm seeing figures or hearing voices clearly every night, it's more like the sense you get when you think you're alone but you feel watched from somewhere just out of sight, a subtle pressure in the air, a tiny shift in how your skin feels. And I can walk from one room to another and still feel like I'm not entirely alone, and that might sound like anxiety, and maybe it is. But it has been steady enough that it started to feel like an atmosphere rather than a passing mood. And then there was an incident that made it harder to dismiss, because my mother heard banging and whispering outside her door late at night, and it was spooky enough that she thought it was me at first, which matters because if it had been a normal sound, if it had been someone walking by or someone closing a door, she would not have thought it was me, she would have recognized it as ordinary house noise. But she described it as banging and whispering right outside her door, the kind of combination that makes your mind run through possibilities. And we have many people living in the house, but even so, it would have been unlikely for anyone to be making that kind of racket at such a late hour, not only because it would wake others up, but because it didn't sound like any normal activity. It sounded like someone trying to get attention while also trying not to be seen, and my mother, who is usually calm, sounded genuinely unsettled when she told me, and she kept circling back to the whispering part, because a bang could be accidental, but whispering suggests intention, and that's the kind of detail that sticks to your mind like a burr. And then I had my own experience not long after that, an experience that was smaller but still sharp, because I heard knocks too, faint noises, and then the sound of footsteps moving away. And the layout of our house makes it easy to tell when someone was just in an area because of all the doors and the echoes, because sound bounces off concrete and tile in a way that gives you a clear sense of direction. And I remember springing up to check, expecting to see someone walking away or to find a door half open, and instead there was no one, nothing, just the quiet of the hallway. And I checked again because sometimes the mind plays tricks, and still nothing, and the emptiness felt wrong, like the sound had been placed there, and then removed. And I had this moment of standing in my own home thinking, if that was a person, where did they go so fast? And if it wasn't a person, why did it sound exactly like one? And even before all of this, even before I had to live in this house, we had already heard things from our medium about the property, including a story that is almost funny in the way it's told but not funny in what it implies, because another family medium once claimed he saw spirits swimming in our pool. And he didn't mention whether it was backstroke or breaststroke, and I remember hearing that and laughing at the mental image, because it's the kind of detail that makes you want to roll your eyes and say come on. But the seriousness in his account was clear, and the point was that he believed the spirits were simply around, ghosting the area, moving like they belonged there. And the pool has had its own odd history in our family in the sense that numerous relatives have almost fallen into it, not once but multiple times, like their footing suddenly slipped at the wrong moment, or they got distracted as they walked past. And in the lore of hungry ghosts, that kind of thing is exactly what they do, not always because they're evil, but because they are restless and hungry and jealous and looking for a way to pull the living into accidents. And Ghost Month is believed to be the time when they have the most opportunity, the time when they can nudge you toward misfortune. And some stories go even further. saying this month is the opportunity they have to get you to trade places with them if they can cause you to perish in an untimely fashion, not by becoming you in a possession sense, but by trading karma, trading the weight of their suffering for the life you still have. And I know how strange that sounds when written down, but this is the kind of belief system that people around us grow up with. And when you combine it with the fact that I've been having intrusive images of suicide that don't feel like they originate from me, it becomes hard not to connect the dots. Emotionally, even if logically I can't prove anything, and this is where the customs come in, because in Chinese tradition the response to Ghost Month isn't only fear, it's also duty and compassion. It's the idea of appeasing restless spirits and hungry ghosts through offerings of food, incense, and prayers, and through the ritual burning of paper objects that the spirits can use in the afterlife, paper money, paper items, paper representations of comfort, and the belief is that these offerings provide a brief respite from the suffering these ghosts experience, because hungry ghosts are often described as having swollen bellies and tiny mouths, or, in some versions of the lore, flames that burn their throats, so that none of the spiritual bounty around them can truly satisfy their hunger, which makes them desperate and restless and easily angered. And within that belief there's also the painful idea that sometimes the hungry ghosts around you are your own relatives, people connected to your family line, and it becomes important to care for them, to do the right properly, not only because you fear misfortune, but because you don't want your own ancestors suffering unattended. And for a long time we assumed that the people responsible for this rite in our household were doing it correctly, because it's a tradition, it has a rhythm, it's the kind of thing you don't question every year, you just trust it gets done. But recently we indirectly discovered that certain individuals who were supposed to be in charge of it had been skimping on the offerings lately, burning less, rushing, not praying correctly, not doing the ritual with the care and completeness it requires, and the moment we discovered that, it felt like a key turning in a lock, because it seemed to explain the malaise that has been afflicting our homestead, that heavy mood, the arguing, the sense of something not settled. As if the house had been left spiritually, unpaid, in a season when everyone else is paying attention to these things. And our spiritualist went further and told us that there are a lot of hungry ghosts around our place, not just one presence, but many. And he described it as 3 years' worth of upset, lost spirits, spirits who are chilled around our home and holding on to the area, spirits that have been causing misfortune and ill will, and hearing 3 years' worth made me look back at the patterns in our family life, the small streaks of bad luck, the tensions that linger, and it also made me think about how my own internal state has felt lately, how the intrusive thoughts arrived like they belonged to something else, and I began to wonder whether the problem was not only in me but also around me, like the house had become a place where negativity gathers and then spreads into people, not in a dramatic supernatural way but in a slow, corrosive way, and that is why we asked our medium to help them pass on. Because even if you can't prove the exact cause of any single symptom, you can still take action on the patterns, you can still do what your culture and family traditions say can restore balance. And we wanted balance back, we wanted the home to feel lighter, we wanted the bickering to stop, we wanted that faint sense of being watched to fade into normal quiet, and personally, more than anything, I wanted my mind to feel like it belonged entirely to me again, without those sudden violent images crashing in like an unwanted visitor. And I'm writing all of this not to convince anyone of any one explanation, but because these experiences have piled up in a way that feels connected by timing, by season, by tradition, by the way our household's spiritual maintenance was apparently neglected, and by the way the atmosphere in the house has felt crowded. And I know there are logical explanations for many individual pieces, for odd sounds, for miscommunications, for moods that shift, and even for intrusive thoughts that can appear under stress without feeling chosen. But when you live in a place and a culture where these months are treated as a real spiritual season, and when your mother is the kind of person who has always been sensitive, and when the family medium warns you that this year is especially ghostly for you, and then you start feeling a malaise that doesn't match your normal optimism, and you start experiencing intrusive self-harm images that appear without emotional triggers, and then your mother hears whispering and banging at a late hour, and you hear knocks and footsteps and find no one there, And you remember that a medium once spoke of spirits around the pool and relatives nearly falling in, and you learn the offerings have been skimped on, and you're told that there are many hungry ghosts lingering around your home. It becomes difficult not to feel like you're living inside a season where something is unbalanced, and whether the truth is spiritual, psychological, or a mix of both. The most important thing for me, beyond any theory, is to get support and restore safety and stability in my life and home, which is why we involved the medium to help the spirits pass on, and why, on a practical level too, I'm also taking seriously the fact that those intrusive suicidal images are not something I want to carry alone. So if anyone reading this ever recognizes themselves in that part of the experience, please don't treat it like a joke or like a secret you have to manage by yourself, because even intrusive thoughts that feel random deserve real support from a professional or a trusted person in your life, and safety matters more than any explanation. Before I tell you what happened on the mountain, I need to explain the place, because the history is part of why we didn't take the warnings seriously enough. The mountain we hiked that day was Mt. Cristobal in Laguna, and right beside it is Mt. Banahal. People often talk about them like they are separate worlds, even though they connect, because they sit in different provinces and they have completely different reputations. Mt. Banahal is well known as a pilgrimage site, especially during Lent in the Philippines. It is the kind of mountain people visit with prayers already on their lips. I had been there many times before, and every time I went, the place made me feel calm and light, like the air itself was gentler. It's one of my favorite mountains because it always felt peaceful to me. Locals and pilgrims call it the Holy Mountain, and honestly, I believe that name fit, because I never experienced anything strange there, no creepy feeling, no unsettling sounds, nothing that made me want to look over my shoulder. It felt like a place where your thoughts could settle and your heart could slow down. Mt. Cristobal was the opposite. People call it the Devil's Mountain, and locals say the reason is that it absorbs the negative energy coming from Mt. Banahal, like it is some kind of sponge for everything heavy and dark. Only a few groups dare to climb it each year, and even those groups usually talk about it the way you talk about something you respect and fear at the same time. I knew all that before we went. Everyone in our group heard the same stories, the same warnings, the same serious advice from locals, and still we continued. The locals told us tragic stories that had been passed down for years, stories meant to make hikers change their minds. But we were young enough, stubborn enough, and excited enough that the warnings felt like part of the adventure instead of a real reason to stop. Even though I had experienced something scary before on another occasion, it didn't stay in my mind the way a true warning should, because I had already hiked other mountains after that without anything weird happening again. So I told myself it was probably coincidence, something I could laugh about later. That is the mindset I carried into this hike, and it's also the mindset that makes me feel uneasy now when I remember how confident we were. We met at the jump-off point, the base of the mountain, on a Tuesday morning in July 2004. The day already felt strange in a small way because time slipped from us. We checked our essentials, adjusted our bags, counted food and water, looked at flashlights and batteries, and by the time we finally finished, it was almost noon. We agreed that we should start ascending as soon as possible, and because we were the kind of group that still respected certain habits, we did a short prayer for guidance before we stepped onto the trail. We began the hike at around 12 o'clock noon, and we had a guide with us because the trail we chose wasn't common yet, not the kind of path you could treat casually. In the beginning it was beautiful, so beautiful that the scary stories fell into the background of my mind. The view was breathtaking in the way mountain views can steal your attention, where you suddenly feel small in a good way, like your personal worries don't matter much compared to the size of the land around you. The air smelled of earth and leaves, the sunlight came in through gaps in the trees, and our group was loud and happy. There were a lot of us, and being the only girl in a big group like that made me feel both protected and energized. I remember laughing easily in those first hours. I remember thinking that maybe Mt. Cristobal didn't deserve its reputation, or maybe the reputation was exaggerated by people who wanted to scare tourists. But mountains have a way of reminding you that they do not care about what you believe. A couple of hours into the climb, One of our hikers, Reggie, had an asthma attack. It wasn't mild, not the kind you can ignore with a quick rest. We had no choice but to stop. Everyone gathered around him, checking his breathing, offering water, asking if he had his medication, and the mood shifted from excitement to concern. We let him rest, and because there was nothing else to do but wait, some of us tried to lighten the moment by taking pictures and looking around, almost like we could pretend it was a planned break. We spent about an hour like that. Reggie finally said he felt well enough to continue, and we kept going. But that delay was the first of many, and it quietly pushed our schedule into dangerous territory. Not long after, we passed a small cottage where a family of 5 lived. They had been there for a long time, surviving by selling buko, coconut juice, to hikers. The father, an old man with the kind of face that looked shaped by sun and wind, chatted with us for a while. He asked where we were going, how many we were, what time we started. He watched us with a look that was hard to read, a mix of curiosity and concern. Then he noticed I was the only girl, and his tone changed. He told the group, very plainly, that they should leave me with him and his family. He didn't say it in a creepy way. It sounded like genuine concern, like he thought he was offering a safe solution. I remember feeling a little embarrassed, because I understood what he meant, but I also didn't want to be treated like a fragile object that needed to be kept behind. It was my first time traveling with such a large group, and they were loud and fun and full of energy, and I wanted to finish the hike with them. I thanked the old man and told him I always carried my rosary whenever I hiked. It was true. It was something I did because it made me feel grounded, like I brought a small piece of protection with me. The old man didn't argue too much, but his eyes stayed serious, and I remember that. I remember how he looked at the mountain behind us as if it was listening. We continued the trek, and we didn't realize how many unplanned stopovers were still waiting for us. By the time we reached about half of the destination, it was already close to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The guide, the one we had trusted to lead us, then told us something that made my stomach tighten. He said he could only go as far as that first half. He explained that he never felt good once he ventured farther. He didn't give a long explanation, but his face said enough. He looked uncomfortable, like he was trying not to show fear. Hearing that made me feel a cold thread of anxiety in my chest. Still, I tried to calm myself with logic. It was still daylight. There were about a dozen of us. We weren't alone. We thanked the guide, paid him, and listened carefully as he gave instructions about which trail to take. He pointed, explained landmarks, warned us not to wander. Then he left us. The moment he walked away, the forest felt quieter, not because the sound changed dramatically, but because I suddenly realized how much we relied on having someone who knew the place. We continued anyway, because turning back would mean admitting the locals were right, and at that age, pride can be stronger than caution. As we moved forward, the light began to change. Daylight in the mountains doesn't fade gently the way it might in the city. It shifts. Shadows stretch. The air cools faster. And then, as if the mountain wanted to test our patience again, Reggie had another asthma attack. This time it was worse, because now the sun was already sinking and we were far from the base. We were more worried about Reggie's condition than we were about the darkness creeping in, so we decided we might camp right there for the night. But Reggie refused. He begged for 30 more minutes of rest. He insisted he could continue. We didn't want to abandon him, and we didn't want to carry him down in the dark, so we agreed, even though it meant more lost time. When Reggie finally said he was better again, we pushed ourselves to hike faster. We agreed we couldn't afford any more stopovers. Our voices became more serious. Our jokes faded. We focused on the trail, on footing, on breathing, on keeping the group together. Then we reached a part of the path the guide hadn't mentioned clearly enough. Or maybe we didn't listen as well as we should have. There was a forked trail, with a huge tree in the middle like a marker. 2 paths, one to the left and one to the right. We looked at each other confused. None of us remembered which one the guide said to take. We argued quietly at first, then more loudly. Some said left looked more used. Some said right seemed safer. The sky was darkening, and the debate kept going until it became its own delay. Finally, we sat down under the tree and decided to split up. Half of the group would check the right trail, half would check the left, and we would meet back under the big tree after 15 minutes. We were about to move when two hikers suddenly appeared, as if they had stepped out of the darkness between our words. We hadn't noticed them before, probably because we were busy arguing and looking down the trail. They asked if we were lost. Mark, the talkative one, admitted yes. The two hikers said they had been using this trail ever since they first hiked Mt. Cristobal. They spoke calmly, like this was nothing to worry about, and they offered to guide us. It felt like a gift from the mountain, a convenient solution at exactly the right moment. We didn't question it enough. We were relieved. It was already around 7 p.m., because our argument had taken longer than we wanted to admit, and now we were working against darkness. We took out our flashlights. We decided to follow the two hikers, and we chose the left trail. As we walked, our group tried to bring back the earlier energy. We became noisy again. We joked. We teased each other. We tried to shake off the discomfort of being lost. But the two hikers walking ahead stayed quiet. I noticed they were holding hands, and I assumed they were a couple. They moved in sync close together, and their silence felt private, like they were inside their own world. I figured they didn't want to be disturbed, so we stopped trying to talk to them too much. We just followed. An hour passed, maybe more, and the trail became harder. The slopes were steep, and in some parts we had to dig our fingers into the dirt to climb, holding on to roots and rough ground, pulling ourselves upward while trying not to slip. Sweat mixed with cool air. My legs burned. My arms felt heavy. It was close to 9 p.m., and hunger started to gnaw at me. I took out a jelly snack and offered it to everyone, including the quiet couple, but they declined. They didn't even seem tempted, which struck me as odd, because anyone hiking that long would normally accept a small snack. Then, after a few more minutes, the girl said softly, "Malapit na tayo," which means, "We're almost there." Hearing that gave us a burst of energy. We walked faster, eager for rest, for food, for the safety of a campsite. Then it started to rain. Not a gentle rain, but enough to make the trail slick and to soak our sleeves. Suddenly we weren't just tired and hungry, we were cold too. The forest around us looked darker under the rain. The leaves shone wetly. The ground turned muddy. I could hear water dripping from branches. Raymart, the wackiest of all, was walking just a few feet behind the couple. He kept asking them questions, trying to break their silence, and he had this huge flashlight, the kind that looked like something Coast Guards might use in a rescue. But the couple answered him with only short sounds. Yes, no, maybe. As if they didn't want to waste energy on words. Raymart looked funny holding that big light, swinging it around like it was a weapon against darkness. But even he began to quiet down as the trail grew narrower. The couple suddenly turned left again, and we followed. We reached a path that looked different from everything before it. The trees were taller and closer together, their branches tangled overhead like a roof. The plants were thick and aggressive, and many had thorns. Some scratched my face and arms as we passed, sharp little stings that made me flinch. The air felt tighter there, like it didn't move as freely. The guy in the couple then said, "Enito na teyo, bilizan yo bago pala makazangulan," which means, "We're here, hurry up before the rain gets stronger." That sentence should have relieved me, but instead it made my skin prickle, because I didn't understand what "here" meant. The rain, strangely, stopped after a few minutes, as if it had been waiting to herd us into that narrow corridor of trees and thorns, and then decided it had done its job. We kept walking. Our group grew quieter. It wasn't a decision we made out loud. It just happened naturally, as if the darkness and the tightness of the trail pulled the words out of us. Then, without warning, Raymart's flashlight went off. At the exact same moment, the rest of our flashlights went off too. There were 5 of us holding flashlights, and it was impossible not to notice how strange it was that all of them died together. It wasn't one light flickering, it was darkness dropping like a curtain. Above us, The sky couldn't be seen clearly because of the dense trees, and the moon was hidden behind clouds, so it became truly dark, the kind of dark where your eyes don't adjust enough to help you. Raymart started hitting his flashlight, banging it with frustration to make it turn on. We tried to call out to the couple ahead, asking if they had spare batteries or another light, but we couldn't see them anymore, and neither of them answered. Jake thought they must have gone ahead, assuming we were still behind. The ground was muddy and slippery from the rain, and now we had to walk slowly, one step at a time, reaching for each other's arms, holding onto shoulders, trying not to lose contact. In that darkness, I could hear breathing, soft curses, the sound of shoes sliding in mud. And then, just as suddenly as the darkness came, our flashlights turned on again. The beams cut through the night like knives. Raymart shouted triumphantly, proud that his big flashlight finally lit again, and then his shout changed instantly into something sharp and panicked. He cursed loudly and yelled, "Stop! Stop! Wait!" The words came out broken by fear. We froze, startled by his behavior. I told him, half scolding and half begging, not to curse so loudly in a place like that, because in our culture, you don't challenge unseen things, you don't shout disrespect into the dark. But Raymart didn't answer me. He looked frozen, like his mind couldn't decide what to do. Miggy shone his flashlight on Raymart, trying to see what was wrong. What we saw made my stomach drop so hard I felt like my whole body went cold. G-Boy, the youngest among us, was holding on to Raymart's backpack strap with both hands, gripping like his life depended on it. Raymart's body was tilted forward, and when the light hit him fully, we realized the truth. Raymart was dangling on the edge of a ravine, and if G-Boy let go, Raymart would fall. The drop looked endless in the flashlight beam, a black mouth in the earth, and someone said it could be 250 feet or more, but in that moment, the number didn't matter, because any fall like that meant death. I screamed. My scream felt like it tore out of me. I told them to help, to grab G-Boy, to pull Raymart back. Everyone moved at once, hands reaching, boots digging into mud, bodies pressing together in panic and effort. We pulled them back inch by inch, careful not to slip, careful not to lose balance. When we finally got Raymart onto safe ground, he collapsed, shaking so hard his shoulders jumped. He was cold, soaked, and in shock. He said that when the flashlights came back on, he realized he had been following the couple straight toward the edge. The trail wasn't a trail. It was a drop. He said he didn't see it until the light returned. At the last moment, he pushed G-Boy behind him so the kid wouldn't take one more step. That push saved G-Boy from stepping into empty space. G-Boy managed to grab the backpack strap, and that grip saved Raymart's life. We stood there shaking, not only from cold but from the sudden understanding of how close we were to losing someone. My hands trembled. My mouth felt dry. The dark around us suddenly felt alive with danger. The couple was gone. No footsteps. No voices. No light ahead. Just trees and mud and our own breathing. We turned back, moving slowly, panicking now, and returned to the old path we took before turning left. We kept thinking the couple might have fallen too, but Mac has said we should have heard them scream if they had. We heard nothing, except Raymart's shouts. That made the situation worse, not better, because it meant either they had somehow disappeared without making a sound, or they had never been there in a normal way to begin with. We tried to make sense of it. We told ourselves maybe they took a path we didn't notice in the darkness, and maybe they assumed we were still behind them, and maybe they didn't hear the chaos. But what puzzled us was this: they never even turned back to check on us. Any normal guide, any normal person leading a group, would look back, would call out, would make sure everyone was still following. And my scream had been loud, loud enough that I felt sure it should have reached them. It felt impossible that they didn't notice anything. The fear in our group shifted into a different shape, something colder and sharper. We tried to find the real path ourselves. We moved slowly, searching with our lights, double-checking every turn, refusing to trust shadows. It took us another hour to finally reach the campsite, and when we arrived, there were other campers there too, which felt like a blessing. The sight of tents and a few moving figures grounded me. It reminded me that the world was still normal somewhere, that people could still sit and talk and drink coffee even on a mountain like this. Despite the fact that one of us almost died, some of the boys managed to light a fire. The rest assembled our tent, hands stiff from cold, and I made something simple to eat with what we had. When the food was ready, we gathered around the fire. The flames made our faces look tired and uneven. Smoke curled upward into the trees. We talked about the couple, trying to decide what we should do. Jake saw how worried I was, and he promised that in the morning we would look for them. I didn't know why I cared so much about them, but I did. Part of it was guilt. Part of it was fear. Part of it was the sense that we had been led somewhere on purpose, and if they were real hikers, they might be lost. And if they weren't, then that meant something else had been walking ahead of us in the dark while holding hands. We slept badly. Even when my eyes closed, the image of Raymart dangling over the ravine replayed in my mind. The next morning we woke feeling a little more alive, like the sunrise gave us permission to breathe again. After a sloppy cup of coffee, we walked around the site. That's when we spotted a fellow hiker named Mitch, someone we had met before at MT Banahal, walking with his own cup of coffee. Seeing a familiar face made it easier to talk. We chatted casually at first, and then Jake asked him, as if it was just a normal question, whether he had noticed a couple matching the description of the two hikers we met. Jake described them, how they looked, how they acted, how they held hands, how quiet they were. Mitch frowned. He said he never saw anyone like that. Then he asked why we were asking. Jake told him what happened the night before, about getting lost at the fork, about the couple offering to guide us, about the left trail, about the flashlights going out, about Raymart almost falling. Mitch's reaction changed immediately. He looked like he might gag. He told us to sit down. The way he said it wasn't casual. It was urgent, like he needed us to be still for what he was about to say. We sat, and I remember the fire from last night had turned to ash, and the morning air felt too quiet, and when Mitch began to speak, every hair on the back of my neck stood up. He said something happened almost 8 years ago, a story that locals whispered about and hikers sometimes laughed at until they realized there was no punchline. Two couples went for a midnight hike. There was a storm brewing, there was zero visibility, and still they continued. They accidentally took a different trail, one that wasn't known at that time, and they got lost at a fork. They took the left trail. Back then, it wasn't widely known that the safe rule was to always take the right trail. They took the deadly left turn and never made it to the campsite. Because it was a midnight hike, registrations were closed. No one officially recorded them. Locals said the bodies were never found. No one came looking for them, as if they vanished into the mountain and the world forgot. Some people said the couple show themselves to hikers because they want company. When Mitch finished speaking, my stomach felt hollow. My mind tried to reject the story, but it fit too well with what happened to us. The forked trail. The left turn. The storm. The darkness. The couple holding hands. The silence. The way they didn't respond. The way the flashlights died together. The way, here, turned out to be a cliff. Suddenly our memory of the night shifted, and details that felt harmless before now felt heavy, like every moment had been pointing toward a trap. We stayed on the mountain for 3 days after that, but everything felt different. The jokes were quieter. The laughter didn't last long. When we finally descended, we decided to check the trail that almost killed Raymart. Raymart himself refused to join us. He waited by the tree, still shaken. When we reached the spot, the daylight revealed what the darkness hid. The cliff was steep, cruel, and the vegetation around it was dense and tangled, thick enough to confuse your eyes and hide the edge until it was too late. It looked almost impossible to navigate through unless you were extremely skilled, and even then, why would you? Standing there, I tried to imagine two couples walking at midnight, rain in their faces, flashlights failing, trusting a path that ended in nothing. I tried to imagine how silent the mountain could be when it decided not to return what it took. When we reached the base again, we didn't celebrate like we normally would after a hike. We offered a prayer. We lit a candle for the lost lovers, hoping it would help their spirits rest, hoping that if they had been the ones who guided us, they could finally stop reaching out in the dark for company, and hoping, too, that the mountain would accept that small act of respect and let us go without asking for anything more. One afternoon, I was sitting in my algebra class trying to look like I was paying attention, but the truth was my body was giving me one loud message over and over again, and that message was that I needed to use the restroom right now, because during lunch break I had drunk way too much iced tea without thinking about what would happen later. And at first I tried to ignore it the way students always do when they don't want to raise their hand and ask permission, but the pressure kept building, until it became impossible to focus on anything the teacher was saying, so I finally asked to go, got the okay, and the moment I stepped into the hallway, I started moving fast, not walking like a normal person, but almost running, the kind of quick half-dash you do when you're trying to stay quiet and not draw attention but you're also trying not to embarrass yourself, and as I rushed through the hallway toward the restroom, I remember noticing little details because when you're in a hurry, your mind can still take snapshots of what's around you, like the sound of my shoes tapping on the floor, the empty feeling of the hallway for that time of day, the way the light from the windows made the floor look pale, and the fact that as I got closer to the restroom door I didn't hear any voices or footsteps inside, and even though I was rushing, I clearly remember this part because it became important later. When I pushed the restroom door open and went inside, it felt empty, not only because it looked empty but because it sounded empty, and school restrooms have a very specific sound when someone is inside, little movements, a cough, water running, a stall door clicking, a shoe shifting, anything, but there was nothing like that, just the quiet echo of the room itself, and I glanced quickly as I moved because I was in a hurry, and I saw that all the cubicles were empty. All the stall doors looked closed the way they do when nobody is using them, and I didn't see feet under any of them, and there was no sign of anyone washing their hands or fixing their hair or standing near the mirrors, so I went into one cubicle, did what I needed to do as fast as I could, and the whole time I was thinking about getting back to class without getting in trouble, and after I finished, I came out and went straight to the sink to wash my hands because that's just what you do, and as I turned on the faucet, the water started running, and the sound of it filled the quiet room, and that's exactly when I heard a voice from one of the cubicles, a girl's voice, close enough that it felt like she was only a few steps away, and the first reaction I had wasn't fear, it was confusion, because my brain immediately said that's odd, because I didn't hear anyone enter, and I had been moving quickly so I would have noticed someone coming in, and yet the voice was definitely there, and it sounded normal. Not like whispering from far away, not like an echo, but like a person talking from inside one of the stalls, and she asked, "Marone Bang Tao Diane?" Which means, "Is anyone there?" And the way she said it made it sound like she was stuck and worried, like she really needed help, and without thinking too much, I answered her the way you would answer anyone who needs something, and I said yes and asked what the problem was, and she told me she couldn't get out because the cubicle door was stuck, and at that moment, it still didn't seem scary, it just seemed annoying and inconvenient, because it's a school restroom and things break all the time, and I thought maybe the lock was jammed or the door had swollen or the hinges were bent or something like that, and because I'm not heartless, I didn't want to leave someone trapped in a stall, so I turned off the faucet, dried my hands quickly, and tried to figure out where her voice was coming from, and I realized it was coming from the furthest cubicle, the one farthest from the sinks, which meant she wasn't right near me, she was at the very end. And as I walked toward that stall, I remember feeling slightly irritated, not because she was stuck, but because I was already late and I didn't want to waste time dealing with a broken stall door, and I also kept thinking, how did she get in here without me hearing her? Because even if someone is quiet, you still usually hear the restroom door open, you hear footsteps, you hear the stall door. But I try not to overthink it, because sometimes you just miss things when you're rushing, so when I reached the furthest cubicle, I stood in front of the door and put my hands on it, ready to nudge it, and before I even started pushing, the girl spoke again, sounding impatient now, and she said, "Pachalak namaning pinto, bilis, late na kasi ako, may clase pa ko." which means, "Can you please push the door, hurry, I'm late because I still have class." And something about the way she said it made me roll my eyes internally, because I was thinking, yeah, me too, I'm also late, and I'm the one out here trying to help you. So without meaning to be rude but also not trying to be sweet, I replied, "Ooh, ito na na," meaning, "Okay, I'm already trying." And I started prying at the door, pushing and pulling the edge, using my shoulder a little, trying to force it to move, and I tried hard, I really did, because at first I thought it would be easy, like one quick shove and the door would pop open, but it wouldn't budge at all, not even a little, like it was stuck in a way that didn't make sense, because even jammed doors usually give you something, a tiny shift, a creak, a scrape, but this one felt like it was glued shut, and I leaned in closer, pressing my hands along the door seam, trying to find a gap, and while I was doing that I said through the door that she should make sure the door was off the latch. Because sometimes people panic and they keep pulling when it's locked or they don't realize the lock is still engaged. So I said something like, "Make sure it's unlocked, check the latch," and when I said that, I expected her to respond, even if it was just to say she already did, but instead there was silence, and the silence felt strange because seconds ago she had been demanding and impatient, and now suddenly she didn't answer at all, and for a moment I paused, listening, because I wanted to hear movement on the other side. Like hands on the door or a lock clicking, but I didn't hear anything, and then, instead of answering, she started banging on the door from the inside, a loud banging that hit the thin stall door and made it shake slightly under my hands, and the banging made me jump because it was sudden, and my first thought was, okay, she's really panicking, she's really in a hurry. And I also thought, if she keeps banging like that she's going to break it anyway. And I didn't want to get blamed for it, so I said something like, "Stop banging, I'm trying." But she didn't respond with words, she just kept banging for a few seconds, and then it stopped as suddenly as it started, and that is the moment when the mood in the restroom shifted for me in a way I can't fully explain, because when the banging stopped, the air felt heavier, and the quiet that followed didn't feel like normal quiet anymore, it felt like the kind of quiet you get when a conversation ends too abruptly, and I felt a trickle of sweat roll down my forehead. And not because it was hot, but because I suddenly felt uneasy, like my body was reacting before my mind could form a reason, and I remember thinking, okay, fine, that's it, I'm going to break this ugly thing if I have to, because I didn't know what else to do, and I also didn't want to stand there forever talking to a stuck door. So I raised my voice slightly and told her to move farther back because I was going to kick the door open and I didn't want to hurt her, and that was a reasonable warning, because if she was right behind it and I kicked, the door could swing and hit her, so I told her to step back, and again, no response, not even a quick, okay, nothing at all, and at that point I was frustrated enough that I didn't wait any longer. I took a step back, lifted my leg, and kicked the door hard. And the kick made a loud cracking sound and the door swung open, and I was fully expecting to see a girl inside, maybe embarrassed, maybe angry, maybe holding her bag, maybe pressing herself against the wall, and I was even ready to say something sarcastic like, "You could have just unlocked it," or "Are you okay?" or whatever. But the moment the door opened, I felt like my brain dropped through the floor, because there was no girl, no one at all, the cubicle was completely empty. And I stared into it for a second that felt too long, because my mind couldn't process what my eyes were seeing. And I remember the stall looked normal, toilet, walls, nothing unusual, no feet, no shadow, no movement, and the first thought that hit me was, that's impossible, because I had just been talking to someone, I had heard her voice clearly, I had heard her banging on the door, and I had been pushing against the door while she was supposedly on the other side. And now there was nothing, and the shock was so strong that my mind went blank, like it slipped into a daze to protect itself from having to understand it. And I stood there frozen, staring at the empty cubicle, and then I heard someone behind me say, Anong nangyari sa pinto? Which means, what happened to the door? And the voice behind me snapped me out of my trance like a hand on my shoulder, and when I turned, it was the janitress standing in the restroom entrance area, looking at me and the broken door with a face that was half annoyed and half alarmed. and I told her, kind of automatically, that I kicked it, and she asked me why, and when she asked, my mind went into that blank trance again, because how do you explain that you kicked a door open to help someone who wasn't there? And I couldn't even get the words out properly. And I think she saw something on my face, something that looked like fear or confusion, because after that moment, she didn't press me the way you might expect, she didn't keep asking, she didn't start yelling right away. She just looked at me in a strange way and then turned her attention to the damaged stall, and everything after that moved fast in the practical, school-like way that problems always do, because within a short time I was taken to someone in charge, and I was interrogated by the head of the maintenance department, a man who looked tired and irritated the way adults do when students break things, and he explained that I had badly broken the flimsy door, and the hinges needed replacements, and he wanted to know why I did it. And I could feel my face getting hot, and I could feel my heart pounding, because I didn't want to sound stupid, I didn't want to sound crazy, and I also didn't want to say out loud what had happened because saying it out loud would make it more real, and I couldn't handle that, so I lied, and I said I was looking for my wallet, and even as I said it I knew it was lame, because why would you kick open a stall door to look for a wallet? But it was the only excuse my mind could create in that moment, the safest lie. The simplest lie. Something that sounded like careless student behavior instead of paranormal nonsense, and the maintenance head looked at me like he didn't believe it, and I could tell he was thinking my story didn't add up. But he also seemed like he didn't want to deal with more drama than necessary, so after some warnings and a lecture about respecting school property, they cut me loose, and when I walked out of the office, my legs felt weak, and the hallway looked too bright. And the normal sounds of school felt far away, like I was walking through a place that didn't quite connect to the weird thing that had just happened in the restroom, and I was heading toward my friends, wanting to find familiar faces, wanting to ground myself in normal conversation, when the janitress approached me, and the moment I saw her I felt my stomach tighten, because I didn't know what she was going to say, and she reminded me of the incident again, quietly, like she didn't want other people to hear, and she said she had heard me talking to someone when she was near and approaching the restroom, and hearing that made my skin prickle, because it meant I didn't imagine the conversation, it wasn't just in my head, someone else had heard me speaking as if another person was there, and it also meant the janitress knew my wallet excuse was fake, and she looked at me in a very weird way, not angry, not laughing, but serious, and then she said, Wag mo nang sabihin saida, matadako lang sila, which means, don't tell anyone, you'll just scare them. And the way she said it was the scariest part of all, because it wasn't advice like a teacher trying to prevent rumors. It was the kind of warning you give when you know something is real and you don't want to invite it by talking about it. And after she walked away, I stood there in the hallway feeling like I had stepped into a story I never asked for, and the more I replayed it in my head, the more details bothered me. Because I remembered how sure I was that the restroom was empty when I entered. How I had been rushing but still aware, how I hadn't heard anyone come in, how the voice had come from the furthest cubicle as if someone had been there the whole time, how she spoke in a normal, impatient way like any student late for class, how she demanded I push the door, how I answered her, how she banged on the door, how the door felt stuck in a way that didn't feel like a normal jam, how she went silent right before I kicked it open. And then the empty cubicle, clean and plain, like it had never held anyone at all, and I kept thinking about the moment my foot hit the door, about the sound it made, about the way it swung open too easily after refusing to budge, almost like it had been waiting for me to do that, and I kept thinking about how the janitress heard me talking, because that meant I wasn't just hearing things, and I kept thinking about her final words, telling me not to tell others. And I understood what she meant in a simple way, because if I told my friends, they would either laugh at me or they would be afraid to use that restroom, and either way, the school would become full of whispers, and whispers have a way of growing, and maybe the janitress had seen too many things in that building, maybe she had heard too many stories, maybe she had her own experiences she never told anyone, and maybe she recognized the sound of someone talking to an empty stall the way a person recognizes a pattern they've seen before. My grandparents raised me and my older brother from the time we were very young, so the house we grew up in never felt like just a place to sleep. It felt like an entire world that shaped how we understood family, safety, and routine. The house itself was big, the kind of house that always seemed to hold more space than the number of people living in it. It had 2 garages, 2 bathrooms, a wide living room that opened into the dining area, a proper kitchen, and upstairs there was a long hallway that connected 3 bedrooms and a terrace. When my brother and I were little, we didn't even sleep in proper rooms most of the time. We slept in the hallway, laying out our mats side by side, because it felt less lonely that way, and because my grandparents liked knowing we were close. Most nights, though, I would end up sleeping beside my grandmother, curling up next to her because her presence made me feel calm and protected. The housemaid slept downstairs back then, and the house always felt alive even when it was quiet, because there was always someone awake, someone moving, someone breathing somewhere within those walls. As we grew older, the arrangement of the house slowly changed. When I was in high school, my uncle moved to Los Angeles with his wife, and my aunt moved to Canada with her family. Their rooms upstairs were left empty, and eventually my brother and I moved into them. I took my aunt's old room, the one facing the hallway, while my brother took my uncle's room right next to mine. The third room remained my grandparents' bedroom, and the housemaid now slept in the hallway upstairs. By then, the hallway no longer felt like a play area or a sleeping space for children. It felt like a passage, a place you walked through quietly at night, careful not to wake anyone. The house had settled into a new rhythm, one that felt normal and predictable, and I never questioned it. I never thought of the house as strange or frightening. It was just home. This happened when I was already in college, old enough to trust my senses, old enough to know the difference between imagination and reality, or at least I thought I did. It was nighttime, and my room was completely dark. I don't remember hearing any noise that woke me up, and I don't remember having a dream that led into what happened. I just knew that I woke up suddenly and stood up, as if my body decided to move before my mind could ask why. There was no fear in that moment, no confusion, just a calm, almost neutral feeling, like I was following a routine I didn't consciously remember learning. I walked toward my door and opened it. The hallway was dim, lit only by whatever faint light came from outside or from downstairs, and I could see the housemaid sleeping on the floor, exactly where she always slept. That detail stood out to me later, because it meant everything looked normal at first. Then I saw a figure of a man walking toward my brother's room. I knew immediately that it wasn't my brother. I couldn't see the man's face clearly, but I could tell he was male from his build, from the way he moved, from the shape of his hair and shoulders. He was taller than my brother, and his body had a different presence. He was completely dark, like a shadow that had weight and form. I watched him as he approached my brother's door, and just before he entered the room, he stopped and turned his head toward me. He looked at me, and in that moment, our gazes met. What still confuses me is that I didn't feel scared. There was no rush of fear, no instinct to scream or run or close my door. I felt strangely calm, almost indifferent, as if seeing a shadowy man in my hallway at night was not something worth reacting to. I simply ignored him. I turned away and started walking downstairs. As I moved, I noticed that my body felt incredibly light, like my feet barely touched the steps, like gravity had loosened its hold on me. Each step felt smooth and effortless, and there was no sound of my movement, no creaking of wood, no echo of footsteps. When I reached the middle of the staircase, I looked down and saw something that made the world feel unreal and yet oddly familiar at the same time. The dining area and the living room were full of shadows, but these were not random shadows cast by furniture or light. They were shaped like people. It looked like a gathering, as if a group of individuals had assembled there for a purpose I didn't understand. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but I could see their forms, and what stood out to me most was the way they were dressed. They wore old-fashioned clothing, clothes that reminded me of Spanish-era outfits, formal and structured, completely out of place in our modern home. They were not standing still like statues. They were moving, interacting, existing as if they were alive. Some were standing, others were sitting on the couch. I saw a woman holding a baby in her arms while seated, cradling the child as if this were the most natural thing in the world. In the dining area, some figures appeared to be eating, others smoking, performing ordinary actions that felt deeply human. They were talking to each other, but their voices blended together into a low murmur that I couldn't understand. It wasn't loud, and it wasn't threatening. It sounded like the background noise of a family gathering, the kind you hear during celebrations or reunions. As I continued down the stairs and reached the lower part, something shifted. One by one, the figures stopped what they were doing. The murmuring faded, and they all turned to look at me. I felt their attention settle on me, and for a brief moment, it felt like they were acknowledging my presence, not with hostility, but with mild curiosity, like they were thinking, "Oh, okay," as if my appearance was unexpected but not alarming. There was no sense of danger, no sense that I wasn't welcome, just a quiet awareness passing between us. Without saying anything, I turned my back on them and walked back upstairs. I didn't feel rushed. I didn't feel chased. I simply went back the way I came, step by step, still feeling that strange lightness in my body. I returned to my room, walked to my bed, and lay down. When I felt myself settle into the mattress, when I felt the familiar weight of my body against the bed, I opened my eyes. That was the moment everything hit me. I lay there staring into the darkness, my heart suddenly beating faster, my mind replaying what I had just seen. I asked myself if it had all been a dream, but the problem was that it didn't feel like one. It didn't have the hazy, shifting quality of dreams. Every detail felt solid and clear, like a memory instead of an illusion. The hallway, the man, the shadows, the clothing, the baby, the way they looked at me, all of it felt real in a way dreams usually don't. I lay there for a long time, not moving, not sleeping, trying to understand what had just happened. The next day, I couldn't shake the experience. It followed me through my classes, through conversations, through ordinary moments. Finally, I decided to ask my grandmother about the history of our house. I didn't tell her everything I had seen. I just asked casually, as if it were simple curiosity, about who owned the land before us, about how the house came to be. My grandmother told me that the land had once belonged to a Spanish woman. I don't remember her full name now, only that it began with Señora. She explained that our house itself had been built by my great-grandfather, and that the Spanish woman had sold not only the land to our family, but also land in the surrounding neighborhood. As she spoke, a quiet understanding settled over me. The images from the night before aligned too perfectly with what she told me. The Spanish-style clothing, the sense of an old gathering, the feeling that those figures belonged there just as much as we did. I didn't interrupt her. I didn't ask more questions. I just listened, feeling a strange mix of awe and unease. To this day, I don't know exactly what I experienced that night. I don't know if it was a dream that felt too real, a moment of sleepwalking mixed with imagination, or something else entirely. What I do know is that it didn't feel like fear. It felt like witnessing a layer of reality that usually stays hidden, like walking through a room that exists only when the lights are off. That house never felt the same to me after that, not in a bad way, but in a deeper way, as if I finally understood that it held more than just our family's memories. It held other lives, other moments, other stories that had never truly left. Most people have heard the idea that babies and young children seem to have a kind of sixth sense, and that because they haven't lived through much yet, their minds are still soft and innocent, almost open in a way adults are not, and because of that they can notice things adults don't notice, or they can be influenced by things adults can't see. I don't know how true any of that is in a scientific sense, but I do know that families all over the world carry stories like this, stories that stay alive because they feel too meaningful to dismiss. This is one of those stories in my family, something my mother has told me so many times that even though I don't remember it personally, I can almost see it through her memory, and the way she tells it makes it clear that it never left her mind, not even after all these years. I'm sharing it exactly the way she explained it to me, because this isn't a story I created in my imagination, it's something that happened when I was very young, back in the Philippines, before we moved to Canada in 1989, when I was only 4 years old. I don't remember much from that time, and I especially don't remember this day, but my mother remembers it clearly, and the older I get, the more I understand why it stayed with her. It was an ordinary day, the kind of day that doesn't start with any dramatic feeling, the kind of day where nothing seems important until later, when you look back and realize it was the day everything changed. My father was at work, like he usually was, and it was just me and my mom at home. The Philippines can be brutally hot, and when the heat sits in the air like a blanket, most people either stay inside or escape to the mall where there's air conditioning and noise and movement. But that day, my mother didn't feel like dealing with crowds. She wanted a quiet day. So we stayed home. There were no special plans, no visitors expected, no errands she was rushing to do. It was simply one of those days where a mother and child pass the time together in a familiar room, letting the hours move slowly. My mother said I was playing with my toys near the window. I was the kind of kid who could stay busy in my own little world, moving things around, talking to myself, doing whatever children do when they're completely absorbed. My mom was on the couch watching television, half paying attention to whatever show was on, half keeping an eye on me the way parents do, listening for the sound of trouble, but otherwise relaxed. It was calm, quiet, normal. Then, without any warning, my behavior changed. My mother said she noticed it immediately because it was sudden and clear. I stopped playing the way I had been playing and turned my attention fully to the window, as if something outside had captured me. And then I started smiling. Not a small smile, not a polite little grin, but the kind of bright, excited smile a child gets when they see someone they love. My mother said I began laughing too, like I was genuinely happy, and then I lifted my hand and started waving. I was waving as if someone was standing right outside the house, close enough to see me clearly, and as I waved, I spoke with certainty, telling my mother that my grandmother was outside and that she was walking toward the house. My mother's first reaction wasn't fear. It was simple surprise mixed with expectation. Because if a child says, "Lola is outside," the natural response is to assume your own mother has shown up unexpectedly, or that she's on her way to visit, or that maybe she arrived earlier than planned. So my mother stood up and walked to the window, looking out in the direction I was looking. But there was no one there. No grandmother walking up the path, no familiar face, no movement at all, just the heat and the quiet outside. My mother, still thinking maybe my grandmother had already reached the door and was standing just out of view, walked to the front door and opened it. But when she looked out, the space was empty. The street was empty. There was nobody there. That was the moment my mother began to feel unsettled, not in a dramatic way, but in the way you feel when reality doesn't match what you expected. She closed the door and came back inside, and she looked at me, trying to understand why I was so sure. She told me gently that Lola wasn't there, that my grandmother wasn't outside. But my mother said I didn't react the way a child normally reacts when corrected. I wasn't confused. I wasn't embarrassed. I didn't argue either. It was as if, in my mind, what I saw was completely true, and the fact that my mother couldn't see it didn't change that. My mother started to wonder what was going on. She tried to tell herself maybe I had imagined it, maybe I was playing a game, maybe I saw someone in the distance and assumed it was my grandmother, or maybe I simply missed her and my brain created a picture of her to comfort me. Mothers come up with explanations like that because they need something solid to hold on to. And she might have stayed in that confused, uneasy state for a while, trying to make sense of it, except something happened that cut through every possible explanation. The phone rang. My mother said it rang at a moment that felt like perfect timing, the kind of timing that makes your heart sink before you even know why. She walked to it, picked it up, and heard her brother's voice on the other end. She expected normal news, an ordinary family update. But his voice was not normal. He sounded heavy. His words came out carefully, as if he was trying not to break apart while speaking. He told my mother that their mom had passed away, and that she had died just a couple of hours earlier. My mother said she felt like the world tilted. She hung up the phone in tears. She was grieving, shocked, trying to understand how the person who felt like a permanent part of life could suddenly be gone. But mixed into that grief was something else, something hard to explain without sounding strange. She remembered me at the window, smiling and waving, insisting that Lola was outside and walking toward the house. She remembered how sure I sounded. She remembered how natural it seemed to me. And she felt, deep in her heart, that her mother had come to visit, not to scare anyone, not to cause confusion, but simply to say goodbye, to show herself one last time, and that I, being only 4 years old, had been the one who could see her, the one her spirit could reach most easily. After that day, my mother told me this story again and again over the years. It became one of those family memories that refuses to fade, because it carries emotion inside it, not just events. She told me how she felt chills when she remembered it. How she couldn't explain it logically, but she couldn't erase it either. And every time she told it, I listened with a strange feeling, because I had no memory of the moment itself. But hearing it made me feel like I was standing in the room watching it happen, like my mother's memory had become part of mine. By the time I was 24, the story still gave me chills too. It wasn't only the idea of a spirit visiting. It was the tenderness of it. The thought of a grandmother's love being strong enough to reach across distance, and death just to offer one last goodbye to her daughter and to her grandchild. The story also made me think about the way children move through the world. When you're a child, your mind doesn't have the same walls adults build. You don't immediately label things as impossible. You don't automatically shut doors on experiences just because they don't fit logic. As adults, we train ourselves to explain everything, and if we can't explain it, we often decide it isn't real. We do it with harmless things first, like Santa and the Easter Bunny, and then eventually we do it with deeper mysteries too, like the idea of spirits or signs or presences. But children don't live that way. For them, anything still feels possible, not because they are foolish, but because they haven't been taught to narrow their view of reality yet. And there's another belief I grew up hearing alongside stories like this. The belief that spirits often visit the youngest members of the family, because the youngest are the purest, the least burdened, the least skeptical, the easiest to reach, and also because seeing a child calm and happy can comfort the living, can soften the pain of grief, can make a death feel less cold. Whether that belief is true or not, I can't prove. But the way my mother described that day, the way she connected the timing, the way she felt that her mother came to me before she fully left, made the belief feel less like superstition and more like a quiet kind of hope. Even now, I still don't know what really happened. I don't know if it was coincidence. I don't know if a child's imagination can sometimes line up with reality in a way that feels meaningful. I don't know if my mother's grief made the memory sharper in her mind. But what I do know is that the story is real in the way that matters most. It is real in my mother's experience, real in her emotions, real in the chill she still feels when she remembers it, and real in the way it shaped what she believes about love and goodbye and the thin line between presence and absence. And maybe that's the reason these stories survive, not because they prove something scientifically, but because they remind us that there are moments in life that don't fit neatly into explanation, moments that arrive quietly, leave behind a deep impression, and make us wonder, just for a second, whether the world is bigger than what we can see. I was always told that I was my grandmother's favorite grandchild, not in a way that made the others feel unloved, but in a quiet, natural way that everyone in the family simply accepted. I was the eldest granddaughter, and in our culture that meant something special to her. She gave me the nickname Apple, and she used it so often that I grew up believing it was almost another version of my real name. She said I was her apple of the eye, and when I was a baby I had naturally red cheeks and a very chubby face, so the nickname fit me perfectly. Whenever she held me, she would pinch my cheeks gently and laugh, calling me Apple over and over again, and even as I grew older and lost the baby fat, the name stayed. It became something that tied me to her, something that made me feel chosen and protected in a world that had already started out a little broken for me. My life didn't begin in the most stable way. My mother and father separated while I was still in my mother's womb, so I entered the world already surrounded by loss and change, even though I didn't know it yet. Later on, my mother remarried another man, and they are still together to this day. They had 2 more children together, a boy who is now 21 and a girl who is now 20, and our family eventually found a new shape. But when my brother and I were very young, it was my grandmother who stepped in and became the center of our world. She took care of me and my eldest brother, who is now 30 and living in Australia with his own family. To me, my grandmother wasn't just a grandmother in the traditional sense. She was my hero. She was the one who fed me, scolded me, comforted me, taught me, and loved me with a steadiness that never wavered. In my heart, I saw her as my real mother, the person who raised me when life was still figuring itself out. Growing up under her care shaped who I became. She was strong but gentle, strict when she needed to be but endlessly forgiving. She believed in me even when I doubted myself. When I was scared, she held my hand. When I was proud of something, she was even prouder. She was the kind of person whose presence filled the room, not because she was loud, but because she was solid, dependable, always there. Losing someone like that leaves a hole that never fully closes, and when she passed away on August 23, 2009, after a long sickness, that hole opened up inside me in a way I was not prepared for. Her death devastated me. I didn't just lose a relative. I lost the person who made me feel anchored to the world. I cried in a way I hadn't cried before, the kind of crying that comes from deep inside your chest, where breathing feels heavy and every memory hurts. My relatives who were living in Australia and Canada came back home for her wake, and the house filled with people, voices, prayers, and shared grief. Even with so many people around, I felt painfully alone, because the one person I wanted to talk to, the one person I wanted comfort from, was the very person we were all mourning. On the day of her burial, everything felt both solemn and surreal. We were all dressed in white, a symbol of respect and farewell. Her burial was special, the kind that reflects how loved and respected she was in the community. The city mayor sent a large arrangement of flowers, and 4 policemen on motorcycles were assigned to assist us on the way to the cemetery to help us avoid heavy traffic. It felt strange to see that kind of attention focused on our grief, but it also felt like recognition of who she had been. As we traveled to the cemetery, I held my daughter in my left arm. She was only 2 years old at the time, small and light, her head resting against me as if she could feel the heaviness in the air even if she didn't understand it. As we approached the graveyard, something happened that I will never forget. My daughter suddenly straightened in my arms and pointed at something far away, somewhere beyond where my eyes were focused. With a clear, excited voice, she said, "Mom, it's Lola! Bye-bye, Lola!" And she began waving her hand happily, the way a child waves when she sees someone familiar and loved. The word Lola hit me like a shock. My heart jumped into my throat. I followed the direction she was pointing, scanning the area desperately, but I saw nothing. There was no one there. No familiar face. No movement. Just the cemetery and the people gathered for the burial. Fear rushed through me, cold and sharp. I felt terrified, not only because of what she said, but because of how sure she sounded. I quickly told her to stop, my voice probably louder and more strained than I realized, because I didn't want her to keep waving at something only she could see. Later, when we returned home, I told my family what had happened. I expected disbelief or nervous laughter, but instead, the conversation turned quiet. After talking about it among themselves, they came to a gentle conclusion. They said that maybe my grandmother had shown herself to my daughter, the youngest among us, to let us know that she was fine, that she was at peace, and that she was saying goodbye in her own way. The idea both comforted and unsettled me. Part of me wanted to believe it because it meant my grandmother was still watching over us, still close. Another part of me felt shaken by the reminder that there might be things in this world we don't fully understand, especially when it comes to children and what they can see. Life went on, as it always does, even after loss. In October 2009, a couple of months after my grandmother's burial, I had an interview with an agency that processed applicants who wanted to work abroad. I was nervous but hopeful. I passed the interview, and they told me I was scheduled to work in a particular country, on a specific island, by December of the same year. I won't mention the name of the place, but the job was for an executive secretary position, and it felt like an opportunity to change my life and secure a better future for my daughter. At that time, everything I did was for her. Every plan I made, every risk I considered, revolved around giving her a stable and comfortable life. One evening, after the interview results were confirmed, I was on my way home when my mother called me. She told me that she, my daughter, and my siblings were at my eldest brother's office and that they would be home a little late. When I arrived home around 6 or 7 in the evening, the house was quiet. As I walked inside, I noticed that the light in my mother's room was on. Without thinking too much about it, I turned it off, assuming she had simply forgotten to switch it off before leaving. While I was changing my clothes in my room, I felt a presence. It's hard to explain, because it wasn't something I saw or heard. It was more like a shift in the air, a subtle awareness that I wasn't entirely alone. Strangely, I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel threatened. I just acknowledged it and ignored it, the way you ignore a feeling that doesn't demand immediate attention. Then, almost without planning it, I spoke out loud. I said, "Lola, I passed the interview. I will be working in another country because I want to give your great-grandchild Chloe a better future. My flight will be in December. I don't know if you approve of this, and I don't really have a choice, but I would really appreciate it if you could give me a sign if this is truly meant for me, if I am really destined to work abroad." Saying those words out loud felt natural, like I was talking to someone who could hear me, someone who still cared. I wasn't demanding anything. I was simply asking for guidance, the way I had always done when she was alive. About half an hour later, my family arrived home. I casually mentioned to my mother that she had left her room light on earlier. My brother overheard me and immediately reacted with surprise. He said, "What are you talking about? That's impossible. Mom's room light hasn't been working for a year now. I've tried to fix it, but it still doesn't work." My mother agreed with him right away, confirming that the light had indeed been broken for a long time. Hearing that made my chest tighten. I knew what I had seen. I knew the light had been on. The realization sent a chill through me that I couldn't ignore. My mother then approached me with a serious expression. She handed me a newspaper and said, "Apple, you need to see this." She pointed to an article and explained that it caught her attention because I had told her about my interview for that specific country. As I read the article, my hands began to tremble. It described how workers on that exact island were being mistreated. It talked about terrible living conditions, dirty accommodations, poor food, employers withholding wages and passports, and people being trapped in situations they couldn't easily escape. Each word felt heavier than the last. Fear settled into my stomach as I read, because this wasn't a distant story anymore. This was directly connected to the future I was planning for myself and my daughter. I felt terrified, not only by what I read, but by how everything seemed to line up. I told my mother about the conversation I had earlier, about how I had asked my grandmother for a sign. My mother looked at me quietly, and then said something that made the moment even more unsettling. She told me that she hadn't bought a newspaper in a long time, weeks at least, and that she didn't know why, but that day she suddenly felt an urge to buy one. She couldn't explain it. It was just a feeling. Hearing that made my skin prickle, because it felt like too many coincidences stacked on top of each other. After thinking it through, I decided not to go. I chose to turn down the opportunity, even though it meant giving up a chance that could have changed my life financially. The fear was too strong, and the signs felt too clear to ignore. In my heart, I believed that my grandmother was still watching over me, still protecting me in the way she always had. I felt that she didn't want me to go because she knew I wouldn't be safe there. Whether it was coincidence, intuition, or something beyond explanation, I chose to listen. Even now, when I look back on everything that happened, I feel a mix of gratitude and awe. Gratitude because I believe I was protected, and odd because the connection I felt to my grandmother didn't end with her death. It transformed, became quieter, more subtle, but still present. I don't tell this story to convince anyone of anything. I tell it because it's part of who I am, part of how I understand love, loss, and guidance. My grandmother cared for me when I was helpless, and in the moments when I needed direction the most, it felt like she was still there, reminding me that I was never truly alone. When I was around 12 or 13 years old, I already had someone who could be called a suitor, even though at that age I didn't really understand what that meant in the same way adults do. Looking back now, it feels almost strange to say it, because I was still a kid, still focused on school, family, and whatever small worries children have, and the idea of being in a relationship was far from my mind. But in our culture, even young crushes can become a big deal when other people notice them, and that's exactly how it started. The boy was my housemate's cousin. I'll call him Raymond, because I honestly don't remember his real name anymore, but the feeling of the story has stayed with me even if the exact details are blurred. They were both from Baikal, and at the time he was working in Manila. He was older than me, maybe 16 to 18, and even though that age gap feels huge now when I think about how young I was, back then it was treated like a normal thing that sometimes happens in neighborhoods and families where people meet through relatives and household connections. One day, he came to visit his cousin, our housemaid, who I'll call Janet. He saw me, and according to Janet, that was the moment he became interested. It wasn't like a dramatic confession. It was more like he suddenly started asking about me, noticing me, wanting reasons to come around. Janet introduced us, and he tried to act friendly and charming the way older boys do when they want to impress a girl. But I was very young, and I didn't take it seriously at all. It didn't feel romantic to me. It felt like something happening around me rather than something I was choosing. Even if I had been curious, there was still the reality of my grandmother, who was strict and protective. She would never have allowed me to have a boyfriend at that age. In her eyes I was still a child, and in many ways I really was. Still, Raymond kept coming back. He would call, he would visit, and he would show up often enough that it became a familiar routine. But there was one big limitation. My grandmother did not like visitors. She didn't want strangers coming into the house, and she was also afraid the visitors might get bitten by our dogs, because our dogs were protective and not the kind you casually walked past without warning. So Raymond never came inside. Instead, he got used to standing outside the house, usually near the gate, talking to Janet while she did her chores or took a break. I would sometimes catch glimpses of him from inside, or hear his voice outside, but it didn't matter much to me. I didn't feel flattered or excited. I just felt like it was something happening in the background of my life, like noise you'd get used to until you stopped noticing it. Then I started secondary school, and without any big goodbye or explanation, he stopped calling and stopped visiting. I didn't care much. I didn't feel heartbroken or confused, because I hadn't been emotionally invested in the first place. Around the same time, Janet went back to Baikal and never returned to our house. We assumed she had settled there, maybe got married, maybe found a different life. It wasn't unusual for housemaids to leave and not come back. People move on. Work changes. Life continues. After a while, both Raymond and Janet became names that belonged to the past, not something I actively thought about. A few months after Janet left, something strange happened that I didn't understand at the time. It was night, and my family needed cola for dinner, so I went outside to buy some. It was one of those normal errands you do without thinking, stepping out into the evening air, walking quickly to the store, planning to return before anyone worries. When I was locking our gate behind me, I noticed a shadow across the street, standing in front of our house. It wasn't close enough for me to see details, and the lighting wasn't good, but I could tell it was a man just by the shape of his body. He looked tall, and his build seemed masculine, and what stood out was the way he was standing, as if his head was tilted downward, like he was looking at the ground. I stared at him for what felt like about a minute. I was trying to decide if I should be scared or if it was just a neighbor. But he didn't move at all. There was no shift, no step, no sign of him noticing me. He was just there, still and silent. In the end, I shrugged it off, because I didn't want to build fear from a simple shadow. I told myself it was probably someone resting, someone waiting, someone lost in thought. I walked to the store, bought the cola, and came back. When I returned, the shadow was gone. And because there was no dramatic ending to it, no chase, no voice calling my name, I pushed it out of my mind. It became one of those small weird moments you file away but don't think about often, because you don't have enough information to make it mean anything. 2 years passed. By then I was 16, and it was May, the time when our city holds its yearly feast. Every May, the streets feel different. There are gatherings, shows, people walking around at night, and different areas host events like beauty pageants, dance contests, and singing competitions. My friends and I would meet up at night to watch whatever was happening, moving from place to place, enjoying the noise and the lights and the sense that the whole city was awake. That year, we were watching a dance contest in a crowded area, surrounded by people, music, laughter, and the feeling of celebration. And then, in the middle of all that, I saw Janet. I recognized her right away. She saw me too, and we moved toward each other, surprised and happy the way people are when they run into someone from the past. We talked like we were catching up on lost time. She told me she was still working as a housemaid, just for a different employer now. I was glad to hear she was okay, and I expected the conversation to stay light and simple. But then she said something that made the noise around us fade for a moment, like the world narrowed down to her face and her words. She asked me, very directly, if I knew that Raymond had already passed away. I remember the shock hitting me like cold water. I said no, I didn't know anything, and I asked what happened. Janet told me that he had suffered from an illness, and that the illness took his life. The way she said it was plain, but the meaning of it wasn't. I felt chills travel through my body, the kind of chills that have nothing to do with temperature. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know what to feel at first, because Raymond had been a small part of my life, almost like a background character, and yet hearing that he was gone made the past suddenly feel heavy. It made me realize that even people we don't take seriously, even people we think are just passing through, have full lives and deep feelings that we may never understand. Then Janet added the part that truly shook me. She said that when Raymond was suffering, when he was already weak and getting closer to death, he kept looking for me. He wanted to see me. And according to her, until his last breath, he was still saying my name. Hearing that made my stomach drop. It made me feel sad, but also strangely guilty, because I suddenly imagined him in pain, still holding on to a feeling I didn't return, still reaching for a memory of me as if that memory was something that could comfort him. And it made me question things I hadn't questioned before, like whether the shadow I saw outside our house years earlier had been him. Whether he had come to look for me and I never realized it, whether he had stood there quietly and left without making himself known, because he didn't want to scare me or because he simply couldn't bring himself to call out. I couldn't prove that connection, but the timing and the feeling of it made my mind turn back toward that night at the gate, and the memory suddenly felt sharper than it had before. I didn't know how to process the sadness. I didn't know what words could undo what had already happened. I just knew that a person had carried my name with him into his final moments, and that fact alone made me feel the weight of being remembered. So all I could do was pray for his soul. I asked God to give him peace. I asked for forgiveness for the guilt I felt, even if I didn't do anything intentionally wrong. I hoped that wherever he wasn't suffering anymore, and that his spirit, if it lingered, could finally rest. Even now, when I think about him, the story doesn't feel like a love story in the usual sense. It feels like a reminder of how serious feelings can be, even when they come from someone we didn't notice enough, and how the past can leave small strange signs behind, like a shadow in the night, that only makes sense years later when someone tells you a truth you didn't expect. Back in 2005, my father became very ill, the kind of illness that doesn't come quietly or gently but instead takes over everything in your life, changes the rhythm of days and nights, and makes every conversation feel heavy before it even begins. His condition worsened so quickly that he was placed in the ICU, and from there, everything blurred together. Doctors spoke in careful tones, machines hummed and beeped constantly, and time stopped feeling normal. Technically, he was going in and out of a coma, drifting between moments of awareness and long stretches where his eyes stayed closed and his body seemed present but distant, like he was already halfway somewhere else. Every day we waited, hoping he would open his eyes and really come back, even just for a moment, and every day that hope grew thinner, stretched tight by fear and exhaustion. On the third day, I stood outside the ICU room during viewing hours. The curtains were pulled up so we could see inside, and I remember standing there staring at my father through the glass, trying to memorize his face, his shape, the way he lay there surrounded by tubes and machines. I couldn't stop crying. The tears just kept coming, heavy and uncontrollable, as if my body already knew something my mind wasn't ready to accept. There was this deep, aching certainty inside me, a feeling I couldn't explain, like I already knew what was going to happen even though no one had said the words out loud yet. As I stared at him, through the blur of tears, something strange happened. It was subtle but unmistakable. I saw what looked like a flash of light, very brief, and then something like white, cloud-like smoke began to come out of him. It wasn't thick like real smoke from a fire, and it wasn't random. It reminded me of those old magic shows where a magician waves a wand and suddenly there's a soft poof of smoke, except this felt slower, more deliberate, almost careful. What struck me the most was the shape. The white cloud didn't just drift aimlessly. It formed into something that looked almost like a person. Not detailed, not solid, but clearly shaped in a way that suggested a human form. And then, in a moment that is burned into my memory, it felt like it looked at me. I don't mean it had eyes or a face the way we understand them, but there was a sense of awareness, a sense of recognition, like it knew I was there and wanted me to see it. Then it moved, lifting and flowing away, as if it were leaving the room, leaving the space my father's body still occupied. Right after that, I felt something press against my shoulders, firm but not painful, like a pair of hands gently but insistently guiding me forward. Before I fully understood what was happening, I was being let into the ICU room. Everything felt unreal, like I was moving through water or through a dream. I stood beside my father's bed and cried harder than I ever had before. But as I looked at him up close, something felt different. I couldn't feel him there anymore. His body was still warm, still breathing with the help of machines, but the presence that made him my father, the thing that made him feel alive, was gone. It felt like I was looking at an empty shell, a body without the person who once filled it. And in that moment, deep down, I knew. While I stayed with him in the ICU, strange things began to happen almost immediately. People started saying they saw my dad in different places, fleeting glimpses that made no sense. At home, our washing machine mysteriously turned on and spin-dried clothes even though no one was near it, and no one had touched it. It wasn't broken, and it wasn't something that happened again later. It was just that one time, as if someone familiar was moving through the house, doing ordinary things out of habit, unaware or unconcerned that they no longer belonged to the physical world in the same way. All I felt during this time was dread, a heavy, sinking dread that wrapped around my chest and made it hard to breathe. I knew what was coming, and yet I felt completely helpless, unable to stop it, unable to change the course of what had already begun. My father passed away at midnight that same day. When my dad died, I was still at the hospital. My mother was at home. She was already frail, her body tired from age and illness, and I didn't have the heart to tell her immediately. I was afraid that the shock might take her too, that losing both of them at once would be more than her body could bear. So I waited, holding the truth inside me like something sharp and dangerous. That same night, while my mother was alone at home, something else happened. All the lights in our house suddenly went out. Not the whole neighborhood, not the nearby houses, just ours. The darkness came without warning. My mother later told me that in that moment, she felt like someone was beside her. The room grew cold, the kind of cold that doesn't come from weather but from absence. She felt a presence lean close, and then she felt a kiss, gentle and familiar, like the kind my father used to give her. And then it was gone. The lights went out 3 times that night, always only in our house, as if something was trying to announce itself, to make sure she noticed, to let her know she wasn't alone. The day after my father was buried, the house felt unbearably quiet. It was just me and my mother there. She stayed in the bedroom, drained and grieving, and I went into the living room, needing space to breathe. I lay down on the sofa, the same spot where my father's coffin had been placed during the wake. That place still felt heavy with memory, with prayers, with tears. As I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to calm my racing thoughts, I felt something touch me. It was soft and slow, fingers moving gently through my hair, stroking it the way my father used to when I was younger, the way he did when he wanted to comfort me without words. I froze. I didn't feel afraid. I felt overwhelmed, like my heart was too full for my chest. In that moment, I knew I wasn't imagining it. The touch felt real, intentional, loving. That experience became proof to me, proof that when we leave this world, something of us continues. I became certain that there is a soul, something that survives the body and carries with it memory, emotion, and love. I also came to believe that when people pass, they are given a few days to wander, to linger, to say goodbye in their own way before finally moving on. And even after that, I believe that every now and then, the souls of those we love are allowed to visit us, not to frighten us, but to reassure us, to remind us that the bond we share didn't end with death. Before the 40th day after my father passed, I had a dream that stayed with me in a way few dreams ever have. In the dream, my father spoke to me. He told me to be good, his voice calm and steady, the way it used to be when he gave advice. He said he was going and that he wouldn't be able to visit me anymore. What made the dream so powerful wasn't just what he said, but where we were. We stood in the middle of a wide desert, endless and quiet, stretching in every direction. In the center of that vast emptiness was a single tree, standing alone. The sky looked like twilight, that moment between day and night where everything feels balanced and still, not fully bright, not fully dark. My father stood under that lone tree, peaceful, complete, like he belonged there. As we talked, I felt a strange calm wash over me. There was sadness, yes, but there was also acceptance. When I woke up, the image stayed with me. The desert, the tree, the fading light, my father's voice telling me not to be afraid. That dream made me believe that the afterlife isn't something to fear, that it isn't just darkness or nothingness. It felt like a place of transition, of understanding, a place where those who leave us finally rest. And even now, years later, when I think about my father, I don't only remember his illness or his death. I remember the white, cloud-like shape leaving his body, the lights going out in our house, the gentle kiss my mother felt, the hand stroking my hair, and the dream of him standing under that tree at dusk. All of it together shaped what I believe now, that love doesn't end when life does, and that sometimes, if we are quiet enough and open enough, we are allowed to feel that love one last time before it fades into memory. One experience that still stays with me, no matter how many times I try to explain it logically, happened one ordinary workday when I went to the ladies' room in our office. And what makes it unsettling is not just what happened, but how normal and routine everything felt before it suddenly wasn't. It wasn't late at night, it wasn't during overtime, and it wasn't in a place already known for being creepy or strange. It was just a regular office restroom, the kind you use without thinking twice, the kind of place where nothing unusual is supposed to happen, and that is exactly why the memory still bothers me years later. The ladies' room in our office was small and poorly designed, and anyone who worked there long enough knew its little flaws. The main door itself was already a problem. It had been painted over so many times that the layers of paint had built up along the edges, making the door thicker than it was supposed to be. Because of that, it never quite fit the door jamb properly. Opening it always took effort. You couldn't just push it gently. You had to pull or push with a bit of force, and when it finally gave way, it made a loud, unmistakable slamming noise. On top of that, the door had a faulty closing mechanism. You couldn't control how it closed. After being opened, it would resist for a moment, then suddenly release air and slam shut on its own. Anyone entering or exiting the restroom would always make noise, whether they wanted to or not. It was impossible to slip in or out quietly. Inside the restroom, there were only 2 cubicles. Just 2. The room itself was very small. There was one sink, a mirror above it, and barely enough space to stand comfortably if more than 2 people were inside. It was the kind of room where you were always aware of who else was there, because you could hear everything. The cubicle doors were held shut by metal barrel locks, the kind that make a very distinct clicking sound when you slide them open or closed. Every time someone locked or unlocked a cubicle, you heard it clearly. There was no way to miss it. Over time, that sound became familiar, almost comforting in its predictability. Lock clicks, footsteps, the main door slamming, the sound of water running in the sink, all of it blended into a pattern your mind recognized without effort. On that particular day, I went to the ladies' room like I always did. When I reached the door, I had to struggle with it as usual. I remember pulling it open with some effort, feeling the resistance, then hearing the familiar loud sound as it finally moved. I stepped inside, and behind me, the door slammed shut the way it always did. That sound echoed briefly in the small space. Immediately, I noticed that one of the cubicles was closed. That was important. One cubicle was clearly occupied, because the door was shut. In that restroom, a closed cubicle almost always meant someone was inside. There were no out of order signs, no reason for a cubicle to be closed unless someone was using it. So I naturally assumed I wasn't alone. I went into the other cubicle, the one next to it, and locked the door behind me. I did what I came there to do, without any sense of urgency or fear. Everything felt normal. I could sense the presence of the other person, not because I saw her, but because that's how small spaces work. You are aware when someone else is nearby, even if they're silent. As I reached for tissue paper, I realized there was none. The dispenser in my cubicle was empty. This wasn't unusual either. It happened often enough that everyone in the office had gotten used to a simple solution. You asked the person in the other cubicle for tissue. It didn't matter if you knew them or not. It was an unspoken rule. You help each other out. So, without thinking twice, I spoke out loud in a normal, polite tone and said, "Miss, could you kindly hand me some tissue?" I wasn't whispering. I wasn't shouting. I was speaking the way people normally do in restrooms when they need something. Almost immediately, I heard a response. A female voice answered, "Sure." The reply was clear, calm, and completely ordinary. There was nothing strange about it. It sounded like any other office worker, maybe someone my age, maybe someone older, but definitely a woman. Right after that, I heard the familiar sound of the tissue dispenser from the other cubicle. That sound is very specific. It's a light rattling noise as the tissue is pulled out. Then, from the gap at the bottom of the cubicle wall, a hand appeared, holding out a few sheets of tissue paper toward me. I remember noticing the hand because it was such a normal, practical gesture. It didn't linger. It wasn't shaky. It just extended far enough for me to reach. I took the tissue and said, "Thank you so much." Again, my voice was normal, appreciative, and relaxed. The woman replied, "No problem." The exchange felt casual and human, the kind of small interaction you don't think about afterward. If someone asked me at that moment whether anything felt off, I would have said no. Everything made sense. There was another woman in the restroom. She had tissue. She helped me. End of story. I continued what I was doing, feeling relieved that the problem had been solved. A few moments passed. Then I started to notice something subtle. The other cubicle had gone completely quiet. At first, that didn't bother me. People don't always make noise. But as time passed, the silence became noticeable. In such a small space, silence stands out just as much as sound. I became aware that I couldn't hear any movement from the other cubicle. No shifting of feet. No rustle of clothing. No sound of the lock being moved. Nothing. By the time I was almost finished and had started fixing my clothes, I felt a small twinge of unease. It was the kind of feeling you get when something doesn't match the pattern your mind expects. I thought maybe she was just taking her time, so to be polite, I spoke again and said thank you to her one more time, just out of courtesy. This time, there was no response. No. You're welcome. No sound at all. That's when my concern grew. It wasn't fear yet, just confusion. I wondered if maybe something had happened to her. Maybe she wasn't feeling well. Maybe she fainted. Maybe she dropped something and was busy dealing with it. The lack of response felt wrong, because she had answered me so clearly before. I knocked on the wall between our cubicles a few times, not aggressively, just enough to get her attention. There was no answer. No movement. No sound. At that point, I felt uneasy enough that I decided to step out of my cubicle and get help if needed. I unlocked my own cubicle door, and the metal barrel lock made its usual clicking sound. I opened the door and stepped out into the restroom. As soon as I did, I turned my head toward the other cubicle. And that's when my stomach dropped. The cubicle she had supposedly been in was wide open. The door was fully open, not slightly ajar, not halfway, but clearly open, as if no one had been there at all. There was no one inside. No feet. No shadow. No sign that anyone had just left. I looked around the entire restroom, even though it was obvious there was nowhere else to look. The room was empty. Completely empty. I was alone. I stood there frozen for a moment, my mind scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. My first thought was that maybe she had left very quickly. But that thought immediately fell apart when I remembered the details. The cubicle door had a metal barrel lock. There is no way to open or close it without making that distinct clicking sound. I never heard it. Not once. The main restroom door was even more impossible to ignore. Opening it always took effort, and closing it always resulted in a loud slam because of the faulty mechanism. I never heard the door open. I never heard it slam. There was no sound at all that would indicate someone leaving. Then there was the size of the room. There were only 2 cubicles and 1 sink. That was it. There was no corner to hide in, no extra stall, no storage area. You couldn't even fit 5 people in there at the same time. If someone was inside, you would know. If someone left, you would hear it. There was simply no physical way for another person to vanish from that space without making a sound. I stood there replaying the entire sequence in my head, over and over. I remembered opening the main door and hearing it slam. I remembered seeing 1 cubicle closed. I remembered hearing her voice answer me. I remembered the sound of the tissue dispenser. I remembered the hand reaching out under the partition. I remembered her saying, "No problem." None of those things felt imagined. They felt solid, clear, and real. And yet I was alone. To this day, that is what baffles me the most. Not just that there was no one there, but that every logical explanation fails when you examine the details. It wasn't a case of mishearing something, because I heard her voice respond directly to me. It wasn't a case of mistaking a shadow or a sound, because there was a physical exchange of tissue paper. I held it in my hand. It wasn't a case of someone leaving quietly, because the design of that restroom made quiet movement impossible. And it wasn't a case of someone hiding, because there was nowhere to hide. I left the restroom shaken, trying to act normal, trying not to draw attention to myself. I didn't tell anyone right away, because I knew how it would sound. I knew people would laugh, or suggest I imagined it, or tell me I was overthinking something simple. But even as I tried to brush it off, the memory stayed sharp. Every time I used that restroom afterward, I became more aware of the sounds, the locks, the door, the way everything echoed. And every time, the same thought returned to me: there is no way she could have been there, and then simply disappeared. What unsettles me most is how ordinary the interaction was. There was nothing threatening about it. The voice wasn't strange. The hand wasn't cold or distorted. The conversation was polite and brief. If something supernatural did happen, It didn't announce itself with fear or drama. It blended in perfectly with daily life, with habits and expectations, with the kind of small kindness people show each other without thinking. And maybe that's why it stayed with me, because it suggests that if something beyond our understanding exists, it doesn't always come wrapped in terror. Sometimes it comes in the most familiar form, asking for nothing more than to hand over a piece of tissue, leaving you only with questions long after it's gone. We were just an ordinary family renting a small apartment somewhere in Quezon City before we were finally able to buy our own permanent home in Fairview years later. Back then, during my high school days, we were still living in that rented place in the Luna. It wasn't big or fancy, but it was home. The walls were thin, the staircase creaked, and you could hear the neighbors clearly if they were cooking or talking late at night. Life was simple. We didn't have much, but we were content. It was in that apartment where I truly understood what the phrase, "to see is to believe," meant, not as some deep philosophy, but as something very personal and unforgettable. The incident happened late at night, around 2 or 3 in the morning. That was a normal hour for me to wake up briefly. Sometimes I would get up to use the bathroom or drink a glass of water before going back to sleep. That night felt no different at first. I woke up feeling half asleep and groggy, my mind still floating between dreams and reality. Instead of going all the way to the CR, I noticed the areola near the room. It was something my mother and sister used at night, a habit they picked up from my grandmother, who believed it was more convenient during late hours. Because I was still very sleepy, I decided to use it instead of walking to the bathroom. As I stood there, still barely awake and in the middle of peeing, something caught my eye. At the corner near the staircase, I noticed a strange gathering of light. At first, I didn't think much of it. Our neighbor's kitchen window was positioned in a way that sometimes light would reflect into our space, especially if they were awake cooking or washing dishes. I assumed it was just that. I didn't want to fully wake myself up by overthinking it. I kept telling myself it was just light from next door. Still curious, I lifted my head slightly and looked toward the window of the other room where my mother and sister were sleeping. Below that window was our neighbor's kitchen. If there was light coming from there, I should be able to see it clearly. But when I looked, my heart skipped. The kitchen was completely dark. There were no lights on. No movement. Nothing. The realization hit me instantly and pushed the sleepiness out of my body like cold water. I quickly turned my head back to where I had seen the strange light. By then I was wide awake. I hurried to finish what I was doing, my focus no longer on the areola but entirely on that bright formation. The light was still there, glowing softly but clearly at the corner near the staircase. It wasn't flickering like a bulb or reflecting like a passing car. It was steady. It felt like it was gathering itself. Then, right before my eyes, the light began to take shape. Slowly, it formed into the figure of a woman. She looked like she was wearing white. Her hair appeared long, falling down around her shoulders. The figure wasn't blurry or fast-moving. It was clear enough for me to distinguish the outline of a female form. My curiosity overpowered my fear for a few seconds, and I stared at it deeply, trying to understand what I was seeing. My brain was racing for a logical explanation, but none came. Then something else struck me. My sister had once told me about seeing a lady in white when she was home alone. I remember brushing it off back then, thinking she was exaggerating or just trying to scare me. But as I stood there staring at that glowing figure, I suddenly realized it looked exactly like the lady she had described. The thought sent chills down my spine. As if sensing that I was fully aware of her, the figure slowly lifted its head and looked directly at me. I cannot fully explain what that moment felt like. My entire body reacted at once. Goosebumps covered my arms. A cold sensation ran through my back. My hands trembled so badly that I almost dropped the areola right where I was standing. It felt like time froze for a few seconds. There was no sound. No movement. Just that silent stare between us. Fear finally took over. Instead of running back to my room, I rushed straight into my mother and sister's room. I didn't even bother to explain at first. I just lay down on the floor near their bed and covered my eyes with a pillow, as if hiding would make it disappear. My mother woke up and noticed how strangely I was acting. She asked me what was wrong, her voice still heavy with sleep. All I could say, over and over, was, "Me molto! Me molto! Me molto!" I kept repeating that there was a ghost. I couldn't form any other sentence. My mother, trying to calm me down, handed me a blanket and told me to relax and go back to sleep. She didn't scold me or laugh at me. She just told me to rest. I stayed there on the floor for a while, afraid to look up, afraid to move. Eventually exhaustion won, and I fell asleep in their room. The next morning, when the sunlight filled the apartment, and everything looked normal again, I told my sister what I had seen. I described the light, the shape, the white dress, the long hair. Instead of acting surprised, she simply looked at me and said, "To see is to believe." She didn't sound scared. She sounded like she had been waiting for me to understand. After that night, something inside me changed. I became more alert, more observant, especially during late hours. I paid closer attention to sounds, lights, and shadows. I didn't obsess over it, but I never forgot what I saw. That experience removed the comfort of disbelief from my life. Before that, ghost stories were just stories. After that, they felt possible. Even now, years later, I can still picture that glowing figure near the staircase. I can still remember how the light gathered, how it slowly shaped itself into a woman dressed in white, and how it lifted its head to look at me. I don't claim to understand what it was or why it appeared. I only know that I saw it with my own eyes, fully awake, fully aware. And sometimes, that is enough to make you believe that there are things in this world that exist quietly in the corners, waiting for the moment when someone finally notices them. Over the last few months it has felt like spirits have somehow popped in to my life again, and I can't pretend I haven't wondered whether I accidentally opened a door myself, because I did start thinking about the whole topic again, even if it was mostly in the background of my mind, and at the same time there were a few not so nice things happening around me that I had to deal with and cope with. And when life gets stressful like that, it's almost like the mind becomes more sensitive, like you start noticing every sound and every shift in the air, and you start connecting patterns you normally would ignore. And for me, this sensitivity has always been tied to the spiritual side of things, because I've had many contacts in the past, then for a long time nothing at all, then one unpleasant incident, then calm again. And now these small strange moments that don't feel like my old dramatic experiences but still feel odd enough that they keep repeating in my head. In the past I had a lot of contact with spirits, like an ongoing thing for a long time, and then there was a period where everything went silent and normal, like I had finally stepped out of that world, and I could focus on daily life without constantly feeling watched or nudged or distracted. And I honestly enjoyed that peace, especially once I had a family and young children in the house, because no matter how curious I might be by nature, I don't want my kids to grow up in an environment where strange presences are part of their routine or where they feel unsafe or frightened by things they don't understand. And I also don't want to bring any kind of attention or negativity into the home, because I've already seen what can happen when a haunting attaches itself to someone in a family, and I don't want to go through that again, not for me and certainly not for them. Some months ago, there was one particular unsettling thing, a kind of haunting that felt rattling and heavy, and I dealt with it the way I always have dealt with those things, through contact and cleansing and whatever else I had learned over the years. And after a few weeks everything went back to normal again, the way it sometimes does when you do the right steps, and once it felt calm I decided I was done. I stopped all active contact completely. I stopped reaching out, I stopped being curious, I stopped asking questions, and I focused on living a quiet life, because the truth is that even if part of me likes answers and likes exploring strange topics, the price can be too high when you have a family, and I wanted peace more than I wanted proof. For months after that it was calm, genuinely calm, and whether that was because nothing was there or because I had learned to close my eyes and block it out, I can't say for sure, but I felt normal, and my house felt normal, and the air felt normal, and that kind of normalness is precious when you have been through weird things in the past. Then, about 2 or 3 months ago, I did something that might sound small but might have mattered, because one day, almost randomly, I made a mental call to an old spirit friend, someone I had been in frequent contact with many years ago, and I did it for a very simple reason: curiosity. The kind of curiosity that sneaks up on you when life is quiet and you remember old chapters of your life and wonder whether they were real, whether the connection is still there, whether the being is still around, whether time changes anything on that side. And I didn't do it with any ritual or serious preparation. It was more like a thought directed outward, like me saying silently, "Are you still there? Can you hear me?" And the conversation that followed was brief and vague. It lasted only a couple of minutes. It didn't have the clear strength that our old contacts used to have. And because it felt so weak and unclear, I gave it up quickly and moved on, and I didn't attempt to contact him again. And I honestly forgot about it, because work was busy and family life was busy and my mind had plenty of ordinary problems to focus on. And yet weeks later things started getting interesting again in a way that felt connected, not because I have proof but because that is how the human mind works. It notices timing, it notices sequences, it notices when one thing follows another. And even if part of me tries to say it's coincidence, another part of me keeps returning to that small mental call, and thinking maybe that was enough to stir something up. The first things that started happening weren't huge, they were minor, but they were specific, and what made them unsettling is that they were familiar, like they were using the sounds and voices of my own household, like they were borrowing the shapes of daily life to show themselves without showing themselves. For example, there were times when I was completely alone at home, no wife, no kids, no visitors, and I would suddenly hear someone in the kitchen open the refrigerator, and not only that, I would hear a voice complaining about the lack of food, like someone standing there scanning the shelves and getting annoyed, saying things like, "Why is there no butter? Where is the milk? Why do we have no bread?" And then I would hear the fridge door close again, and the tone of the voice was exactly like my wife's tone when she's tired or busy and she opens the fridge expecting something and doesn't find it. And sometimes the voice sounded like my wife's sister instead, which has happened maybe 2 times so far. And every time it happened my first reaction was to assume I had simply forgotten someone was home, because the sound was so normal, so domestic, so everyday. And it's hard to explain how odd it is to feel your body react the way it would react to your wife's voice, and then realize you are alone and there is nobody who could have said those words. I would stop whatever I was doing, hold still, listen, and then I would check, and the kitchen would be empty, the house would be empty, the fridge would be closed, and there would be no evidence of anyone being there. Another time, I was sitting in the bedroom at my laptop, working, because my bedroom is also my working place and I sit facing the door so I can see the hallway if someone passes by. And while I was focused on the screen, I suddenly heard my wife outside calling for her sister to come into the living room. It was that specific calling voice people use when they want someone's attention across rooms, not a whisper or a faint sound, but a clear call, and it startled me because I thought I was alone at home. So I opened the door immediately to check what was going on, and when I looked out there was nobody, no wife, no sister-in-law, no kids, nothing. The house was empty but me, and I stood there for a moment feeling both confused and slightly embarrassed, because if anyone had been watching me they would have seen me react like someone had arrived, and then I would have looked silly just staring into an empty hallway. Sometimes, when I am completely alone at home and I'm in the bedroom or the kitchen or even on the toilet, I hear the front door close with the usual gentle closing sound, exactly like when one of my family members comes home and closes it carefully. And because it's such a familiar sound my mind automatically responds to it, like I prepare to greet someone, or I mentally shift from being alone to being in company. And then I realize there are no footsteps, no voices, no follow-up sounds, and when I check, the door is closed as it was before, and the house is still empty. Sometimes, when I'm sitting at my desk in the bedroom and my eyes are on the laptop, in the corner of my eye I can see someone moving in the living room, a figure walking from left to right towards the kitchen, and in that quick side view it looks like my wife, or sometimes my wife's sister, or sometimes just a person-shaped movement, and the strange thing is that the movement looks natural, like someone walking in a normal way. Not a flashing shadow or a dramatic blur, just a familiar body. passing through the space, and because it's in the corner of my eye it happens fast, like a quick glimpse, and I would immediately stand up and go to check, and again there would be nobody, no one in the living room, no one in the kitchen, no one anywhere, and the house would feel still and empty except for me. These things have happened maybe 5 or 6 times within the last 6 to 8 weeks, and the front door closing sound in particular keeps repeating, along with other familiar sounds in the living room that suggest someone has just arrived, and every time I have to go through the same mental process of reminding myself that I am alone, that there are no visitors, that the kids are not home, that my wife is not home, and that what I just heard cannot have happened in the normal way, and yet it sounded so normal that it's hard to dismiss it completely. The funny thing is that I am not truly terrified by it the way people might expect, because I have history with this topic and I've experienced much worse, and because these are minor happenings, not aggressive, not threatening, not like something trying to hurt anyone, but still, sometimes it naturally gives me the creeps, and sometimes it leaves me more puzzled than frightened. And most of the time I just shrug my shoulders and try to continue what I was doing, because if you react strongly, you feed it, and if you get obsessed you make your own life miserable, and I don't want that. At the same time, I am not stupid. I know the human mind can play tricks. I know that memory and expectation and stress and fatigue can shape perception, and I know that if you start thinking about spiritual beings again, you might start interpreting random noises as meaningful. So I don't rule out that in some cases my mind is filling in gaps, especially when the house is quiet and I am alone. Because loneliness changes how you hear things, and silence makes small sounds louder, and the brain is always trying to identify patterns, especially familiar patterns like the voices of your family. And still, even though I can accept that explanation for some moments, I don't believe it fits every single occasion, because there were instances where the voice sounded too clear, too specific, too much like a direct, normal sentence, and there were instances where the timing felt too perfect, like a fridge opening and a complaint and a fridge closing, all in the exact rhythm of a real person. And that's what makes it hard to fully dismiss. What keeps puzzling me the most is the pattern that these minor things happen only when there is nobody else in the house but me, and I mean truly nobody, no wife, no sister-in-law, no kids, no guests, just me alone in the rooms, and there is really nothing happening whenever any of the other family members are at home, not even when they are asleep and the house is quiet. Which is what you would expect if it were random house noises or some general presence. You would expect it to happen sometimes when others are around too, and yet it doesn't, and that makes me wonder if it is somehow connected to me specifically, like it targets my awareness, or like it knows I am the only one who would notice, or like it prefers to act when there are no other eyes and ears around. In the past I had issues with ghosts haunting some members of my family, and I hated it, I disliked it deeply, and even now I would not accept behavior like that, because it feels unfair and invasive, and it crosses a line, and I don't want anyone messing with my family's peace, so the fact that nothing happens when they are home almost feels like a boundary is being respected, or like whoever or whatever is behind it is choosing to keep it limited to me, and that's why one of my thoughts has been that maybe these happenings are a kind of message, like a quiet negotiation, like okay, we won't scare your family anymore, but if it's only you around, is it okay to contact you? And the more I think about it, the more I realize how strange it is to even frame it that way, because it assumes intention and intelligence behind the sounds, and it assumes a kind of awareness of my household rules, and I don't know if that's true. But the pattern makes it tempting to think so. Another possibility I have considered, even though it sounds crazy, is that maybe I am causing these sounds or movements myself in some kind of telekinetic way, like a pressure of emotion or thought that somehow affects the environment, because I don't want to pretend I know what is possible or impossible, and I have read enough and experienced enough to believe that people can affect things in ways they don't understand, especially under stress, and especially if they have history with paranormal sensitivity. But the truth is I never had abilities like that before, not in a clear way, and I don't have any desire to develop them, so it feels unlikely. And yet it remains in the back of my mind as a possibility, because if the events happen only when I'm alone, maybe it's something connected to my own state, my own focus, my own attention, my own energy, whatever word you want to use. Still, the simplest idea is that something is trying to get my attention again because I brought the topic back into my life on my own, and maybe even a random mental call is enough, like turning your head toward a sound in the dark, like acknowledging a presence, and once you acknowledge, you become visible again. And maybe that's why the minor happenings started weeks after, like a delayed response, like something drifting back into range. What makes me hesitate is that I've worked hard to create peace, and I have young children, and I don't want them pulled into anything, and I also don't want my wife's sister, or my wife, or anyone else to become a target for strange experiences again, because once a haunting starts affecting multiple people, it becomes stressful and exhausting, and it changes the atmosphere of a home, and I refuse to let that happen. That's why I stopped all contact about a year ago in the first place, because after those rattling experiences earlier, I decided that curiosity was not worth it, and calm was worth everything, and for a while it worked, and I had that calm. Now I'm at this point where these small things keep happening, and they are not big enough to feel like an emergency, but they are consistent enough to feel like a pattern, and I keep asking myself what the smartest response is, because in the past I used to respond without hesitation. I used to acknowledge, communicate, ask questions, sometimes even negotiate, and I was less worried because it was mostly just me. And my life had fewer people depending on me, but now I have a family and responsibilities, and every choice I make affects more than just me, and that makes me more skeptical and more careful, and I feel like I have to choose between two paths. Either I respond and risk opening the door wider, or I ignore and hope it fades on its own. The weird thing is I'm not even sure what respond would look like in this case, because it's not like I'm seeing full apparitions standing in the room asking me to talk. It's more like sounds and glimpses and familiar voices, like an imitation of my domestic life, and responding could be as small as saying out loud, "I hear you, stop doing this." Or it could be as big as actively contacting again, and I'm not sure either is wise. I also keep thinking about the specific type of manifestation, because it's almost always voices of people I know, like my wife or her sister, and that is a detail that makes me uncomfortable, because even if nothing bad is happening, mimicking a loved one's voice feels intrusive, like wearing someone else's face, and in my experience, if something uses imitation, it can be a trick, or it can be a test. Or it can be a simple method because it knows those are the sounds that will grab my attention fastest, but either way, it doesn't feel respectful, and I don't like it. At the same time, I admit that I sometimes find it almost absurd, like I will be working on my laptop and suddenly hear a familiar complaint from the kitchen about missing butter, and for a second it's almost funny, because it's such a normal complaint, such an everyday thing, and then the humor drops out when I remember I am alone. And that's when I feel that little crawling sensation on my arms. That natural creepiness that comes from being confronted with something you can't neatly explain. There is also the question of timing within a day, because it tends to happen when I'm alone and quiet, and those are often the moments when my attention is inward, when my mind is half on work and half on household concerns, and those are the moments when you can slip into a sort of tunnel focus, and I know it's possible that the brain can misinterpret sounds in that state, like a pipe settling or a neighbor closing a door, and turn it into something familiar, like my wife's voice, because our minds are wired to recognize voices and patterns, and the more I think about it, the more I realize I'm caught between two explanations that both feel partly true. One explanation is spiritual, that some presence is trying to touch my awareness again, and the other explanation is psychological, that my mind is primed to notice and create meaning in small sensory fragments because of my history and recent stress and my brief mental call, and maybe the truth is not fully one or the other, maybe it's mixed. Maybe it's like standing between two rooms with the door slightly open, hearing echoes and assuming they are voices. What I can say with certainty is that the experiences are real to me in the moment they happen, because I hear them and I react, and then I'm left with the empty house and the lingering feeling. And that's what makes it so difficult to decide what to do. The idea that it might be a message is something I keep circling back to, because of that consistent rule that it happens only when I am alone, and I can't ignore how much that feels like an intentional choice, like a being that has learned my boundaries and is respecting them, and part of me wants to reward that by acknowledging gently, Like saying, I notice you, but you are not welcome to disturb my family. And if you want my attention, you must be calm and respectful. And then another part of me thinks even that kind of response is risky, because it can be taken as permission, and in my past experiences, once something feels permission, it can escalate, and then it becomes harder to shut down, and I don't want that, not again. I also think about my old spirit friend, the one I called mentally 2 or 3 months ago, and I can almost surely rule out that he is behind all of this, because my gut tells me it's different, and with him, contact always had a certain signature, a certain way of arriving, a certain timing and tone, and he would know exactly how to reach me if he needed to. And in the past it was always difficult for him to produce noises or physical movements, or sensations like doors and footsteps, so these fridge sounds and door closings and voice mimicry don't match him, and the more I observe it, the more it feels like a different kind of thing, maybe something closer to the house itself, or something drawn to the household energy, or something that simply likes to play with familiar patterns. Still, I can't shake the thought that my brief mental call might have acted like a signal flare, not necessarily to him, but to the whole environment, like me turning my attention outward and saying, I'm listening again, and maybe whatever else is nearby heard that too. That's the main reason I've been cautious about doing any new contact, because I know how these things can start small, like a voice in the kitchen when you're alone, and then they can grow into stronger manifestations if you feed them with attention. And attention is easy to give even when you don't want to, because curiosity is a natural human response. I've found myself replaying each event like a detective, counting details. Like, did I definitely hear the fridge open? Did I hear the door close? Did I hear footsteps after? Was there any sound from outside that could have matched it? Was the neighborhood noisy? Did I have a window open? Was I tired? Was I stressed? And sometimes I can talk myself into a normal explanation, and then another event happens, and the normal explanation feels less satisfying, and I'm back to square one. What I want most is clarity and peace, but I also know that sometimes the more you chase clarity, the more you stir the water, and then you can't see anything at all, and that's why for months after my earlier cleansing I chose to ignore everything and live quietly, and it worked, and I want that again. At the same time, I can't pretend I don't feel a small pull, because in the past I did respond without hesitation, and there was something strange but meaningful in those contacts, like a sense of connection, like a reminder that the world is larger than the routine of bills and work and chores. And I can understand why a part of me might unconsciously miss that, and might have reached out mentally for that reason, and might now be dealing with the consequences. But being a parent changes the calculation, because it's no longer just about what I can handle. It's about what is safe and stable for the people I love, and I don't want to be the reason my children wake up one night hearing footsteps in the hall, or hearing a voice call their name, or seeing something move in the corner, because I know how such experiences can shape a child's sense of safety, and I don't want fear to live in my home. So I've tried, in my daily life, to treat these events like minor glitches, to shrug them off, to avoid dramatic reactions, to keep my mind focused on practical things, to avoid feeding it with emotion, and when it happens I will sometimes pause, listen, and then simply continue what I'm doing, almost like I'm communicating through non-reaction, like saying, I'm not interested, this is not a conversation I'm having. And sometimes that feels like the best approach, because it keeps the boundary strong. But then there are moments when I wonder if the better approach would be a clear, firm boundary said out loud, not a conversation, not an invitation, just a statement. Like, whatever this is, you are not welcome to use my family's voices. You are not welcome to mimic them, you are not welcome to disturb the house, and you must leave. And then I worry that even saying that might be a form of engagement, and engagement is what I wanted to avoid. That's why I've been stuck, because every option feels like it could backfire if I'm wrong, and I don't want to gamble with my family's peace. In the end, the truth is I don't know for sure what is happening. And I can admit that openly, because guessing doesn't help, and what I can do is notice the pattern, notice that it happens only when I'm alone, notice that it uses familiar voices and familiar household sounds, notice that it doesn't seem aggressive, and notice that it started weeks after I briefly thought about contacting again. And then decide my response based on my priorities, which are peace and safety, not exploration. I also have to admit that sometimes, in a quiet moment when the house is empty and I hear that gentle front door closing sound, I feel that tiny spike of dread, not because I think something will attack me, but because it reminds me how helpless you can feel when you can't prove what's happening, and how strange it is to be the only witness, because if my wife were there and heard it too, I would feel more grounded. But since it only happens when I'm alone, it leaves me with this private confusion, like I'm carrying a secret I didn't ask for, and it also leaves me wondering why me? Why only me? Whether it's because I'm the one who once responded in the past, or because I'm the one who is sensitive, or because I'm the one who made that mental call, or simply because the mind notices more when it's alone. I've had previous issues about ghosts haunting members of my family, and I disliked it deeply, and I am still not willing to accept behavior like that, so if anything is lingering around, my main wish is that it stays away from them, and if these small events are some kind of testing or negotiating, then I want the result to be clear: no involvement of my family, no disturbance of the kids, no escalation. And preferably, no contact at all, because I have already lived that life and I know how easily it can take over your focus. That's why I stopped active contact about a year ago, and why I'm hesitant now, because even though the current happenings are minor and more confusing than scary, I know how quickly the line between minor and major can dissolve once attention and curiosity feed it, and I don't want to be pulled back into a cycle of contact and cleansing and stress, not when I finally found a calmer life for myself and my loved ones. So I keep watching, I keep noting each event, I keep reminding myself to stay calm, and I keep asking myself whether the wisest path is to ignore completely and let it starve, or to set a firm boundary once and then return to ignoring. And all the while I also keep a small part of my mind open to the simplest explanations too, because sometimes what we call messages are our own brains playing tricks in silence. And sometimes what we call presences are just the house settling in our expectations filling in the rest. And if that's the case, then the best response is still the same: calm, routine, grounded living, not feeding fear, not feeding obsession, and keeping the home a place where the people I love can sleep peacefully. Because whatever the truth is behind these small strange moments, peace is the one thing I'm not willing to sacrifice again. Years ago I went through something that still feels out of the ordinary no matter how many times I replay it in my head, and it happened during a period in my life when I was still courting the woman who would later become my girlfriend, back when her family was temporarily living again in their ancestral house in Cubale, on the eastern side of Manila. Because her father was having trouble with their business, and they had to move back into that old place for about a year. It was a house that had been empty for quite a while before they stayed there again, and it carried the kind of history you can feel even when no one is speaking about it, because people had lived and suffered there, and some of them had died there, including her grandfather who passed away in that same house, and years before that, one of their uncles had committed suicide there, and those were not just dramatic details in some old family story. They were the kinds of facts that made the house feel heavy in a way that was hard to describe, like certain walls had listened to too many arguments, too many regrets, too many silences. And even before anything happened to me personally, I had already heard enough stories to understand that the house had a reputation, that it was the kind of place where people would sometimes lower their voices when they passed certain rooms, where they would talk about odd noises and shadows as if those things were ordinary, and where the air itself seemed to have absorbed decades of bitterness and grief. My girlfriend's grandfather was the one who designed and built the house. He was an architect, not a famous one, but competent enough, and he had 8 kids and had been well-to-do early in life. But life had also been harsh to him, because I was told he had been orphaned early and lost the family fortunes and had to rebuild everything from nothing, and the way my girlfriend's father told it, the granddad had become very bitter about that, and that bitterness didn't just disappear with time, it seeped into the family, so that many of his children, including my girlfriend's dad, grew up with their own resentments about family, about wealth, about what was taken and what was owed. And when you hear that kind of background, you start to imagine the emotional storms that must have passed through that home over decades, the quiet coldness that can grow when people feel cheated by life. And I remember thinking even then that a house like that isn't just wood and cement, It's like a container. It holds moods and patterns. It becomes a place where certain feelings return easily because they were repeated there so often. Structurally, the house itself was a 2-story construction that used to sit on a sprawling lot of around 3,500 square meters. But over the years the land was sold piece by piece. 500 square meters here, another 1,000 there. Until the property no longer felt like an estate and more like a squeezed-in relic surrounded by modern buildings. And the house was renovated several times as well, so that rooms that used to exist were closed off, hallways were cemented shut, doorways were left without doors, and there were parts of the house that seemed to lead to nowhere, which made it feel like a place with secret gaps and dead ends even when everything was normal. It even used to have a basement. And the basement had been the room of the uncle who committed suicide, but eventually the basement was filled with cement because it was unused and always flooded when it rained. And yet to this day there was still a door in a wall with steps going down, a doorway that promised a room that no longer existed, and something about that detail always bothered me, because it felt like the house had sealed a wound but left the scar visible. Outside, the unusual layout continued, because the house had a 4-car driveway that cut into the center of the property, and other houses and buildings beside it towered over it so that the ancestral home was always dark from the shadows being cast by the surrounding modern structures, and the whole place felt tucked out of view, hidden in a neighborhood that had moved on while it stayed behind, like a big old creature crouched in the shade. One night, my girlfriend and I were in that driveway chatting the way lovers do, although we weren't officially together yet at the time, just hovering around that line where feelings are obvious but the label hasn't been spoken. And we were standing in the middle of the driveway behind her car, talking softly because it was late, and the quiet had that special quality of early morning quiet in the city. When the world is not fully asleep but the noise is thin and distant, and it was around 1 or 2 in the morning when our attention drifted toward an old mango tree that stood behind the lot of her house, and we started joking like people do when they're trying to scare each other playfully. Teasing the idea of a haunting the way you might tease the idea of something hiding in the dark. And we said things like, what if that tree is haunted? What if all of a sudden some ghost appears there? Or a monster? Or even just a pair of eyes staring at us from inside the branches? And we were laughing, half amused and half daring the night to respond. And right at that moment, the very moment the joke left our mouths, we both got chills so sharp and sudden that it was as if someone had poured cold water down our backs. We went quiet at exactly the same time, and it was strange because we didn't even need to ask each other what we felt. It was obvious in our bodies, in the way our shoulders stiffened and our breathing changed. And I felt goosebumps rise all over my arms and neck, a tingling that moved through my skin as if every hair was trying to stand up, and without saying much we both understood we were spooked. And the joke was no longer funny, and we decided it was time to call it a night as if we had suddenly remembered that we were standing in a place with too many stories and too much darkness. I walked her to the door, and because it was so late, and I was still commuting back then, I asked her permission to stay in her car in the driveway for a while, because it felt easier to sleep a few hours and travel early than to wait for a Jeep in Cubeo at that hour. And honestly there was another reason too, one I didn't say out loud, because even though I tried to sound casual and practical, I also felt this threatening sensation hanging around us, very real and very present, and a part of me believed that whatever had spooked us might bother her if I left, and if something had to be bothered, I preferred it to be me rather than her, which sounds dramatic but in that moment it felt like a protective instinct, like my body decided to take the risk for her. She hesitated of course, because she didn't really want me sleeping in the driveway. But I told her it was nothing, that I'd be fine, and I truly believed that, and I was dead wrong. I got into the car, closed the windows, folded down the driver's seat, and fell asleep face down, or at least I tried to, because within minutes something happened that I still find hard to classify as a dream in the normal sense, since it didn't feel like I was drifting into random images. It felt like my mind snapped awake while my body remained trapped. And suddenly I was caught in that horrible state where you can't move but you're aware. Like your consciousness is on but your muscles are locked, and in that half-sleep state I felt as if something was sitting on my chest, heavy and cruel, and I could hear it laughing at me, not a friendly laugh but a mocking laugh, as if it enjoyed the fact that I couldn't move, and in my mind's eye I could see it, not with my physical eyes, but with a clarity that made it feel real. And I could even see myself inside the car as if I were watching from somewhere above, and I watched the window tints go pitch black from the bottom upward, like darkness rising like ink in water, swallowing the glass. And all the while a terrible tingling sensation swept all over my body, like a buzzing or static crawling across my skin, and the thing seemed to read my thoughts as I thought them, taunting me with the exact fears I was trying to suppress, and the worst fear it teased was that it would go after my girlfriend once it was done with me. And that thought made the panic surge, because whatever was happening, I didn't want it to follow her, and the more I resisted, the more it seemed to enjoy it. In my mind I saw the creature clearly, and it looked short and fat, demonic, with sharp ears, sharp teeth, claws, and skin that looked burned, charred like something that had been in a fire, and I could hear its skin cracking with every movement, as if it was dry and broken, and it felt like it was perched on me, pinning me down while laughing, and I struggled to fight it off, to shove it away, but my body wouldn't obey, and the more I struggled the more helpless I felt. And that helplessness is what makes those episodes so terrifying, because it isn't just fear, it's the feeling that your own body has betrayed you, that your will is useless. Eventually I woke up for real, or at least I sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat, exhausted, and still feeling that lingering vibration in my nerves. And I checked myself and saw nothing, just the inside of the car, the faint lights outside, the normal darkness of the driveway. And I realized I had not even been asleep 15 minutes, and I tried to convince myself it was just a bad dream. The kind that happens when you're sleeping in an unfamiliar place, the kind that gets triggered by stress, or by the creepy jokes we had made, and I told myself to shrug it off, to laugh at my own nerves, so I lay back down again. But this time I decided to sleep on my back, as if changing position would change the outcome, and I tried to clear my mind, tried to focus on normal thoughts, tried to force calm into my breathing. But after some time, it started again, and the second time was worse because it felt more deliberate, more focused, and the presence was clearer in my mind, as if it had adjusted and came back stronger. I began hearing it again, and I could see its face looking at me in my mind's eye, close and cruel, and it felt like it was pressing against my chest again, heavy, and I tried to open my eyes to look at it. And when I opened my physical eyes I didn't see a creature sitting on me, but I did see something that frightened me in a different way. The window tints looked completely black, like I couldn't see anything outside, not even through the windshield, as if the world had been sealed away behind darkness. And that visual impression fed the panic, because it made the car feel like a locked box, like a coffin on wheels, and I knew I had to move, to get out, because whatever this was, staying still was making me vulnerable. So I tried lifting my head, moving my legs, grabbing the steering wheel for leverage, but I couldn't. My body felt pinned, and I tried to shout at the thing, tried to say I wasn't afraid, tried to force bravery into my voice even though fear was roaring through me, and I tried to recite a prayer, but I was also cursing at it at the same time, like my mind couldn't decide whether to beg God or to fight the creature. And finally, with a huge effort, I broke free and sat up, gasping, sweating, out of breath as if I had been running. And when I looked again, the windows were clear, and the night outside was bright enough to see the driveway and the outlines of the house, and nothing looked supernatural in the ordinary sense, and yet I could imagine the thing sitting in a corner of the car watching me, and when I looked toward where I felt it might be, nothing was there, but the threatening feeling stayed, and it stayed intensely, like my body was still in alarm, like a cat with all its hair standing up, and my skin was covered in goosebumps. From my arms to my back to my neck, even my scalp felt prickly, and my heart was racing so fast I could hear it, and the strangest part was that the goosebump sensation hadn't left me since the moment my girlfriend and I first got spooked by the mango tree. It had never fully faded, it was just as strong, and now it was stronger, as if the thing was literally beside me, invisible but close enough to touch. I couldn't stay in the car anymore, so I got out and walked down the driveway. And even as my feet hit the ground I felt like something followed me, like I could feel a presence shifting in my blind spots, and I was afraid, truly afraid. but I kept telling myself it was better for this thing to follow me than to disturb my girlfriend and her family inside the house, and that thought gave me enough courage to keep moving. Like a desperate kind of bravery that comes from wanting to protect someone else, and I could feel it circling me in the driveway, not in a way I could see, but in a way my nerves interpreted, like the air behind me felt charged, like my back was exposed, and I was terrified when I reached for the gate because I imagined it lunging at me from behind, and I moved as fast as I could to open it and get out, and once I was on the street, the fear eased slightly. As if distance from the house diluted the pressure, and for a moment I felt better, like I could breathe again. But then it popped back into my awareness, and the goosebumps returned in a wave, and I still felt followed, like it was 10 to 30 feet behind me, and every time I looked back there was nothing, no figure, no shadow, no person walking, but in my mind's eye I could see it completely, vivid and detailed as if my imagination had become a camera, and that is what frightened me most. Because the image didn't feel like something I was inventing on purpose, it felt like it was being pushed into my head, like a clear picture forced into my thoughts. And the creature had legs that bent backward like an animal's, but it wasn't hooved. It had feet with sharp claws for toes, claws for fingers, a sharp tongue, sharp teeth, pitch black eyes, and burned skin, and seeing that image so clearly actually shocked me, because it was grotesque in a way my normal imagination doesn't naturally produce, and it carried a feeling with it, like menace, like hunger, like mockery. I took the first jeep I saw without even reading where it was going, because in that moment I didn't care about direction, I cared about being around other people, because crowds and movement make you feel safer, and as I sat in the jeep I felt grateful for the noise and the presence of strangers, and the goosebumps went down a bit, and I tried to calm myself, tried to tell myself that maybe this was just a figment of my imagination. Maybe the stress and the creepy house and the late hour and the sudden fright had triggered some kind of sleep paralysis episodes, and I tried to reason with myself, but then another part of me argued back, saying if it's just imagination, why am I so deeply afraid of it in a way that feels physical? Why does my body react as if it's real? Why does the fear come in waves like something is near? And I tried to keep the creature out of my mind, tried to focus on the passing streetlights and the chatter of passengers, because I was moving and I was going home and I kept telling myself it would end once I was away from that driveway. But when I got out of the jeep, I swear the goosebumps came back like a sudden cold gust, as if the moment I stepped out into quieter air the thing's presence snapped back into place, and I started wondering how far it was going to follow me, because the fact that I had ridden the wrong jeep meant I still had to walk about a quarter of the way to my house, and as I walked, the goosebumps followed, and the feeling of being tracked returned. And this time it felt like it was keeping distance, not right on top of me, but still there, like a predator shadowing from behind. When I reached my gate I fumbled with the key, got inside, and locked the doors quickly, and the moment the lock clicked I felt a small relief. But it was not full relief, because I could still feel the thing outside, as if it had walked into my driveway and was staring at me through the window, and I didn't even want to stand near the glass, so I stayed in the center of the room, pulled up a chair, turned on the television, and watched until morning, not even because I cared what was on, but because the TV noise made the room feel lived in and protected, like sound could push back the silence where fear grows, and for good measure I called my pet dog to sleep on my lap, because holding the warm weight of a living animal grounded me, reminded me that my home was real, my body was real, and I wasn't completely alone with whatever my mind was experiencing. I could still feel watched until the sun rose, and only when daylight came did the fear begin to vanish, not all at once, but gradually, like fog lifting, and when my mom came down the stairs for breakfast and asked me why I was still awake, I just told her I couldn't sleep, because how could I explain any of this without sounding insane? A few hours later my girlfriend called, and it was one of those calls where you can tell immediately from the tone that the other person has been holding something in, because the first thing she said, and the first thing I said too, almost at the same time, was some version of "Did you feel that last night?" And the fact that we both started there made my skin prickle again, because it meant it wasn't only in my head. At least not in the simple way, because she told me she got spooked at the exact same moment I did, right when we joked about the mango tree, and she said she had trouble sleeping and felt scared the whole night, and she was afraid to go out of the house or look at the driveway or even look out the window, and she told me again that she didn't want me sleeping in the car, but she didn't know what else to do, and as we talked we both admitted that we were rational, educated people. Not the type to build ghost stories out of nothing, and yet neither of us could explain what we felt that night, that sudden shared chill, that heavy sense of threat that arrived like a switch being flipped. Even now I still don't know whether I imagined the entire experience or not, and I know it's possible that what happened in the car could be explained by sleep paralysis and fear feeding fear, because sleep paralysis can create vivid images and feelings of pressure on the chest, and the mind can invent horrible shapes to match the terror, and yet the part that keeps me stuck is how physical and continuous it felt. The way the goosebumps and the threat sensation started before I ever slept. Right at the mango tree, and then followed me through the night as if something had latched onto my attention, and the way my girlfriend independently felt the same shift at the same moment, and when I retell the story even now, years later, I still get the same goosebumps, like my body remembers it, like the memory has a built-in echo of fear, and the image of that charred, demon-like entity still comes back too clearly, sharp teeth, clawed fingers and toes, burned skin, bald head, and eyes so black they looked like holes, and I remember thinking I have never seen eyes that dark, not even in nightmares, and the fact that it still feels vivid makes me wonder whether my mind created it or received it. Later on, when I read up on ghosts and Filipino folklore, I came across descriptions of creatures that sounded uncomfortably similar to what I had experienced, and I learned about beings called batabat, which are described as vengeful wraiths that inhabit trees and come down to suffocate people in their sleep. And the way the stories describe them, they can attach themselves like parasites, sometimes leaving their tree to follow people and inhabit another tree near a different house. And I remember reading that and feeling a cold recognition, because it connected to the mango tree, to the timing, to the sleep attack, to the chest pressure, and even to the sense of being followed. And it made me wonder whether the old stories exist for a reason, whether they are cultural metaphors for sleep paralysis, or whether they are cultural warnings about something real that people encountered and described the only way they could. I still don't know what to believe, because I don't want to pretend certainty where I don't have it, and part of me remains skeptical, and yet another part of me can't dismiss it completely because since then, other strange things have happened to me too, felt and sometimes seen, not always as intense, not always as terrifying, but enough to keep that door of possibility cracked open in my mind. And none of those later occurrences ever scared me the way this one did. Nothing has ever matched that level of threat, and I hope nothing ever does, because that night taught me that fear can be more than a thought, it can be a full-body state, an animal alarm that takes over everything, and after that, whenever other strange episodes happen, they feel strange and shocking for a moment, and then they pass, like déjà vu, like a sudden glitch, and after a moment I can forget them, until the next time something odd happens. And I admit something else too, which is complicated to confess. Because sometimes I even like the experiences, not the terror, not the feeling of being hunted, but the idea that the world might be bigger than what we see, that there are layers of reality, that there are stories in old houses and old trees that are not just stories. And yet I also know that curiosity can be dangerous when it pulls you toward things that don't play by human rules. If I try to be fair to myself, I can say that maybe the entire chain began with a normal event, a shared chill sparked by suggestion, a psychological contagion between two people joking about ghosts, followed by an intense sleep paralysis episode in a creepy, unfamiliar setting, followed by adrenaline and fear shaping perception. And if that's the case, then it makes sense. And it's a tidy explanation that fits modern understanding. But if I try to be honest about how it felt from the inside, it did not feel tidy, it felt like an external pressure. Like something had noticed us when we joked and then responded, like a presence that became aware of our attention and fed on it, and the way it followed me away from the driveway and seemed to linger outside my home until sunrise felt like more than my imagination, even if I can't prove it, and maybe that is why the memory remains so strong, because it sits in that uncomfortable space between psychology and folklore, between rational explanation and primal intuition. I can still picture the driveway, Still picture the shadowed house surrounded by taller buildings. Still picture the mango tree in the back. Still remember the sudden wave of chills that shut our laughter off. Still remember how I tried to be brave and protective by sleeping in the car. Still remember the first attack and how my body refused to move. Still remember the mocking laughter and the sensation on my chest. Still remember the tint blackening illusion and the tingling all over my skin. Still remember the second wave when I slept on my back and the fear came stronger. Still remember stumbling out of the car as if I had escaped something. Still remember walking down the driveway with the sense of being circled. Still remember the street and the momentary relief. Still remember the thing's image snapping into my mind behind me like a horrible photograph. Still remember jumping into the first Jeep without caring where it went. Still remember the fear returning when I stepped out. Still remember locking my home and feeling watched from outside. Still remember sitting under the TV glow with my dog on my lap waiting for sunrise like a man waiting for rescue. And still remember the phone call with my girlfriend where both of us confirmed that we felt it at the same time. Maybe it was a bad, maybe it was something else, maybe it was nothing but the human mind colliding with an old place full of heavy stories and late-night suggestion. But whatever it was, it left a mark on me, and it became the standard by which I measure every later strange thing. Because after you have felt fear like that, most other weird experiences feel almost small, like sparks compared to a fire. And even now, when I think about old Filipino folklore, and the way elders warn you about trees at night, I find myself listening differently, not because I want to be superstitious, but because I have lived through one night where a simple joke about a tree seemed to invite something to answer back, and I still don't know what that answer truly was. The first time this experience began was during the summer of 2009, right when I had just gotten my very first job, and because it was my first real job I still carried that mix of excitement and nervousness every day, like I was proud that I was finally earning my own money but at the same time scared that I might make mistakes and embarrass myself. And my position was simple, at least on paper, because I worked as an encoder, the kind of work where you sit for long hours entering data, checking details, and making sure every number and every letter is correct. And since I was new, our supervisor gave all the new hires a shifting schedule so we could learn the routine from different angles and also get used to the heavy work during month end. And as the new guy I got assigned to the last shift, the one that ends near midnight, because in their minds it was the best way for a beginner to learn quickly. Since the last shift often meant you handled leftover tasks, urgent encoding, and the pressure of deadlines without too many people around, and my work location was in Cainta, Rizal, so I decided it would be easier and cheaper if I stayed at my uncle's house during weekdays and then went home to Fairview on weekends, because it was tiring to travel back and forth every day and I also had to save money. And at that stage of life, saving money mattered because the salary was not huge and everything felt expensive when you were just starting out, so my routine became very predictable. Work late, go to my uncle's place, wash up, sleep, wake up, go back to work, repeat. And because it was summer, the nights felt warm and thick and quiet in a way that made small sounds stand out, like the city slowed down but didn't fully sleep. And that quietness can make you feel peaceful one moment and uneasy the next, depending on what you hear. One particular night I timed out at the office around midnight, maybe 12 to 1 o'clock in the morning. And I remember that shift clearly because I was tired in that special way you get after staring at a screen and typing for hours, where your eyes feel dry and your shoulders feel heavy and your brain feels like it's still counting numbers even after you stop working. And the travel to my uncle's house was only about 10 minutes. So I didn't think much of it, I just wanted to reach the house, wash my face, brush my teeth, and collapse into sleep. And when I arrived I tried to be quiet because it was late and my uncle and cousins were already asleep. And I went to the kitchen area because the kitchen was near the laundry space and that's where I usually wash my face and brush my teeth at night. Mostly because it was convenient, and also because the bathroom sometimes felt too far when you were half asleep and just wanted to finish quickly. And while I was there, splashing water on my face and trying to wake myself up just enough to feel clean, something suddenly fell on the kitchen roof, and it wasn't a gentle sound, it was a clear thud, like something had dropped with weight, and at first I tried to stay calm and practical because there were normal explanations. It could be a cat jumping, it could be a fruit dropping from a tree, it could be some loose object. And I remembered that behind our neighbor's place there was an avocado tree, and avocado trees can drop fruit, especially if the wind moves the branches, so I told myself it was probably just that, and I went back to brushing my teeth. But just a few seconds after that thud I heard a sound that didn't match the fruit idea at all, because it sounded like a growl, like the growl of a dog, low at first, then rising. And the strange part was that it didn't sound distant, it sounded close. And then it became louder in a way that felt like it was moving nearer, like whatever made that sound was coming toward my direction, and the moment I realized that, my body reacted before my mind could fully reason it out, because I felt my stomach tighten and my scalp tingle, and without thinking too much I made a loud shushing sound and said, "SHHHHHHH," as if I was scolding a dog or a cat that had wandered somewhere it shouldn't be, and for a moment the sound stopped, and that pause made me hope it was nothing, that my voice had scared it away, and I tried to convince myself that I was imagining the growl. Because it was late and I was tired and alone in the kitchen, and sometimes tiredness makes you mishear things. But then a couple of minutes passed and I heard it again, and this time it was louder than before, and not only louder, it carried a roughness that made it feel more real, and I remember standing still with my toothbrush in my mouth, frozen for a second like I didn't want to move too quickly and provoke whatever it was. And in that moment all the small details of the kitchen became sharp, the dim light, the cool water on my face, the night air pressing against the windows, the quiet upstairs where my cousins slept, and I suddenly felt protective, not in a heroic way, but in a simple human way, because even though I was scared, the idea that something was outside making strange sounds made me think of my cousins sleeping and how vulnerable people are when they are asleep and unaware. I quickly finished washing up, not properly like usual but fast, like I was rushing through the motions just to get away from the kitchen. And then I went up to the room where my cousins were sleeping, because that room had a window where you could see the kitchen roof and also the neighbor's backyard. And if there was really something out there, that window would give me a view, and when I reached the window I tried to look carefully, adjusting my eyes to the darkness, and at first I saw nothing that looked dangerous, but then I noticed a cat on the roof area, and for a second I felt relief, because a cat could explain the sound of something landing on the roof. And a cat could also explain some strange noises, but the weird part was the size of it, because it didn't look like a small stray cat you see every day, it looked bigger, bulkier, not in a cute fat cat way, but in a way that made it look unusual. And I stared at it for a few seconds, trying to understand if it was just a cat that looked large because of shadows or if it was actually a big animal, and then, wanting to be sure, I turned on the light outside near that area, the light that should have made everything clearer, and I expected that when the light came on I would see the cat clearly. But when I turned back to the window the cat was gone, not slowly walking away, not jumping where I could trace it, just gone. And that sudden disappearance might sound normal because cats move fast, but in that moment, it felt unnerving, because it added to the feeling that something was off, and I remember standing there thinking, okay, maybe it really is just a cat and I'm overreacting. But why did it sound like a growl? And why did it feel like it was coming closer? And why was that cat so big? And why did it vanish the moment the light went on? And all those questions circled in my head like a swarm. I decided to sleep in my cousin's room that night instead of going to my usual spot, not because I wanted to scare them by telling them something, but because I felt safer with people nearby and also because I had this quiet protective thought that if anything strange happened again, at least I would be there to wake them up or react quickly. And even though I tried to act calm, inside I kept thinking that the cat might not be just a cat, that it might be something else wearing the shape of a cat or moving like a cat, and that thought made me feel both foolish and tense, because I didn't want to be the kind of person who jumps to paranormal explanations. But I also couldn't forget how unnatural the whole sequence felt. When morning came, I decided not to tell my uncle about it, partly because I thought he would not believe me, and partly because I didn't want my cousins to become afraid of their own home. And when you are a guest in someone else's house, you also don't want to plant fear and superstition there. so I kept it to myself and treated it like a strange midnight visit from an unknown creature. Something that happened once and might never happen again. Months passed, and life moved forward in that busy way it does when you are juggling work, travel, and daily responsibilities, and eventually there came a period when instead of staying at my uncle's house in Kainta, I decided to go home to our place in Fairview because I had classes to attend in the morning, and it didn't make sense to stay in Kainta if I had to be near school early. And during that time I was already used to being tired from late nights, because between work and school, sleep sometimes becomes the thing you sacrifice the most. And one evening when I arrived home and started changing my clothes, I heard a strange sound again, and the moment I heard it, something inside me tightened, because it reminded me of that night in Kainta. But this time it wasn't a growl, it was the sound of wings, a heavy flapping sound, loud enough that it seemed like a large bird was flying very close to the house. Maybe near the roof or near the windows, and the sound was not a soft flutter like a small bird, it was loud and forceful, like thick wings pushing air, and my first reaction was confusion because what would a bird be doing at late night? And what kind of bird would flap that loudly near a house? And at first I tried to ignore it, because when you are tired you don't want to investigate every sound, and you don't want to scare yourself over normal things. And maybe it was just a bird startled by something. But then the sound faded and I told myself it's over, so I continued getting ready for bed and tried to sleep. But then it happened again on other nights, and it started to feel like a pattern, because it would usually occur between around 11 in the evening and 3 in the morning, sometimes nearer midnight, sometimes closer to 1 or 2, and it would sound like something circling or passing near the roof, flapping strongly, and I began to dread those hours a little bit. Not because the sound itself was terrifying, but because it was persistent. And it made me feel watched, and the worst part about a repeated strange sound is that it trains your mind to expect it. And expectation makes fear grow even if you keep telling yourself to stay calm. Days later, my sister noticed the flapping too, and at that time her daughter was only 2 years old, still a small child, and when you have a toddler in the house, every strange noise at night feels more serious because you think about safety and you think about how children are sensitive to fear. And one night my sister knocked on my room and asked if I heard that strange noise, and I told her yes. And I told her it had been happening mostly at those late hours, and I also told her that the first time I heard something similar was during summer in Kainta at our uncle's house, and as we spoke, I could see in her face that she didn't like it, and she had that protective energy parents have when they feel something is wrong around their child. And later that night she woke her husband and asked him to get salt and garlic from the kitchen. And I remember that clearly because it felt like something straight out of old beliefs and old practices, the kind of things elders do to ward off negative creatures, and some people laugh at it, but in many Filipino families salt and garlic are not just cooking items, they are also used as protection, and she sprinkled salt and placed garlic on every window of the house, including in the sala, as if creating a barrier, and after that, the flapping sound stopped, and that result made the atmosphere in the house shift, because when a noise disappears after a protection ritual, people start believing there was something to protect against. And the next day, and the nights after, we did not hear the flapping again, and a part of me felt relieved, but another part of me felt uneasy, because if it really stopped because of salt and garlic, what exactly had we been dealing with? Time passed again, and I tried to move on, tried to treat it as one of those weird phases that comes and goes, and for a while life felt normal. But then about a year later I noticed something again, and this time it was not just a sound, it was an event that burned itself into my memory because I actually saw something that I could not easily explain, and I remember the setting very clearly. It was late. I was staying awake because I was making a report that I had to present at work in the morning, and my room was lit by the glow of my monitor, and outside the house the streetlights cast shadows across our garage and roof, creating that patchy light and dark effect that makes ordinary shapes look dramatic. And while I was working I heard our dog barking in a strange way, not like normal barking at a cat or barking out of boredom, but like the way a dog barks when there is a person outside, the kind of barking that is sharp, repetitive, alert, and because it was December and Christmas season was near, my first thought was not supernatural at all. My first thought was a burglar, because during that time robbery and theft can increase, people are looking for money and gifts, and even good neighborhoods can have crime, and dogs often sense intruders before humans do, so my immediate reaction was to become cautious, not dramatic, cautious in the practical sense. And I turned off my monitor to reduce the light in my room because a bright room makes you visible from outside through curtains or windows, and then I slowly moved to my window, careful not to make too much noise, and I looked outside toward the garage area, expecting to see a person or at least some movement, and when I saw our dog barking, I noticed something that made my breath catch, because the dog was not barking toward the gate, not barking toward the driveway, not barking toward where a person would normally stand. The dog was facing upward, barking toward our roof, and that was strange. Because what kind of burglar stands on a roof? And even if someone climbed there, you would likely hear something, and the dog's posture was intense, head tilted up, body tense, barking like it wanted to warn and chase something away. I followed the dog's line of sight and looked at the roof, and because of the streetlight, the roof cast a shadow that was visible from my angle, like a dark shape against a lighter surface, and in that shadow I saw something standing on the roof, and at first my mind tried to label it as a huge bird, because that would connect to the wing flapping we had heard the year before, and huge birds can land on roofs, especially at night, and shadows can distort size. So I tried to tell myself, okay, maybe it's a big bird, maybe it's just perched there, and the dog is barking at it. But then the shadow changed. And I mean it changed in a way that didn't feel like a bird simply shifting its wings or turning its body. It changed in a way that looked like transformation, and as I watched, that large bird-like shadow seemed to slowly take on a different outline, and the outline began to resemble a human form. Not instantly like a cartoon, but slowly, like the proportions changed, like the shape elongated, like the stance became more upright, and I remember thinking, this can't be real, this is like a scene from a movie, and yet I was looking at it with my own eyes, and my body went cold, and my throat tightened, and I felt that same kind of goosebump rush I had felt years earlier, not exactly the same, but similar, like my skin recognizing something threatening or unnatural. In that moment, I did not feel brave or curious. I felt the need to protect myself and my family, and the first thing I grabbed was my rosary, which was on my side table, because in Filipino households a rosary is not just a symbol of faith, it's also a comfort object, something you hold when you feel fear, something you use to remind yourself that you are not alone. And I brought the rosary to my window and placed it there, almost like I was showing it outward, like putting a barrier between me and whatever was on the roof, and I whispered prayers under my breath, not perfectly calm, but desperate enough that the words felt real. The shadow remained there for a long time, and time moved strangely in those moments because when you are afraid, minutes stretch, and you start counting your own breaths, and I watched as that shape on the roof slowly curled down, curling like a ball, as if folding itself inward, and it didn't jump away like a bird would, and it didn't climb down like a person would, it simply curled and shrank in shape until it seemed to collapse into itself, and then, without any obvious movement like a leap, without any sound of wings, without any clear transition, it disappeared, and the moment it disappeared, our dog stopped barking, as if the dog also sensed that it was gone, and the sudden silence after so much barking felt heavy, like the house itself was holding its breath. I stood there for a long time after, still gripping the rosary, listening for any other sound, waiting for the barking to start again, waiting for a thud, waiting for flapping, waiting for anything, but the night stayed quiet, and that quiet did not feel peaceful. It felt like the quiet you get after something dangerous passes by, like you survived something without fully understanding what it was. When morning came, I felt tired in a deeper way than normal, because fear drains you, and I realized I had spent part of the night in a state of alertness, and that kind of alertness steals rest even if your eyes are open, and during the weekend, I told my sister what I had seen, because by then it felt too big to keep inside, and I needed someone who would understand the context. Someone who also heard the flapping before and knew about the salt and garlic, and at first she joked, trying to lighten the mood, saying maybe it was searching for me, like teasing me the way siblings do when they don't want to show fear, but behind the joke I could see she was thinking seriously, because families like ours often use humor to cover discomfort. And then later, as we talked more, we started thinking about what could attract such a creature, and we found out that our neighbor behind our house was pregnant at that time. And even though we didn't have proof, we formed a hypothesis based on old stories and beliefs, that the creature might have been drawn to that it might have been lurking around, using our roof as a landing spot, coming and going in the late hours, and that would fit the pattern of sounds and the dog's alertness and the flapping at night. And the truth is we were trying to make sense of something that felt too strange to leave as a blank, because humans hate blanks, we hate not knowing. And when you live in a culture where folklore and faith and everyday life mix together, you naturally reach for explanations that combine all those parts. And even if you are not 100% sure, you still hold the possibility in your mind because it matches what your elders warned you about. Looking back, what stays strongest for me is how the events connected across places and time, because it started in Kainta with a midnight thud on the roof and a growl that seemed to come closer, followed by a huge cat-like figure that vanished when light hit it. Then months later in Fairview the sound shifted to heavy flapping wings during the same late-night window of hours. Then the flapping stopped after my sister used salt and garlic. Then a year later the dog barked at the roof and I saw a shadow that looked like a huge bird and then like a human form before it curled up and disappeared. And each piece by itself could be questioned, could be explained away as imagination or animals or shadows, but together they formed a story that felt consistent in a way that made me uneasy, because consistency is what makes people believe. And I also remember how in each moment, my first reaction was not to believe in monsters. My first reaction was always practical. Maybe it's a cat, maybe it's fruit, maybe it's a burglar, maybe it's a bird, but each time, the details didn't fully match the simple explanation, and that mismatch is what created fear, not the idea of ghosts or creatures, but the feeling that normal logic was slipping through my fingers. I also remember the choices I made in those moments, because they show what kind of fear it was. In Kainta I did not scream or run outside, I just shushed it, and then moved closer to my cousins and chose to sleep near them, quietly protective. And in Fairview when the flapping happened, I didn't chase it, I ignored it at first because I was tired. And when it became real again through the dog's barking, I turned off my monitor, moved carefully, watched, and then used the rosary, and those are not the actions of someone trying to exaggerate a story for attention. Those are the actions of someone trying to stay safe while not waking everyone up in panic. Even now, I still think about that shadow on the roof, because shadows are tricky, yes, but the way it looked like it shifted from bird to human form stays vivid in my head, and sometimes when I remember it, my body still reacts with a small shiver, like a leftover echo. And I also think about how my sister's reaction with salt and garlic worked, because whether it was coincidence or not, the sound stopped. And when something stops right after you do a protective act, your mind links those two things, and once they are linked, the belief becomes stronger, and from that point forward you become more alert, more sensitive, more aware of the late night hours. I don't claim I fully understand what that creature was, or if it truly was a creature at all, and I know some people will say it was just a large cat, just a bird, just a dog reacting to something normal, just shadows shifting because of streetlights. And I respect that viewpoint because I also have a rational mind and I don't want to accuse the world of being supernatural every time something weird happens. But I also can't deny what I felt, and what I saw and the pattern of timing that kept repeating across those nights. Because the human body has its own truth sometimes, that deep instinct that tells you when something is normal, and when something is not. And on those nights, especially the night when the dog barked upward and that shadow stood on the roof, my instinct was screaming that this was not normal. The most frustrating part of experiences like this is that they rarely give you a clean ending, because you don't capture proof, you don't take a clear photo, you don't have a witness standing beside you at the exact second you see it. And even if your family hears the sounds, the most intense moment often happens when you are alone and forced to trust your own eyes. And after it passes, the world returns to normal. The roof looks like a roof. The night looks like a night, the dog sleeps, the house breathes quietly. and you are left holding a memory that feels too sharp to be nothing and too strange to explain properly. That is why I called it a visit from an unknown creature, because that is the honest shape of it in my mind. Something came close, something made itself known through sound and shadow and the reaction of an animal, something disappeared, and I stayed behind with questions, and even though time has passed since then, I still remember the summer air of 2009, the late-night routine of washing and brushing in the kitchen, the sudden thud on the roof, the growl that seemed to approach, the giant cat that vanished when light was turned on, the later months back in Fairview with the repeated heavy flapping between 11 and 3, my sister knocking and asking if I heard it too, her husband placing salt and garlic on the windows, the sudden silence that followed, and then that later night when my work report kept me awake, the dog barking toward the roof, the shadow standing there under streetlight glow, the slow shift into a human-like outline, my hands grabbing the rosary without thinking, my prayers coming out shaky but real, the shadow curling like a ball for what felt like forever, and then the sudden disappearance that made the dog stop as if a switch had been turned off, and whenever I retell it, the story still feels like it belongs to those late hours when the world is quiet and you realize how thin the line is between normal life and the unknown, and even if I can't prove it the way people want proof. The experience changed the way I listen at night, because after you hear something like that and see something like that, you don't completely return to the same kind of innocence. You become the kind of person who notices the roof's shadows, who notices the dog's bark, who notices the time on the clock when strange sounds begin, and who understands in a very personal way why so many old stories in our culture warn people about the night, about rooftops, about wings, about things that visit when most of the world is asleep. I live in a city in the northern part of Mindanao, and when I think back to the house where this happened, I can still picture it as clearly as if I had walked through it yesterday, even though it was the 1990s and so much has changed since then, because our house back then was not like most of the houses around it, and that difference alone already made it feel like it belonged to another time. It was a wooden house, 2 floors, and my grandmother used to say it was so old that even her parents had lived there, and when you hear something like that as a child you don't really understand the weight of it, but later you realize what it means. That the house had been standing for generations, listening to people talk and argue and laugh and cry, holding the smell of food and sweat and rain, and absorbing all the ordinary life that happens when a big family grows and changes under one roof. My grandmother was already in her 70s at that time, and she spoke about the house in the way older people speak about old things they have lived with for too long, a mix of pride and resignation, like it was strong and dependable but also stubborn, worn, and full of secrets. She would sometimes mention that the wood might have been Nara, or at least something very strong like Nara, because the posts and beams had survived storms and heat and termites for so long. And even though I didn't know the difference between kinds of wood back then, I understood one thing clearly: our house did not look new. It did not look colorful or modern, and compared to our neighbors' concrete houses with bright paint and clean lines, ours looked old school, dark, and serious, like a large wooden creature sitting close to the road, watching jeepneys pass by all day and all night. In our neighborhood, jeepneys always passed in front of our place, and that meant the road never felt fully quiet, because even late at night you could sometimes hear an engine, a distant horn, the low rumble of wheels, or the voices of people still awake. But even with the noise, our house still felt separate from the outside world, like stepping inside was stepping into something older, something that didn't care what the neighborhood had become. I grew up in that environment as a child who was, in a way, sheltered and ignorant, not because my parents were cruel, but because they simply did not expose me to certain things, and I didn't have the kind of curiosity that pushes a child to dig into meanings and metaphors, so I lived inside my own simple understanding of life. There were many things I didn't know until much later, and I often used the example that I didn't even understand what a fraternity was until I was in my second year of high school, because my world was mostly family, school, home, and whatever routines we had, and I didn't spend time thinking about hidden meanings or scary ideas unless someone put them directly in front of me. I didn't know the proper way to be afraid of things, if that makes sense, and that innocence is important to this story, because if I had been the kind of child who already believed in ghosts and monsters, I probably would have reacted very differently. But I wasn't, so my reactions were calm in a way that still surprises me now. The layout of the house was complicated, and it's hard to explain without drawing it, but the best way I can describe it is to take you through it the way I used to walk through it in my head. On the first floor was the kitchen, then the dining area, and in the dining room there was a door that led outside, not to the front road but to the side and back where our pigs were. My family business involved pigs, so outside that dining door were the pig pens, the smell of feed, the mud, the sound of animals shifting and snorting, and if you grew up with that, it becomes normal. Like the pig sounds blend into your life the way traffic blends into city life. Next to the dining room was the living room, and there was another door there that also led outside, opposite the other one, and that door opened toward the garden side, so outside that was greenery, plants, soil, sometimes flowers, sometimes weeds, and in the backyard there was also a mango tree, an old mango tree that stood like a landmark, because mango trees in the Philippines are not small. They spread wide and cast deep shadows. And in the daytime they can be comforting, but at night they can look like a giant black shape against the sky, with branches like arms. The second floor had its own maze of rooms. When you climbed the stairs and reached the top, there was a bedroom, and if you went left then right there was another bedroom, and from the stairs if you went right and then right again, that was the room where we slept. I know that sounds confusing, but it made sense to us because we lived there every day, and it also made sense because so many people stayed in that house. At that time, 3 or 4 families lived together under that roof, which might sound crowded to some people, but in our family it felt normal because my father had 7 sisters and 2 brothers, which meant 10 siblings in total, and even if not all of them lived inside the same house, many were always nearby, and some of my aunts lived just 2 blocks away. So there were always relatives coming and going, children running, adults talking, meals being shared, and the house always felt full of life, full of bodies, full of voices. It was busy during the day, but at night, when everyone slept, the house felt completely different, like the life drained out of the rooms and the shadows came forward, and for a child, that contrast is strong even if you don't have words for it. Now, the interesting part for me, the part that shaped my memory, began with something very normal, the need to pee in the middle of the night. That was one of my routines as a child, and in those days our comfort room was located outside the house, which meant that if you wanted to use the toilet at night, you would have to walk out, step into darkness, and cross a little distance, and for a child that feels like a long walk even if it isn't actually far, especially if the ground is wet or the air is cold or the sounds outside are unknown. Because of that, like many families, we used an areola, a pot that you can pee into at night so you don't have to go outside, and the areola was usually placed right outside our room, in a spot that made it easy for me to reach when I woke up sleepy. That spot was near windows, and those windows faced outwards so that you could see the road in front, the pig pens to the side, and the mango tree beyond, depending on your angle, and because I woke up in the middle of the night often, I became used to standing there in the dimness, doing what I needed to do, sometimes half asleep, sometimes fully awake, and sometimes pausing to look out the windows simply because it was there. Because the night has a way of making you stare into it. And that is when I began to see her. I say, her, because that is how she appeared to me, a lady, a woman, sitting or standing near the mango tree, or sometimes near the pig pens, or sometimes closer to the neighbor's house. And the strange part is that I did not react with terror at first, because I was ignorant in the purest sense, like I did not have the idea in my head that seeing a woman outside at night was automatically impossible or supernatural. So my mind accepted it the way it accepted everything else, as something I was seeing, something that existed. It wasn't like she jumped out at me or screamed, it wasn't dramatic. It was quiet, like a presence that belonged to the night. I would look out and there she would be, sitting as if waiting, or standing as if watching. Some nights I saw her near the mango tree, and the mango tree was a very specific spot because the branches made shadows and the trunk was thick, and if someone sat near it, they would be half covered by darkness. Other nights she was near the pig pens, And that was also strange because the pig pens were muddy and smelly and not a place you would choose to sit at night, not even to rest. Sometimes she appeared almost near the neighbor's house, close enough that I wondered if she belonged to that side, like maybe she was someone from the neighborhood. I did not know what she was doing, because she was not doing much. She was just there. And because I was a child who trusted my mother with everything, the next morning I would tell my mother casually, like I was reporting the weather. "There was a woman outside last night." And my mother, instead of screaming or panicking, would ask practical questions the way adults do when they think a child might have seen a person, like, "What was she doing?" And I would answer, "She was sitting," or, "She was standing," because that was the truth. I wasn't trying to be spooky. I was just telling her what I saw. I didn't even think my mother would take it as something paranormal, and at that age, I didn't understand why a woman outside at night might be scary. The surprising thing, which I only learned much later when I was older, was that I was not the only one who saw her. At that time, I thought it was just me noticing something no one else cared about, like kids notice things adults ignore. But later I found out that other people in the house, some of my relatives, had also seen that woman at times, and they just didn't talk about it openly with the children, maybe because they didn't want to scare us, or maybe because they didn't want to give the story more power by speaking it out loud. Or maybe because in a big family, strange things are sometimes treated as normal, like you notice it, you keep it in your heart, you pray, you move on. But back then, I didn't know any of that. I just knew that sometimes, when I woke up to pee, there was a lady outside. The nights blended together in my memory because the act was so routine. Wake up, stumble toward the areola, stand near the windows, glance outside, see her, finish, go back to bed. It happened enough times that she became almost a part of my night. Like the mango tree and the pig pens were parts of my night. Like the road and passing jeepneys were parts of my day. She never spoke to me from what I remember, and I never heard her voice calling me. She didn't wave, she didn't chase, she didn't knock. She simply existed within my view, and what made it even stranger is that because I was ignorant, I wasn't even tempted to stare long and analyze it. I would look, register her as a woman, then continue what I was doing, as if she was just someone sitting in the yard the way someone might sit outside in the afternoon. The fear that might have come with that scene came later, not in the moment, but in the years after, when I started to understand what it means when something repeats and doesn't fit normal logic, and when I started to notice the expressions on adults' faces when the topic came up. There was one time, however, when the normal routine changed, and that was when I forgot to wash the areola and I left it in the comfort room outside. That small mistake mattered because it meant that one night when I woke up and really had to pee, I couldn't just reach for the pot. I had to go outside. I remember that moment because it was one of those moments when you are sleepy but you also feel urgency, and your body forces you to move even if your mind is still heavy with sleep. I realized the pot was not there, and my first thought was annoyance because children get annoyed at inconvenience. And then I realized I had no choice. I had to go to the comfort room or at least pee outside near a safe spot. Instead of walking all the way to the comfort room, which felt far at night, I decided to go out through the living room door that led to the garden side, because it was closer and easier, and also because I was still half asleep and I just wanted to relieve myself quickly and return to bed. I moved quietly because everyone was asleep, and I didn't want to wake anyone. The house at night had its own sounds, the slight creak of wood, the shift of air, the distant sound of a jeepney or a barking dog, the occasional grunt from the pig pens, and the living room itself always felt larger at night, like the shadows expanded it. I'd opened the living room door carefully and stepped outside, and the night air hit my skin, and I remembered the smell of the outdoors, a mix of damp earth, plants, and faint animal smell. I relieved myself there, trying to be quick and not think too much about being outside alone, and in the middle of that simple act, I noticed her again. She was there, but this time, because I was outside rather than behind a window, it felt different, like the distance between me and her had changed, and that made her presence stronger. She was right beside the orchids of my aunt, which were plants that my aunt cared about, the kind of orchids that people treat delicately, with pride, because they are beautiful and not easy to maintain, and seeing someone standing near them at night felt odd. But still, because I was still the same ignorant child, I did not react with screaming or running. I looked at her the way you look at someone who is unexpectedly in your yard, curious but not yet afraid. And this is where my memory becomes very specific, because I could not forget her face, and to this day, even though years have passed and details of many things have faded, the impression of her face remains as if my mind decided that her beauty was important enough to save in clear form. She was beautiful, and I remember thinking that with the simple honesty of a child who doesn't measure words, just sees and judges directly, beautiful. She had hazel eyes, which stood out because in our place, hazel eyes are not common, so it made her look different, almost foreign, almost like someone from a different story. Her nose was pointed, her complexion was fair, and her hair was long and black, falling down in a way that looked neat and smooth even in the dim light. The way she carried herself, even just standing there, felt composed, not messy, not rushed, not like someone who had been running through mud near pigpens. She was wearing a dress that reminded me of a carinosa, those old-fashioned dresses with bumps on the shoulders, the kind you see in cultural performances or old photos. And that detail is important because it did not look like the modern clothes people wore in our neighborhood. It looked like clothing from another time, and even if I didn't know the word era back then, I sensed that it was not the kind of dress someone would casually wear while standing outside at 2 in the morning. Yet in that moment, none of these observations translated into fear, and that still feels strange to me now when I look back. Because if you placed that scene in a movie, the child would scream, the music would rise, the ghost would appear in a dramatic way. But real life is often quieter, and my reaction was quiet too. I didn't think, ghost. I just thought, woman. I didn't understand that it might be impossible for a woman dressed like that to be standing in our yard at that hour without anyone else noticing. I was more focused on the fact that she was there, and that she looked unusual and beautiful. I remember the way the night light, maybe from the road or moonlight, or some faint lamp, made her skin look almost glowing compared to the dark surroundings. And I remember that she looked steady, not like a shadow flickering. And because I was outside, I felt the night around me more strongly, the quiet, the coolness, the distant road, the pigpens, the mango tree. The mango tree especially felt like a witness, a big silent thing that had been standing there longer than I had been alive. In the years since, I have thought about that mango tree many times, because mango trees show up in so many Filipino stories. And even if you don't believe in folklore, you can't deny that trees become symbols, places where people gather, places where children play, places where shadows fall, and in old stories, places where spirits linger. At that time, though, it was just a tree in our yard, and she was just a woman near it, near the pigpens, near the orchids, moving between those spaces across different nights like she belonged to that outdoors world. After that night, after seeing her outside so close, I began to notice her face more clearly on the nights when I saw her through the window, and because I had now seen her up close, I had a better sense of her features, and the next time I told my mother, my tone might have been more excited than afraid, because a child who sees someone beautiful doesn't always feel fear, sometimes they feel fascination. My mother's reaction remained controlled, but looking back now I suspect she was holding something back, because adults often do that. They hide their worry from children, they answer calmly even if their mind is racing, and they don't want to give a child a fear that will stick for years. My mother would ask me again what she was doing, and I would say the same things, standing, sitting, just there. At that time, because so many families lived in the house, there were always adults who could have checked outside, but the strange thing is that night experiences like this often happen in those quiet moments when no one wants to get up, when people are sleeping deep. And even if someone hears a child talking about a woman outside, they might think the child is half dreaming, so they stay in bed and hope it passes. And for me it did pass, in the sense that the nights moved on and life continued, and I didn't become a child who screamed every night. I still slept. I still played. I still went to school. But the image of that woman stayed like a bookmark in my memory, and as I grew older, that bookmark began to connect to other things I learned, like the idea that old houses carry history, that places where people died can feel heavy, that certain families experience repeated stories of seeing the same figure, and that sometimes children see things without fear because they don't yet have the mental walls adults have built. It also made me realize later that being ignorant is sometimes a kind of protection, because fear often comes from interpretation, from the story you attach to what you see, and because I didn't attach a scary story to her, I didn't suffer the way I might have if I had been taught to panic at every shadow. Still, even with that innocence, the fact remains that I saw her many times, and I saw her in different places outside the house, and I described her to my mother, and later I found out others had seen her too, which made it feel less like imagination and more like a shared experience that our family simply accepted quietly. And when I picture that old wooden house again, I can see why strange things might have happened there, because it was so old, it had been lived in by generations, and it held many families at once, and with so many people, there are always stories, always emotions, always disagreements, always love and resentment and laughter, and those things fill a space the way smoke fills a room, and even after the people leave, the space remembers. Our house being old and dark compared to the neighbors' bright concrete houses also contributed to the feeling that it was a place where old things lingered, because the neighbors' houses looked like the future and ours looked like the past, and maybe that is why when you are a child, you feel like anything could be hidden in it, because the past is full of unknowns. The windows near the areola where I stood to pee were like frames into the outside world, and the outside world at night was full of shadows and faint movement, and if someone wanted to appear, that would be the perfect place, because a sleepy child would glance out and see it, and then return to bed without causing chaos, almost like the sighting could repeat without being interrupted. That is why the pattern continued for so long, I think, because it didn't create immediate panic. It stayed small, quiet, personal, like a secret between me and the night. Even so, the night I went outside because the areola was not there was like a moment when the secret came closer, when the distance shrank, and when I truly saw her beauty and her clothing clearly. Her hazel eyes are the detail that still stands out most strongly, because they were unusual and made her look almost unreal in a place where most people have dark eyes, and her dress, carinosa-like with those shoulder bumps, made her look like she belonged to another time, like someone who stepped out of an old photograph and into our garden. And that is where my story reaches the point you might expect a child to be terrified, but honestly, I was not terrified in the moment. I was simply aware and curious, and maybe that is what makes it more unsettling when I tell it now, because I know what adults know, I know how strange it is, and I know what I should have felt. And yet the child version of me simply accepted it as another part of life in an old wooden house full of relatives, pigs, gardens, mango trees, and midnight routines. Even now, when I think about the old house, I can still smell the wood, the kitchen, the pig pens, the damp soil, and I can still feel the cool night air when I stepped outside through the living room door, and I can still see her standing near the orchids, calm and beautiful, and I can still picture the way her long black hair fell and the way the shape of her dress made her shoulders look formal, and because I could not forget her face. She remained one of the clearest, unexplained memories of my childhood, the kind of memory you don't fully understand until later, when you have enough life experience to realize that not everything you saw fits neatly into normal explanations, and that sometimes the most haunting thing is not a scream or a monster, but a quiet, beautiful woman sitting under a mango tree night after night as if she has always been there, waiting in a place that belongs to both the living and whatever comes after. I was 9 years old when this happened, and even though it was 14 years ago, the memory has never faded the way most childhood memories do, because there are certain experiences that don't just sit in your head like an old picture, they stay alive, like a scene that can replay the moment you return to the same place or even just think about it for too long, and for me this is one of those memories. The kind that still comes back clearly whenever I pass near that area or whenever I remember that building in Manila. It happened in 1997, during a typhoon that hit Metro Manila, one of those storms where the rain doesn't feel like normal rain anymore. It feels like the sky is emptying itself, and the streets become rivers. and everything slows down because the city can't move the way it usually does. At that time I was in 3rd grade, still in elementary school, still at that age where you understand enough to feel anxiety but not enough to manage it well, and on that day our school announced the suspension of classes late. So instead of being sent home early like we normally would, we were stuck waiting, and I had to wait for my father to pick me up, and I remember sitting there with other kids who were also waiting, watching the rain. Feeling that restless impatience children feel when plans change and adults are not yet there to rescue you. My father arrived about an hour after the suspension was announced, soaked and tired like anyone would be in that kind of weather, and at first I thought we would simply go home, because that's what always happened, but we quickly realized that getting back to Alabang was going to be nearly impossible. The buses were stranded, traffic was terrible, and flooding had turned the roads into slow-moving chaos. People were stuck everywhere, and you could see it on everyone's faces, that mix of irritation and worry, because floods don't just delay you, they make you feel trapped, like the city has closed its doors. After trying for some time and realizing we weren't going to get a ride home, my father made a decision that felt strange to me as a child but made perfect sense as an adult. He decided we would stay the night in his office. My father worked in a government office along TM Kalaw Street in Manila, and he was a photographer, which meant his workplace was not just desks and paper, it also included equipment, storage, and a darkroom. And even as a kid I knew that the darkroom was a different kind of space, because it was literally meant to be dark, sealed, quiet. And that alone makes a child's imagination stir even before anything unusual happens. His office room was located on the 3rd floor, right beside the stairs, and when we arrived there that night, the whole building felt different from how it felt during normal hours. In the day, government buildings are noisy and bright, full of footsteps and voices and people coming and going. But at night, especially during a typhoon, the same building can feel hollow, like an empty shell, because the halls echo, the lights are fewer, and the air feels colder even if the temperature isn't actually cold, and you can hear the storm outside like a constant presence pressing against the windows. When we reached my father's office room, there were only 2 of his coworkers still around, 2 men I knew by their nicknames, Mang Boy and Mang Tony. I knew them the way children know adults who are often around, not deeply, but enough to recognize their faces and voices and feel safe because they were familiar. They chatted with my father for a while, the kind of casual conversation adults have when they're stuck somewhere together and trying to pass time, and I sat quietly, listening without fully understanding, feeling sleepy but also alert because sleeping in an office was not normal for me. The office room itself was square, but it was divided into 3 smaller rooms: the staff working area, a storage area, and the darkroom. The storage room was where my father decided we would sleep. Inside the storage room there was a green sofa, and because I was the child, I got to sleep on the sofa while my father slept on the floor nearby. Even now I remember the feeling of that green sofa, because it wasn't soft like a bed, it was office furniture, slightly stiff, smelling faintly of old fabric and dust, and it had that uncomfortable comfort you can only appreciate when you're young and tired and don't care where you sleep as long as you can close your eyes. The storage room door was left open, which was important, because it meant I could see out into the main office area, and from that position I could also see the door of the darkroom, because the storage room door was right beside the darkroom door. Across from the storage room door, on the other side of the main office area, was the main door of the office itself. That main door was a double swing door with glass, so even when the office lights were off, light from the hallway could still come through the glass and spill into the room. That hallway light was the only real light source during the night, so the room was not completely black, but it was dim in a way that made shapes unclear, a kind of half-darkness where your eyes adjust and you start seeing outlines more than details. Eventually the talking ended. My father told me we were going to sleep, and I remember him sounding calm, like he wasn't worried, and that helped me relax. We settled in. I lay on the sofa facing the open storage room door, and my father lay on the floor. I tried to fall asleep, and I think I did for a while, because I remember drifting into that half-asleep state where you're not fully dreaming yet, but your mind is not fully awake either. I have always been a light sleeper, even as a child. the kind who wakes easily at small movements, and that is why what happened next became so clear in my memory. Sometime in the night, my father got up to urinate. In that office, the darkroom had a comfort room inside, so to use the toilet you had to go into the darkroom. I felt my father's movement immediately, the shift of weight, the soft sound of him standing, and I opened my eyes enough to watch him leave the storage room. I remember seeing him walk into the darkroom. Because the storage room door was open and the darkroom was just beside it, I had a clear view of the doorway. I then lay there, still sleepy but awake, waiting for him to come back, because when you're a child sleeping in an unfamiliar place, you naturally wait for the adult to return before you relax fully again. While I was lying there, still staring toward the open space and the dim light, a man came out of the darkroom. That is the moment that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it, because in my mind it was a simple observation. Someone walked out of that room. It didn't feel like a ghost story at first. It felt like a normal thing, like maybe one of the coworkers was still there, maybe one of them had gone into the darkroom too. But the more I remember the details, the more it becomes strange. The man stepped out of the darkroom and walked toward the main door, moving with purpose, not hesitating, not looking around like someone lost. He headed straight across the office area to the glass double swing doors. The hallway light silhouetted him, so I couldn't see his face clearly. But I could see his shape, his movement, his outline, and that outline looked like a normal adult man, not something floating, not something blurry. He pushed through the doors and went out into the hallway, and I could see him turn right. Then I heard a scream. Immediately after that scream, I heard a loud thud, like something heavy hitting the ground. The sound was so sudden and sharp that for a second my whole body froze. But I did not dare to get up. I didn't sit up on the sofa. I didn't run out to check. I stayed exactly where I was, because children often freeze when they are confused and frightened, especially in unfamiliar places. And in that moment my mind desperately tried to find the safest explanation so I wouldn't panic. I told myself it must be Mang Boy. That was the name that came to my head automatically. Because I had seen a man, I knew there were two men earlier, so my mind chose the simplest answer. Mang Boy must have been the one who went into the darkroom after my father, and now he slipped outside in the hallway. I even remember thinking about the hallway windows, because the building's hallway had windows with some missing panes, and during a storm, water could easily come in and make the floor wet. So I told myself he probably slipped. That explanation felt reasonable, and it held me steady, because if it was just someone slipping, it was scary but normal, and adults could handle it. A moment later my father came out of the darkroom. This is the part that turned the whole event from odd but explainable into something I could not easily understand. My father stepped out of the darkroom looking normal, like he had simply finished using the toilet. I immediately told him what I had seen and heard, because I was a child and I trusted him to make sense of it. I said something like, "I saw Mang Boy go outside and then I heard a scream and a loud thud." I expected my father to rush out or call someone, but instead he looked at me and said it was impossible. He told me that Mang Boy and Mang Tony had already left together earlier, after we had settled down to sleep. They were not in the office anymore. They weren't even on that floor. When my father said that, it was like my mind hit a wall. I didn't have a response. I didn't know how to argue, because why would my father lie, and why would I make up something like that? But I was only 9, and the way children handle strange experiences is often by shrinking them into something they can live with. So I didn't scream. I didn't insist. I didn't push the topic further. I just went quiet. And after that, I tried to convince myself that maybe I had imagined it, maybe my sleepy eyes had tricked me, maybe I had seen my father, and somehow my brain turned him into another man, or maybe I had dreamed it while half awake. I didn't tell anyone else. I didn't ask questions. I didn't talk about it with my family, because I didn't even know what I was supposed to say. I also didn't want to be laughed at, and children can sense when adults might dismiss them, so it was easier to keep it as a private memory and move on. For a long time I treated it as a one-time thing, something that happened once in my life and never repeated. so maybe it wasn't real. And because I was a kid, life quickly filled my head with other things: school, friends, chores, TV, ordinary fears that were easier to name. But the memory stayed. It stayed vivid because the scene was so clear in my mind: the dim office, the hallway light through the glass doors, the man walking out of the dark room, the turn to the right, the scream, the thud. Even if I tried not to think about it, it remained in the back of my mind like an unfinished sentence. It wasn't until I was already in college that I began to reconsider what happened that night. One day, my younger sister and I went to my father's office to fetch him so we could go home together. But we were feeling lazy and didn't want to go up to the third floor, so we decided to wait at the ground floor near the security desk. We sat there like people often do in government buildings, killing time, listening to the guards talk, because security guards in old buildings always have stories, and when they talk late in the day, their voices carry that casual seriousness of people who have seen too much to be easily impressed. The head security guard and two other guards began talking about the building, and the topic drifted toward experiences they had during night shifts. They said something that made my skin go cold in a familiar way. They only inspected the ground and second floors at night. They avoided checking the third floor up to the sixth floor after office hours, not because it was forbidden by rules, but because they said those upper floors were haunted by unknown office employees and visitors. They described how security guards assigned to inspect the building after hours often encountered figures and presences in various places between those floors, and they said that the third and fourth floors had the most hauntings. They spoke about it as if it were common knowledge among guards, like an open secret, the kind of thing you learn quickly when you work there. Hearing that, I felt a strange mix of fear and validation, because suddenly my childhood memory didn't feel like a random mistake anymore. It felt like it belonged to a larger pattern that other people had noticed too. I didn't interrupt them to tell my story right away. I just listened. My sister and I exchanged looks. And in my head, the office room returned in perfect detail. The storage room door open, the dark room beside it, the glass double doors across the way, the hallway light, the man walking out, the scream, the thud. I realized then that what I had seen might not have been a trick of my senses after all. It might have been exactly what it looked like: someone who wasn't supposed to be there moving through the building as if he belonged there, leaving the dark room and heading into the hallway like an ordinary employee, and then something terrible happening out of my sight. Something signaled only by the scream and the heavy fall. The thought made my stomach twist, because the most frightening part of the memory is not just that I saw someone, but that I heard what sounded like pain, like fear, like an accident or something worse, and I didn't move. I stayed frozen like a child. And even though it wasn't my fault, because I was only 9, the memory carries that helplessness, that feeling of being stuck and not knowing what to do. After that conversation at the security desk, my sister and I changed our habits. We stopped waiting for my father in that building the way we used to. We didn't linger around the third floor. We didn't look for excuses to go near the dark room. We just wanted to avoid it, because once you have a story attached to a place, the place changes in your mind. It becomes a trigger. Even if nothing happens again, your body remembers. For me, the third floor and the darkroom became linked to that night in 1997, the typhoon night when Manila was flooded and we were stranded, the night when I saw a man come out of a room where only my father should have been, the night when a scream and a thud echoed through the hallway, and the night when my father told me it was impossible because the coworkers were gone. To this day I still don't have a perfect explanation. I can imagine reasonable theories. Maybe someone else had keys to the office. Maybe there was another employee who stayed behind without my father knowing. Maybe my sleepy mind misinterpreted what it saw. Maybe a shadow shifted in the hallway light, and my brain shaped it into a figure. Because children's minds can do that when they're tired and scared. But the reason the memory stays vivid isn't because I like to scare myself. It stays vivid because it felt real in the moment, and because later, the guard's stories gave it context, the kind of context that makes you stop dismissing your own experiences. I don't claim that I know what the man was, whether he was a ghost, a spirit, or just a stranger in the wrong place, but I do know that at 9 years old I watched someone walk out of the dark room, and I heard a scream and a heavy fall, and I learned that some buildings carry stories that don't end, they just repeat in different forms for different people, and that is why whenever I see that place or even think about that third floor, the memory returns as if it happened yesterday, bringing with it the same quiet fear and the same question that has never fully left my mind. When I first started learning about paranormal and supernatural things, that woman I used to see outside our old house started appearing less and less, almost as if the moment my mind learned to label things as not normal, whatever used to show itself so easily decided to pull back. And later my grandmother finally explained something that made a lot of sense in hindsight. She said that many of us in the family had seen those kinds of beings at different times, but the adults stayed quiet on purpose so that we kids wouldn't get curious and then end up scared, because once a child becomes curious, the fear grows quickly, and it can turn a home into a nightmare. And as a child you don't realize how much adults filter the world for you, how many things they keep from you not because they're lying, but because they're trying to protect your peace. Years passed and life changed in big ways, like it often does in families. And eventually my parents separated because of issues between them, and that separation changed my routine and my environment because from time to time I would visit my mother who was living with her parents in another part of the city, far from my father's house, and that place felt different, not only because it wasn't the old wooden house, but because the neighborhood was more open and lively, with a ground beside the houses where children could play freely, and to me it felt like the beginning of my exposure to the outside world, because I wasn't always stuck inside the same old familiar spaces anymore. I was meeting more kids, hearing more stories, learning more street logic, learning the kind of little rules children learn from other children rather than from parents. It was in that place that we had a season we called spider fighting, like rooster fighting but with spiders instead. And it sounds silly when you're older, but when you're a kid it feels like a serious sport, because you hunt for the best spider, you keep it safe, you test it, you compare, you brag, and you feel like you're part of a secret league. We would wait until late afternoon or early evening to hunt, because the older kids said that certain spiders came out during the late hours, and we believed them because older kids always sound like they know the hidden rules of the world. And they told us about a superior kind of spider that lived in cornfields near the base of the hills close to our houses, cornfields owned by farmers who lived there. And the way the story was told made it sound like a treasure hunt, like if you could get one of those cornfield spiders you would be unbeatable. So my friends and I decided we would go one night, especially after rain, because rain made everything cooler and darker, and it also made children feel bold, like the world was washed clean and new and ready for adventure. We planned to meet later that night after the rain poured out, and when we finalized our exciting plan, some of the older neighbors warned us not to go beyond the cornfields, especially on rainy days, and the way they said it felt like a statement with a hook in it, like they were hanging a warning in the air and expecting us to feel it. But at that time we didn't ask why, because our minds were full of spiders, not danger. And that's how kids are. The thing you want becomes bigger than the risk. You don't understand. It was around 8 in the evening when we finally met up, and our parents gave us permission because we lived in a compound-like area where most houses were close to each other. Everybody knew everybody. And a lot of the families were connected through work, like grandfathers, fathers, and uncles being colleagues, so parents felt safer letting kids roam a bit because the community felt like a big extended family. The kind of place where if you shout someone will hear you, and if you run, someone will notice. There were 7 of us that night, but only 2 had flashlights, so we decided to split into 2 groups so we could cover more area and also because the light wouldn't be enough for all of us together, and my group had 4 kids while the other group had 3, and we started walking into the cornfields, the ground still damp from rain, the air smelling like wet leaves and soil, and the corn plants all around us so that you felt like you were moving through a narrow tunnel of stalks and shadows. Before we started, the farmers reminded us again to stay in the cornfields and never go beyond, because it was rainy, and this time we finally asked why, and one of them simply told us that the light from their houses reached only as far as the cornfields, and beyond that, there was no light at all, which meant darkness, and in a place like that darkness isn't just darkness. It's a signal that you are entering a space where you can't trust what you see, where you can't easily find your way back, where you can't easily be rescued if something happens. Being kids who already knew scary stories by then, we understood immediately and didn't argue, and for a while we behaved. We walked, searched, and after some minutes we actually found what we were looking for, each of us catching a spider that we thought was good enough, and the excitement of success made us forget the warnings again, because now we had prizes in our hands, and the next thing we wanted was to find the other group and brag and compare. While moving, we noticed a light in the distance, not too bright but bright enough to illuminate a small surrounding area, and we assumed it was our friend's flashlight because it looked like that kind of moving glow, so we headed toward it without thinking too much. But as we got closer we realized something that should have made us stop. The light wasn't inside the cornfields. It was coming from a large mango tree next to the cornfield. Outside the permitted area, and the mango tree stood like a giant shadow at the edge, and the light seemed to circle around it. Then we heard a sound that instantly tightened my chest, a dragging sound, like a chain being pulled along something, metal scraping lightly, not loud like a car, but distinct enough that you could imagine the weight of it. And as we got closer, trying to understand what we were hearing, we saw it. A fireball, about the size of a basketball, floating in midair. It wasn't sitting on the ground. It wasn't attached to a torch or a lamp. It was just there, hovering, glowing, bright orange, and it looked like it was carrying a chain, because we could see a chain extending from it, and one end of the chain dragged along below, making that sound, and the fireball moved around the tree like it was circling, searching, patrolling, hunting for something. And for a split second my mind refused to accept what my eyes were seeing, because children can be brave when they don't understand. But the moment your brain recognizes that something is impossible, fear hits you like a slap. We froze first, stunned, and then we looked at each other with faces that said the same thing without words. What is that? And are you seeing it too? And then we ran. We didn't run in a heroic group. We didn't run while holding hands. We ran like terrified kids, each of us thinking only of escaping, every man for himself. And I remember the panic feeling so strong that it erased all logic. I didn't care where my friends were. I didn't care who fell behind. I just ran, my feet slipping in mud, my breath burning, my heart pounding like it wanted out of my chest, and I couldn't even scream properly because fear made my throat tight. I kept running until I reached the waiting shed near our houses, a place that felt safe because it was close to people and close to light, and when I stopped there I was shaking, not just from running but from that adrenaline rush that leaves you cold and sweaty at the same time. The other group was already there waiting for us, and two of my own group arrived soon after, sweating and shivering, faces pale in the dim light, and we started talking all at once, trying to explain what we saw, and the strange comfort in that moment was that our descriptions matched, because when fear is shared, it feels less like madness and more like reality. Some of the older neighbors who had warned us earlier were watching, and instead of looking shocked, they laughed at us, not cruelly, but like people who had seen this before and knew exactly what would happen if kids ignored warnings. And they told us they had also encountered the same thing. They called it Sant Elmo, also known as St. Elmo's fire. To us, that name sounded both religious and scary, like a saint attached to something that looked like a wandering ball of fire, and the older neighbors told us stories about it, the kind of stories people repeat until they become local truth. They said it was believed to come from the blood of a murder victim who hadn't received justice, and that when rain washes away the blood or even a stain, the Sant Elmo appears in that place, like a restless sign, like a wound in the world that shines instead of healing. They told us this with such confidence that it became part of our fear immediately, and after that night we never went back to that cornfield area again, because even if you tell yourself it's just a strange natural phenomenon, the memory of it circling a mango tree with a dragging chain is enough to keep you away for a long time. My mother, when she heard about it, said it was probably imagination, because parents often choose the explanation that protects you from spiraling into fear, and I understand her now, but at that time I didn't accept it, because how could it be imagination if several of us saw the same thing without even discussing it beforehand? And we didn't go there expecting to see fireballs, we went there expecting spiders. So it didn't make sense to me that our minds would all invent the same impossible image at the same moment. Still, time passed, and eventually I pushed it into the back of my head the way people do with things they can't explain, until another night years later, when I was staying again at my father's house. By then I was older, but still the kind of kid who liked sneaking around at night, not doing anything evil, just enjoying the feeling of being awake when everyone else slept, like you had stolen a secret time from the world. I would wait until everybody in the house was asleep, then tiptoe down into the living room to watch television quietly. Our living room layout was very specific, and I remember it because that layout shaped what I saw. When you come down the stairs, there are windows along the stairway that have flower-like carvings, so you can't see clearly outside. You can only see light and vague shapes through the pattern, like the window itself is a filter that turns the outside world into a blur. When you reach the ground floor, if you turn right you face the television. To the left is a door that leads to the garden. To the right side of the television there is a couch, and at the far end of that couch are transparent windows where you can see outside more clearly. A few inches in front of the television there's another set of couches facing it. I used to sit on the couch closest to the television so I could keep the volume extremely low, just enough for me to hear, because I didn't want to wake anyone and get scolded. One night I did this for hours, the room mostly dark except for the flickering TV glow, that blue-white light that makes everything look ghostly even when it's normal. And as I watched, I noticed something behind the television, near the stairs, near those carved windows, a bright orange light outside. It wasn't the soft yellow of a street light. It was orange like flame, and it pulsed in a way that caught my attention immediately. My stomach tightened because my mind connected it instantly to the cornfield night. I stood up slowly, careful, and walked to the end of the couch where the transparent windows were, and I looked outside. And there it was again. The fireball. The San Telmo. This time it wasn't one big fireball the size of a basketball. This time there were two, but smaller, and they were floating right outside our gate, hovering in the air like living embers, and they moved like they were chasing each other, circling, darting, playing or hunting, I couldn't tell, but their movement didn't look like a candle flame, it looked like something with intention. The moment I saw them, I didn't stand there to study them. I didn't try to be brave. I didn't call anyone. I did the most human thing possible. I shut it down. I switched the television off and went to bed as fast as I could, because sometimes fear isn't loud, sometimes it's quiet, and the quiet fear is the kind that makes you move without thinking, like your body already knows the safest choice is to disappear into your room and pretend you never saw anything. That was the last time I ever saw that being, and even though I didn't see it again, the memory stayed, because once you see something like that twice in two different places and stages of life, it stops feeling like a one-time mistake. Now, the one thing that still confuses me, and the thing you're really asking at the end, is whether the legends about it are true, especially the scary part people say, that once disturbed, it will chase you until it burns you to ashes. I'll be honest with you in the simplest way I can. I don't think anyone can reliably prove those legends as literal facts, because most of them are passed through word of mouth, and stories grow sharper and more dramatic over time, especially when people use them to warn children not to wander into dark places. But I also understand why those legends exist, because when people encounter something they cannot explain, they build a story around it, and that story becomes a way to control fear and behavior, like a rule with consequences. Even scientifically, there are natural explanations for strange lights people see at night, including electrical phenomena and gases and weird atmospheric conditions, and the term St. Elmo's fire itself is known as a real electrical glow that can appear around pointed objects during strong atmospheric electric fields, like storms, which fits your experience happening after rain and during certain conditions, and ball-like lights also show up in many cultures as mysterious fire phenomena. But here's the thing, even if there is a natural explanation, it doesn't automatically erase the terror of seeing it with your own eyes, especially when it appears in places people already associate with warnings, mango trees, cornfields, and darkness. Your fear response is still real, your memory is still real, and your question is still valid because you experienced it in a way that felt alive and purposeful, not like a random spark. As for the legend that it will burn you to ashes if it chases you, I think the safer and more realistic way to treat that is this: don't provoke unknown lights or unexplained phenomena at night. Not because you are guaranteed to be hunted by a supernatural being, but because rushing towards strange lights in the dark can genuinely get you hurt in normal ways, like slipping, falling, getting lost, getting caught in barbed wire, getting bitten by something, or running into dangerous people, and fear itself can make you do stupid things. In other words, even if the burn you to ashes part is folklore, the warning to avoid it still protects you. And if we look at your own experience, you did the smart thing without even trying. When you saw it, you ran away and didn't chase it, and later when you saw it again near your gate, you didn't stare, you didn't go outside, you didn't call it, you shut off the TV and went to bed. You didn't disturb it, and nothing followed you. That pattern in your real life suggests that whatever it was, it didn't behave like a creature that automatically hunts down anyone who sees it. It appeared, it moved, you avoided it, and it passed. The legend might be there to keep people from doing what kids naturally do: getting curious, throwing stones, getting close, trying to test it, because those actions are what can lead to accidents, and the legend uses fear to prevent that. In 2005, sometime between March and May, I experienced something in our house that I still remember clearly, not because it was dramatic like in movies, but because it was simple, quick, and ordinary enough that it could have been ignored, yet it left behind a kind of cold confusion that only made sense later when I replayed the details in my head. Before I get to what happened, I need to describe how our house was arranged, because the way the rooms and lights were positioned is part of why I was so sure about what I saw and where I saw it. Our house was a bungalow, just one floor, and it had 3 rooms, one room for me and my brother, another room for our 2 younger sisters, and a master's bedroom for my father and stepmom. Between the boys' room and the master's bedroom was the bathroom, so the bathroom was almost like a divider between our space and the parents' space. Right in front of the master's bedroom was our kitchen sink, and beside that area, between the master's bedroom and the kitchen, there was a door that led to what we called the dirty kitchen, the part of the house where heavier cooking and washing work happened, the place that usually smelled like dish soap, smoke, wet cloth, and sometimes leftover food. And for people who don't know, a dirty kitchen is basically the secondary kitchen area outside or semi-outside the main kitchen, where you do the messy tasks so the main kitchen stays clean. Our dirty kitchen wasn't huge, but it was long, maybe around 1.5 yards wide and 4 to 6 yards long, like a narrow passage that also worked as a work area. That dirty kitchen had 2 gates. One gate led to our garage, and another gate led to our cemented backyard, the backyard where we usually hung washed clothes to dry. At night, our house also had a simple routine for lighting. Each bedroom had a light bulb outside the house, and we turned those bulbs on every night so the outside areas weren't completely dark, and that mattered because it meant you could still see shapes through windows, especially if you were inside a dark room looking toward a lit area outside. The night it happened was a Thursday, sometime between 9 and 11 at night. I remember the day because I had just come home from work, and at that time I was working as a service crew in a well-known fast food chain here in the Philippines, the kind of job where you stand for hours, smile even when you're exhausted, and do everything quickly because customers don't like to wait. I arrived home around 9:15 p.m., tired and sticky from work, and the house felt quiet the moment I stepped inside because everyone was already asleep except my stepmom. My brother was working in another town back then and only came home on weekends, and my father was working abroad at that time, so the house felt smaller in terms of energy, like it wasn't full of male voices and movement the way it used to be. My stepmom was still awake because she was folding and pressing clothes that had dried earlier, and she was focused on her task the way mothers are, steady hands, patient movements. Like even when the world is quiet, their work continues. When I approached her, I did the Manopa gesture, pressing her hand to my forehead as a sign of respect, because that's how we were raised, and then I went straight to my room. I changed my clothes and then decided to wash my uniform right away, because that was part of my routine too. Our washing machine was in the garage, So I went out there, washed my uniform, and after that I needed to hang it to dry in the backyard, which meant I had to pass through the dirty kitchen area, because that narrow space connected the garage side to the backyard side. That night was humid, the kind of night where the air feels heavy and even after you wash up you still feel warm, and the humidity makes everything feel slightly uncomfortable, like the walls are sweating too. I remember doing my chores quickly because I just wanted to rest, and after I hung my uniform in the backyard, I closed the gates and made sure both were locked, the gate to the garage side and the gate to the backyard side, because even if it was a compound or a familiar neighborhood, locking up at night was still important. When I came back inside, my stepmom was still not finished with her folding and pressing, and I think it was around 9:40 p.m. by then. I didn't want to sit around waiting because I was tired, so I went back to my room to prepare my things for the next duty, arranging what I needed, checking if I had everything, doing those small tasks that make you feel ready for tomorrow. I think I spent around 20 minutes fixing my stuff before finally deciding to sleep. I turned off the light in my room and laid down, trying to relax my body, because that tiredness after work isn't just physical, it's mental too, like your head still hears the noise of customers even when you're already home. My room had 2 adjacent windows, and one of those windows faced the backyard. The outside light bulb for our room was also placed on that side, which meant that even if my room light was off, the area outside the window wasn't totally black. You could still see the yard in a faint way, at least enough to notice movement, or a passing figure, especially if your eyes were adjusting to darkness. As I lay there, I suddenly felt cold, not just the normal coolness you feel when you finally stop moving, but a kind of chill that seemed to settle into the air, and because I felt cold I started looking for my blanket. While I was doing that, my eyes caught something outside the window, a shadow of a woman. It wasn't a clear face or a clear body, just a figure moving quickly, but it looked like a woman, and what made it even more specific in my mind was the clothing. The shadow looked like it was wearing a duster, the kind of house dress women wear at home, and because it passed by so quickly, my brain immediately chose the easiest explanation. I thought it was my stepmom. It made sense, because she was the only one awake, and she had been working with clothes, and maybe she went to the backyard to check something, maybe she wanted to look at what I hung, maybe she forgot something outside. So I didn't panic. I didn't even sit up fully. I simply saw it, assumed it was her, and tried to return to resting. But even though my mind tried to treat it as normal, the atmosphere in my room started to feel strange. The coldness didn't go away. It felt like the air had thickened, like something quiet and uneasy was sitting in the room with me. There was a kind of eeriness that made me uncomfortable in a very simple way, like my body was telling me to get up even though my mind wanted to sleep. That discomfort also made me feel the need to pee, and even though I was sleepy, I finally got up and went to the bathroom because sometimes when you're tired, a small discomfort becomes bigger and you can't ignore it. When I stepped out, I noticed my stepmom had just finished her work. She was in that end of task moment, like she was done folding, done pressing, probably about to settle down too. And because I had just seen that shadow and assumed it was her in the backyard, I decided to confirm it, partly to calm myself and partly because I wanted to make sure my mind hadn't played tricks on me. So I asked her, "Na punta ba ko sa likid kanina para ayasin ang nilabin ko?" asking if she had gone to the back a while ago to check or fix my washed clothes. She looked at me and replied, "Hindi di ba ikaw na yung healing nagpunta dun at nagandadoing gate?" She said no, and reminded me that I was the one who went there last and locked the gate. The moment she said that, I felt that small shift inside me, that moment when an ordinary explanation collapses. My stomach tightened. My head felt light. I was puzzled because it didn't match what my eyes had seen. And because I was tired and didn't want to open the door to fear, I tried to laugh it off, the way people do when something doesn't make sense but they don't want to face it. I said something like, "Talagapa? Isino kaya yung Nikita ko kanina? Hey hiyan ko na," asking who I saw then, and then brushing it aside, saying never mind. I could tell she didn't have an answer either, and neither of us wanted to make the house feel haunted by talking too much about it, especially at night when everyone was asleep and imagination can grow wild. So I went back to my room, climbed into bed, and because exhaustion is powerful, I nailed myself down to sleep, forcing my mind to stop spinning and letting my body take over. The next morning I woke up around 8:30 a.m., and daylight has a way of making the night feel distant, like things that scared you at midnight seem smaller when the sun is up, but for me it was the opposite. The moment I woke up and had a clear mind, I started replaying the scene again, because that's what people do when they can finally think. I went over every detail: the time I arrived, what my stepmom was doing, me washing my uniform, me locking both gates, me lying down, the window, the outside light, the quick passing shadow, the duster-like shape, my assumption, the cold feeling, my need to pee, and then her answer that she never went to the backyard. And as I arranged those details in my mind, something clicked. The realization hit me properly. And that was when the goosebumps finally came, not the small goosebumps you get from cold air, but the full-body goosebumps that come from fear and realization, the kind that rises from your arms to your neck and makes your scalp tingle. It wasn't just an ordinary shadow of someone in our house. It felt, in that moment, like I had seen the shadow of someone who wasn't supposed to be there at all, like a presence that moved through our backyard the way a living person would, but without being a living person. When I shared the story later with my co-service crew friends, I expected at least a little understanding, but instead they laughed and teased me, because people react that way when they don't want to admit fear, and also because in workplaces like that, teasing is how people bond, and ghost stories become entertainment. So I smiled and took the teasing, even though inside I still felt unsettled. After that, life moved on, and eventually I started working in Metro Manila for years, and I only came home every other week, and maybe that distance is why I never saw that shadow again. Or maybe it was one of those moments that happens once and then never repeats, leaving you with only a memory and questions. But I've always felt that what made that night stick wasn't just the shadow itself, it was the combination of small details that lined up too well. The gates being locked, my stepmom being busy inside, her finishing at the exact moment I asked, and the timing of the shadow appearing right when my room was dark and the outside light was on. Like something took advantage of the fact that I could see movement, but not clearly enough to identify it. And the strangest part is that my fear didn't fully arrive in the moment. In the moment, I was too tired and too practical, so I accepted it as my stepmom and moved on. The real fear came in the morning, when my mind was awake and I could finally understand what "no" meant when she answered, because in that single word, the ordinary explanation died, and the night became something else entirely. When I was still a college student about 5 years ago, my life mostly revolved around school, hospital duties, and the constant pressure of learning how to become a nurse. At that time, clinical duty was a major part of our training. We were required to rotate through different hospitals in various parts of Luzon, and for every assignment, we had to complete at least 2 full weeks of duty in one location before being transferred to another. It was exhausting, but it was also exciting because every hospital had its own atmosphere, its own stories, and its own strange little details that stayed with you long after you left. One of those assignments brought us to Ilocos. The hospital we were assigned to was a district hospital located close to the main highway, in a small coastal town. The sea was not far from the area, and even though you couldn't always see it from where we stayed, you could sometimes smell the salt in the air, especially late at night. The hospital itself wasn't very big, but it served a wide area, and because it was a district hospital, it had a steady flow of patients at all hours. Our duty schedule during that rotation was from 4 in the afternoon until 12 midnight, which meant we always finished work when the town was already quiet and most people were asleep. Since all of us were originally from Baguio, which was at least a 3-hour bus ride away, it didn't make sense to travel back and forth every day. So we decided to rent rooms in a house near the hospital for the duration of our duty. The house wasn't fancy. It was simple, old, and built in the way many provincial houses are, with narrow paths around it and dim lights outside. But it was close enough that we could walk home together after duty. which felt safer than being alone at that hour. By the third day of our hospital duty, we were already getting used to the routine. We would finish charting, endorse patients, clean up, and then leave the hospital together a little past midnight. That night, after our shift ended, a group of us, along with 2 of our clinical instructors, started walking back to the house. The path we took was narrow and quiet, with very little lighting. It was the kind of path where you could hear your own footsteps clearly, and every small sound seemed louder than it really was. As we were walking, one of our clinical instructors, who was beside me at that time, suddenly grabbed my elbow. His grip was firm and sudden, enough to startle me. I immediately looked at him and asked what was wrong. In a low voice, he said that there was a dog following us. I turned my head to look behind us, and sure enough, there was a white dog walking just a few feet behind the group. It wasn't barking or growling. It was simply following us quietly, close enough that we could clearly see it. At first, I didn't think much of it. Dogs wandering around at night in provincial areas are not unusual. I assumed that maybe my instructor was uncomfortable around dogs or simply startled by the sudden appearance of one. To help ease the situation, I told him that I would switch places with him so that I would be the last one in line instead of him. That way, if the dog came closer, it would be behind me, not him. He agreed, and we switched positions. I hadn't been walking at the back for more than a few seconds when something strange happened. Out of habit, I glanced behind me again to check on the dog. But when I looked, the dog was gone. Completely gone. There was no sign of it anywhere. It was as if it had vanished into thin air in the span of just a few seconds. What made this especially disturbing was the surroundings. On the right side of the narrow path was a bamboo fence that stood at least 5 feet tall. It was continuous, with no visible gaps wide enough for a dog to slip through unnoticed. On the left side of the path was an open area of land with no bushes, no trees, and no structures where a dog could hide quickly. There was simply nowhere for it to go. The path behind us was straight, and if the dog had turned around and run away, we would have seen or heard it. But there was nothing. No sound, no movement, no white shape disappearing into the darkness. A chill ran through me as the realization set in. I quickly moved closer to my instructor and told him that the dog had suddenly disappeared. At first, he thought I was joking. He told me that this was not the time for jokes, especially since it was already late and we were all tired. But I insisted that I was serious. I could hear the edge in my own voice as I spoke. When he looked at my face, he must have seen that I wasn't laughing or trying to scare him. The 2 of us stopped for a brief moment and looked at each other. There was a shared sense of fear and confusion in that moment, the kind that doesn't need words. The group ahead of us noticed that we had slowed down and urged us to hurry. We decided not to say anything to them right away. They were laughing and chatting among themselves, unaware of what had just happened behind them, and we didn't want to cause panic or disrupt the walk even more. As we continued walking, another one of our clinical instructors, who had been ahead of us earlier, noticed that something was off. He turned around and asked us what was wrong. There must have been something about our expressions that caught his attention. We hesitated for a second, then told him what we had seen, or rather, what we had not seen anymore. To our surprise, instead of dismissing it or laughing it off, he reacted in a way that made the situation even more unsettling. He calmly told us that he had also noticed the dog earlier. At first, he had thought it was just a normal stray dog, which is why he didn't say anything. But then he noticed something strange about it. He said that the dog's shadow didn't look right. According to him, the shadow seemed to be changing shape, becoming larger and more distorted, not matching the size or form of an ordinary dog. That was when he started to feel uneasy, which was why he had moved ahead of us and kept quiet about it. Hearing that made my stomach drop. The 3 of us stood there for a moment, exchanging looks that were filled with fear and disbelief. None of us wanted to say out loud what we were thinking, but the unspoken thought hung heavily in the air. Whatever that dog was, it wasn't normal. And the fact that all 3 of us had noticed something strange about it, in our own ways, made it harder to dismiss as imagination or coincidence. We didn't talk about it any further on the way back to the house. Once we arrived, everyone hurried inside. That night, we made sure all the doors were locked and bolted properly. The usual laughter and noise that followed us home after duty were gone. Each of us retreated to our rooms, exhausted but alert, trying to calm our minds and convince ourselves that nothing else would happen. Thankfully, the rest of the night passed quietly. No strange sounds, no footsteps, no shadows. The following days of our duty in Ilocos also went by without any unusual incidents. But that experience stayed with me. Even now, years later, I can still remember how quickly that white dog appeared and disappeared, how impossible it felt given the surroundings, and how unsettling it was to realize that others had seen something strange too. As nursing students, we were trained to observe, to assess, to rely on what we could see and verify. That night challenged those instincts in a way I wasn't prepared for. I still don't have a clear explanation for what happened, and maybe I never will. All I know is that for a brief moment on a dark, narrow path near a quiet hospital by the sea, something followed us, something that looked ordinary at first, and then proved itself to be anything but. A few years ago, my grandfather died. He was my father's father, and he passed away after being sick for some time. When news spread through the family, it was like the whole house suddenly became a gathering place. My aunts and uncles, my father's brothers and sisters, came home, and so did relatives, friends, neighbors, and people who simply wanted to show respect. Like most wakes in the Philippines, my grandfather's remains were placed in a coffin and stayed in our house for a few days. And during those days the house didn't feel like our normal home anymore. It felt like a place suspended between life and death, where people spoke softly, prayed, ate together, and cried when they thought no one was watching. There was always someone awake, always someone sitting near the coffin, and the air itself felt heavy, not only because of grief, but because of the strange quiet tension that sometimes comes when you lose someone who was very present in the family's daily life. I remember watching my father during that time. He stood near my grandfather's coffin, looking at him for a long time as if he was trying to process the truth with his eyes. My father looked like he was on the verge of tears, and I could tell he was fighting it, the way many fathers do, especially in front of other people. Before he could really let his feelings out, he suddenly turned away and went outside to the comfort room. I followed him, not because I was nosy, but because I understood what he was feeling. Even though I was young, I knew what it looked like when someone wanted to be alone to cry, and I wanted to comfort him, or at least make sure he wasn't collapsing under all that emotion by himself. The comfort room was outside, and right before my father opened the door, I sat down on a stone a few inches away from him, waiting quietly. He reached for the switch and turned on the light outside the comfort room, and the sudden brightness made the shadows jump, the way they always do at night when a single bulb lights up a corner of the yard. Then he opened the door. And the moment he did, I saw my grandfather. Even now, when I write that sentence in my head, I can feel the way my body reacted back then. I saw my grandfather as clearly as if he was alive. And I'm sure my father saw him too, because my father reacted instantly and violently, like his body moved before his mind could even decide what to do. He shouted. He went into a kind of rage, like shock transformed into raw instinct, and the sound of him yelling pulled my aunts and uncles toward him fast. They grabbed him, held him, tried to calm him down, not understanding at first whether he was reacting out of grief or something else. He was shaking, angry, confused, all at once, and when he finally managed to explain, he said he saw my grandfather, and that was why he reacted that way. What made it more complicated was the relationship my father had with my grandfather while he was alive. They didn't get along. They had history. Their relationship wasn't the sweet kind that people like to talk about during funerals. It had conflict, resentment, and that bitter distance that sometimes grows between fathers and sons over years of pride and stubbornness. And maybe because of that, seeing my grandfather again, even just for a moment, didn't feel like comfort for my father. It felt like a shock, like something he wasn't emotionally prepared to face. I remember one of my aunts saying that my father could be lazy and hard-headed, and those were traits she joked that I inherited too, but she also said something important. Even with all that, my father loved my grandfather in his own way, because whenever my grandfather needed medical help, my father was always there. So the love was real, even if the relationship wasn't gentle, and maybe that made the moment more powerful, because grief mixed with old wounds can create a kind of emotional storm inside a person. Later that same day, during dinner, something else happened that made the atmosphere feel even stranger. We were eating, and my cousin, who was 7 years younger than me, kept staring out toward the pig pens. He wasn't playing or laughing like a child usually would. His eyes were fixed there, as if he was watching someone work. His father noticed and tried to distract him, asking what was wrong, and my cousin simply pointed and said he could see my grandfather washing and cleaning the pig pens. When he said that, it wasn't said like a joke. It was said like a simple observation, the way children say things when they believe what they're seeing is normal. My aunt, instead of panicking, told him to leave our grandfather alone because that was exactly what my grandfather used to do when he was alive. That response stuck with me, because it was like the adults were choosing to treat what the children saw as something natural, not something to be feared, almost like they were telling the children, and themselves, that it was normal for him to still be doing what he always did. The next day, my younger sister suddenly got a high fever. It happened quickly, the way fevers in children sometimes do, and it made everyone nervous because the house was already under stress from the wake. The priest who was leading the daily prayers at the wake said something that people in our culture often believe in moments like that we must offer prayers for my grandfather because he might be lonely, and that loneliness could make him want someone to be with him. It was the kind of statement that makes you feel cold inside, because it suggests that sickness is not just sickness, but also a kind of spiritual pull. We did what families do. We gave my sister medicine, we prayed, we watched her closely, and thankfully she recovered the next day, as if the fever came and left just as suddenly. People took that as proof that the prayers helped, and whether it was coincidence or not, it brought everyone a sense of relief, like the household had avoided something darker. After my grandfather was buried, life slowly returned to the normal rhythm of the house. The wake ended, visitors stopped coming, the prayers stopped being daily, and the space where the coffin had been placed became just a space again. Around that time, one of my aunts who had been with us before my grandfather died eventually moved to Colorado with her husband, and her bedroom became empty. Since the room was available, it became mine. I moved my things in and changed it into a boy's room, making it feel like my own space, and I remember feeling excited about that because for a growing kid, having your own room feels like gaining a piece of independence. But even if the house looked normal again, little things kept happening that made it feel like the story wasn't fully finished. One night during dinner time, I was upstairs in my room listening to music on my radio. It wasn't anything unusual. I did it all the time. My cousin called me to come down and eat dinner with everyone, so I turned the radio off and went downstairs to the dining table. My room was directly above the dining room, so it was a quick walk down. Everyone was at the table, eating, talking, teasing each other, the usual noise of family life, and for a moment it felt like the house was finally back to normal. Then suddenly the radio upstairs turned on by itself, blasting at a loud volume. It wasn't a small sound. It was loud enough that everyone at the table heard it clearly. And the strangest part was that all of us were right there at the dining table. No one was upstairs. No one could have flipped the switch. There was this moment of stunned silence where everyone froze, forks midair, mouths half open, trying to understand what they were hearing. Then the younger ones started shouting and crying. Their fear spread fast, because children feed off each other's panic. My uncle quickly calmed them down, and went upstairs to turn the radio off. When he came back down, nobody laughed. Nobody teased. Everyone continued eating, but the mood had changed. The laughter was gone, replaced by a quiet tension, the kind of silence that sits heavy on a family when something happens that no one can explain. That night I didn't want to sleep in my room. I was scared, and the fear wasn't the dramatic kind. It was the uneasy kind, the kind that makes you feel watched even when the house is silent. So later that night I decided to sleep in the living room. where it felt less lonely and where there were other people nearby. I begged my cousin to sleep with me, and he agreed. We moved some of the couches together in one corner beside the television, creating a little makeshift sleeping spot the way kids do, like building a fort out of furniture. We laid down there, trying to act casual, but I think both of us were on edge. Sometime very late in the night, my cousin woke me up. His voice was low and shaky. He told me there was someone sitting on the couch near the door. For a second I wanted to ignore him, to pretend it was nothing, because sometimes you feel safer if you don't confirm your fear. But something pushed me to look. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was the need to know whether we were imagining things or not. I sat up and looked at the couch, and my head felt like it grew heavy with shock. There was a human form sitting there. Not a clear face, not details, but a solid figure, and it was all black. Even though the lights in the living room were off, there was enough light coming from upstairs to illuminate the space slightly, enough for us to see that someone was truly sitting there. It didn't look like a normal shadow cast by furniture, because it had shape and weight, the posture of a person sitting still. It wasn't moving, but the stillness itself was terrifying, because it felt intentional, like it wanted to be seen but didn't want to reveal itself fully. The moment I saw it, every bit of bravery left my body. My cousin and I didn't try to be heroes. We didn't shout. We didn't run. We did the only thing our fear could think of. We covered ourselves with the blanket and prayed. We pressed close together, not caring what it looked like, because at that age fear removes pride completely. All that mattered was feeling less alone. We whispered prayers, repeating words we had learned as children, hoping the words would create a wall between us and whatever was sitting there. At some point, exhaustion must have pulled us back into sleep, because the next thing I remember is waking up with sunlight on our faces, the morning rays making everything in the living room look ordinary again, like nothing had ever been there. I told my aunt about what happened. She was very religious, the type of person who responds to strange experiences with prayer rather than panic, and she said it might have been my grandfather, and that the best thing we could do was offer him prayers. That answer didn't fully erase my fear, but it gave it a framework, a way to think about it without losing my mind. It made it feel less like a random horror and more like something connected to grief, to someone who had been part of our house for so long that even in death, the family still felt his presence. Years later, my aunts and uncles decided to renovate the house. They changed its structure and appearance, almost like they were trying to erase the old feeling of it, to turn it into a place no one would ever casually call haunted again. Paint, repairs, new layouts, brighter spaces, things that make a home feel fresh and alive. Even if everyone was busy with renovation and life continued pulling people in different directions, one tradition remained strong. Until now, we still visit my grandfather's grave every Saturday. And at home, during meals, we still place an extra plate of food, because we believe he is still with us in some way. Whether that belief is literal or symbolic, it keeps him part of the family, and maybe that's the point. Because even though those nights were frightening, they were also filled with love, grief, and a family's way of holding on to someone who mattered, even someone who was complicated, even someone who caused conflict while alive, but who still remained family, still remained part of the house, and still remained someone we could not easily let go of. In 2004, when I was still in high school, I didn't have a mobile phone of my own yet, so I had this habit that I'm not proud of now but felt normal at that age. I would borrow my dad's phone for personal use. Back then, a phone wasn't just a gadget you used for scrolling or entertainment. It was important, especially for parents. It was for calls, emergencies, plans, and work, and my dad was the type of person who hated misplacing things. In our house, people often put items down, just for a second, and then forget where they placed them, so over the years he became extra sensitive about anything going missing. When his phone wasn't where he expected it to be, it wasn't just inconvenience for him. It was like a personal betrayal, like something was out of order, and it made him angry fast. That night, my parents were supposed to leave the house to go to a party. They were getting ready, already dressed for going out, already in that mood where you want everything to move smoothly so you can leave on time. But my dad couldn't find his phone. And for him, leaving without it wasn't an option. He searched, he checked places where we normally put it, he asked around, and nothing. The longer he couldn't locate it, the more irritated and tense he became, because it wasn't just about the phone anymore. It became about control, about feeling like he was being disrespected in his own house, about being tired of things always being lost. By the time he reached the living room, he was already on edge, and I was there with my older sister, watching TV like nothing was happening, relaxed and unaware that his frustration had built up to the point where he was ready to explode. He confronted me directly. He asked where the phone was, and the moment he asked, I already knew why he was asking me. In his mind, I was the only suspect, because I was the one who always borrowed it. It didn't matter whether I had it that night or not. My history made me guilty in his eyes. I denied it immediately. I told him I didn't have it. My mom also asked me, and all I could say was the same thing. I don't have the phone with me. I didn't say it with confidence. I said it with the desperation of someone who knows they won't be believed. Then the slap came. I had been punched before, but this hit differently. It wasn't just pain. It was shock. It was humiliation. It was the sudden understanding that a small object mattered more to him in that moment than my words or my feelings. Tears came out before I could even think properly. I remember crying not only because it hurt, but because I couldn't understand why he was doing that when I was telling the truth. My dad started shouting, and he grabbed my arm hard, demanding that I return the phone to him. I couldn't answer because my mind felt like it had jammed. I was frozen in a mix of fear and disbelief, and I couldn't even look him in the eye. Instead, my eyes drifted to the window, partly to avoid him and partly because I just needed somewhere else to stare so I didn't collapse. That's when the voice cut through everything. The shouting, the TV noise, the tension in the room, it all became background, drowned out by a weak but clear voice that seemed to come from outside. It called to me in Tagalog. Papasukin Moako. Let me in. At first it didn't even register as fear. It registered as confusion, like my brain couldn't decide whether it was real or imagined. But as soon as I focused, I could see a faint figure of a man standing outside. He wasn't fully clear the way a normal person would be under a porch light. He was faint, like a shape made of shadow and thin light. And then the voice grew stronger, more demanding. Papasukin Moako. Let me in. The sadness and confusion from what my dad was doing to me vanished instantly. It was like someone turned off one emotion and turned on another. Fear flooded my body so fast that it felt like I had been dropped into cold water. I went pale. I could feel it happening, like the blood drained from my face. I couldn't move. I couldn't turn away. I couldn't even blink properly. Everything slowed down, not like a dream exactly, but like time had thickened. I could sense him getting closer, as if he was walking toward the window, and even though I couldn't hear footsteps, I felt the approach like pressure in the air. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my chest. I wanted to scream, but my throat wouldn't work. I wanted to breathe, but my lungs felt tight. Then he was right there, just outside the window, close enough that I could see movement clearly, and I watched as he slowly reached out and grabbed one of the railings. It was such a small action, such a normal human action, and that's what made it horrifying. Because if a hand can grip a railing, then it means something is truly there. Something is choosing to come closer. Something is trying to cross the boundary between outside and inside. Then another slap hit me. But this slap didn't come from my dad. It snapped me out of that trance like a rope yanking me backward. This time it was my older sister who slapped me, her voice sharp and scared as she asked if I was okay. She said I suddenly froze and turned white. Everyone was looking at me. In that moment I couldn't explain anything. I wanted to cry, I wanted to shout, I wanted to tell them what I had seen, but all I did was sit there stiff, staring, like my body still hadn't fully returned to normal. My dad, unaware of what just happened in my head and in my eyes, kept insisting that I give him the phone. That was when my younger sister came rushing downstairs, breathless, guilty, and loud. She admitted she had the phone. She said she borrowed it. She handed it to my dad, and the room fell into a thick silence, the kind of silence that follows an ugly mistake when nobody knows how to fix it. My dad didn't apologize. My mom didn't say anything either. They just took the phone and left for the party like nothing had happened, like they could walk out and leave the tension hanging in the house behind them. But the air stayed heavy. It stayed ugly. After they left, we continued watching TV. We pretended everything was normal, because that's what families often do when something terrible happens inside the home. They patch it over with routine. My sisters talked about my dad's outbursts, but I didn't want to talk. I didn't even want to speak at all. I held on to the bitterness, the feeling that something had broken, that trust had cracked, and I was still angry and hurt, especially at my dad, because there was no apology, no softness, no attempt to fix what he had done. Days passed, and I barely talked to my parents. They didn't really try either. The house moved forward with that awkward quiet, everyone avoiding the topic, everyone acting like the wound would heal if nobody touched it. I stayed distant. I carried the grudge like a stone in my chest. One night, because it was boring and maybe also because boredom makes people reach for stories, we ended up upstairs sharing ghost stories. The mood was lighter, the kind of night where siblings laugh, scare each other, and feel close again. It was my brother's turn to tell a story, and he started by saying it happened recently. Then he described something that made the hair on my arms rise. He said that on the same night I had the confrontation with my dad, he was upstairs in his room listening to a CD player. Suddenly the CD started skipping tracks, so he stopped it. Then he heard a man's voice outside our house calling out my name. He looked out to check, and he saw a shadow of a man moving toward the living room window. According to him, the shadow disappeared as it reached the window, almost as if it had entered the house somehow. The moment my brother finished, the atmosphere in the room changed. It wasn't just scary story fun anymore. It felt colder. The joke stopped. Everyone felt uneasy because this wasn't a story about an old cemetery or a haunted road. This was about our own house, our own window, our own family, and a voice calling my name. My siblings started whispering that maybe whatever it was had been drawn in by the negative energy in the house that night, by the shouting, the anger, the hurt, like the darkness in the family created a doorway. I wanted to tell them what I saw. I wanted to say I saw him too. I wanted to explain the voice, the command to let him in, the hand on the railing. But I couldn't. My mouth felt heavy. My fear sat on my tongue and wouldn't let words come out. And then, right as I was sitting there in that silence, I saw him again. This time I didn't see him faintly in the distance. I saw him at the window in my mind as clearly as before. Only now the image was worse, because now he had both hands gripping the railings, like he wasn't just passing by anymore, like he was holding on, claiming the boundary, refusing to leave. And in that moment, the scariest part wasn't even the figure itself. It was the feeling that he had been there all along, circling the house, waiting for an opening, and that night, when my family was full of anger and pain, something had cracked wide enough for him to come close, close enough to call my name and ask, again and again, to be let in. In February 2010, I was hospitalized because of severe lower back pain. I was admitted and assigned to room 704, a room located at the very end of the hallway, the kind of room that already feels a little more isolated compared to rooms closer to the nurse's station or near the busier parts of the ward. The layout of the room is something I still remember clearly because it was simple but distinct. When you enter, there's a short hallway inside the room, and the first thing you see straight ahead is a television attached to the wall. On the left side of that small hallway is the door to the toilet, and right next to it is the bed. At the time, it felt like a normal hospital room, nothing dramatic or obviously creepy, but hospitals at night are strange places by nature. Even when everything looks ordinary, the silence, the dim lighting, and the knowledge that people are suffering behind closed doors all around you can make the air feel heavy. The first strange occurrence in room 704 happened on my first night there, but I didn't actually witness it. My boyfriend did. He later told me he didn't know the exact time it happened, only that it was late, and both of us were sleeping soundly. The room was dark, and the only light came from the hallway outside, filtering in just enough to outline the shapes of furniture and the edges of the walls. According to him, he suddenly woke up with that strong, instinctive feeling that someone was watching us. It wasn't a vague uneasiness, it was that sharp awareness people get when they feel another presence in the room, the kind that pulls you awake even when you're exhausted. When he opened his eyes, he saw someone standing beneath the television. It was a woman. His first thought, the most natural thought, was that it was a nurse who had come in quietly to check my vitals. In hospitals, nurses move in and out at all hours, and sometimes they do it so smoothly you barely notice. So at first he didn't react dramatically. He even closed his eyes again, not wanting to seem rude or make it awkward, assuming she was just doing her job. But then something about the situation didn't match his assumption. He realized the woman wasn't moving. She was just standing there, completely still, like she was waiting or watching, not like someone checking a patient. That alone made him pay closer attention, but what really made his stomach tighten was that he could see the wall behind her. It was as if she wasn't fully solid. He said it wasn't like a shadow or a trick of light, but more like she was there and not there at the same time, a shape with form but without full weight. Still, he didn't panic. He told me he had always believed that strange things were common in places like hospitals, places where there is constant pain, fear, and death, places where emotions linger. So instead of screaming or jumping out of bed, he did what a cautious person does when they're trying to confirm reality. He sneaked a quick look again, carefully, just to validate what he was seeing. The figure was still there. And he noticed she was wearing a nurse uniform, which made it even more unsettling because it was so specific, so familiar, so believable at first glance. Then, before he could even properly blink, she vanished. Not by walking away, not by fading slowly like fog, but by simply disappearing in the same spot where she stood, as if someone had switched off her existence. When he told me that story, I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to dismiss it, because I was already dealing with pain and stress, and the last thing I wanted was to feel afraid inside the place I was supposed to recover. But another part of me couldn't ignore the fact that my boyfriend wasn't the type to make up stories for fun, and the details he described didn't sound like a casual nightmare either. My own experience in room 704 was different, smaller, but still disturbing. I remember hearing knocking on the door. It wasn't a loud banging, just a clear knock, enough to make you think someone outside needed to come in. So I checked. When I opened the door or looked out, there was no one there. No nurse. No patient. No relative. Just the empty hallway. I tried to convince myself it could have been someone knocking at a nearby door, or the sound traveling oddly through the corridor, but it didn't sit right. It felt like the knock was meant for us, meant for that room, meant to get attention. Then in June of the same year, my boyfriend ended up being hospitalized too. He was assigned to room 521. By that time, because I already knew about his experience in room 704, my mind was already primed to be afraid, and I hate admitting it, but once your mind expects something scary, it becomes harder to relax. There was an extra bed in his room, and I tried to sleep there at first, telling myself it was fine, but I couldn't. I felt uneasy. So I decided to move the bed closer to his, thinking that if I was beside him I would feel safer. But even then, my mind kept imagining things in the corners of the room, in the shadows, in the quiet pauses between sounds. Eventually I gave up fighting my anxiety and just stayed right beside him, because being close to him felt like the only thing grounding me. The occurrence in room 521 happened near dawn. It was that hour when the night feels stretched thin, when the world outside is still quiet but the air starts to change, and sometimes that's the creepiest time because you're half asleep and half awake. My boyfriend told me he woke up because he heard a child giggling. Not a cough, not a shuffle, not the usual hospital noises, but a clear giggle, light and playful, the sound of a child who is amused. At first he thought it might have been from another room, or maybe from the hallway, but it sounded close enough that he began scanning the room to figure out where it came from. And then he saw it. He saw a little girl run across the bed. She wasn't walking. She was running, fast and smooth, like she was playing a game. And just like that, she vanished, disappearing right through the cabinet. Not behind it, not around it, but through it, as if the cabinet was air. That was when he finally felt stunned, because unlike the nurse in room 704, which he could still rationalize as maybe a trick of dim light, this was movement, this was a child in motion, this was something that behaved like a real person, smiling as she ran. He said she looked so real in that moment that his body reacted as if a real child had just dashed through the room. But the impossibility of her disappearing like that made the reality collapse. He couldn't remember the face clearly afterward, only that she was smiling at him while running, like she was aware of him, like she was acknowledging him without fear. While we were in that room, I also experienced things, not as visually clear as what he saw, but still unsettling. At times, when I was in the toilet, I heard voices outside, like someone having a conversation. More than once I came out and asked my boyfriend what he said or who he was talking to, because I was sure I had heard him speaking. But he would look at me confused and say he wasn't talking at all. The voices weren't loud enough to make out words clearly every time, but they were human enough that my brain automatically assumed it was him, or someone nearby. It wasn't like hearing random echoes. It sounded like actual speech. There was also the sound of a shaking doorknob. Both of us experienced it, but on separate occasions. It sounded exactly like someone trying to get in, twisting the knob impatiently or repeatedly, the way someone does when they think the door is locked. Naturally, that sound makes your body tense, because you expect the door to open and someone to enter. When we checked the door, it wasn't locked at all. That part is what made it feel so strange. If someone had actually tried the knob, the door should have opened. And if someone realized it was unlocked, we would have heard the door move, or footsteps leaving, or at least some kind of human reaction. But there was nothing. Just the sound, and then silence. After those experiences, we didn't come out of it with a dramatic conclusion like in horror movies. Nothing attacked us. Nothing harmed us. No one got dragged out of bed or possessed or anything like that. It was more like a series of unsettling moments, brief and sharp, like someone or something making its presence known and then pulling away, leaving you with the confusion afterward. The worst part wasn't even the fear in the moment. It was the way it made you question your own senses afterward, the way you replay the sound or the image and wonder if it was exhaustion, stress, the atmosphere of a hospital, or something else entirely. But what made it difficult to dismiss was that we weren't alone in it. We experienced different things in different rooms, at different times, and sometimes we both noticed the same kind of phenomenon, like the doorknob shaking. Hospitals are places where people are vulnerable, tired, medicated, emotionally overloaded, and those factors can definitely affect perception, but at the same time, hospitals are also places layered with human suffering and unfinished stories, and whether you believe in spirits or not, you can't deny that the environment itself can feel heavy. Especially at night when the halls are dim and quiet, and every small sound feels like it carries meaning. Even now, when I remember room 704 and room 521, I don't remember only the pain and the sickness. I remember the feeling of being watched in the dark, the idea of a nurse-shaped figure standing still beneath the TV, the giggle of a child at dawn, and the doorknob twisting as if someone was outside trying to enter a door that wasn't even locked. And even if there's no perfect explanation, those moments remain, fixed in memory, like small cracks in the normal world that opened just long enough for us to see something we weren't supposed to see. A lot of people in our office know exactly who Junjun is the moment you mention the name, even if they pretend they don't want to talk about him, because he has become one of those stories that lives inside the building the way dust lives in the corners, always there even when you stop noticing it. And the funny part is that Junjun isn't spoken about like a scary ghost or a terrifying spirit the way people talk about shadows in hospitals or old houses. He's spoken about like a mischievous child who just never grew up and never left. A playful little boy who likes to annoy people the way a real kid would. The kind who loves attention but doesn't want to be caught. And everyone's description of him is almost identical, as if the building itself agreed on what he looks like and made sure we all saw the same version, because people say he's always wearing the same outfit, a black and blue striped shirt, denim shorts, and white rubber shoes, and that detail is what makes the story feel strangely solid, because it's not vague. It's not like someone says, "I saw a shadow," and leaves it at that. It's always the same clothing and the same small boy energy. And for as long as I can remember, he's been a mainstay on one particular floor of our office, like he has his own favorite areas the way regular employees do. And I've spoken to people who have been with the company since the time we moved into this building, the older employees who know the history of the place and who are usually the first to laugh off new hires when they get spooked. And even they confirm that Jun has been here since the beginning, since the move, which means no one truly knows what happened to him, whether he was ever a real child connected to the building or whether he is something that only exists because the building collects stories and turns them into living rumors. But one thing is consistent: multiple people have seen him. And not just once, not just one dramatic sighting that got exaggerated, but repeated glimpses, quick appearances, pranks, footsteps, laughter, and that very specific image of a boy who acts like he owns the place. And the way people speak about him is almost casual, as if over time the fear got replaced by familiarity and irritation, like, "Oh, that kid again." And I think that's part of what makes him creepier to me, because if something is truly harmless, people usually forget it. But if something keeps showing up in small ways, it stays alive in the culture of the office. And with Jun, the stories never die, they just keep getting added to. It's not common for us to run trainings on Saturdays. And that's important to explain because the building has a different soul on weekends, like it's wearing the same clothes but the person inside is not the same. Because on weekdays the office is bright and loud and crowded. And even if you believe in paranormal things, the noise of normal life drowns out everything else. But on Saturdays, especially when only one team is scheduled to come in, the hallways feel wider, the carpet seems to swallow sound, the air conditioning hum becomes louder because there are no voices competing with it, and the whole place can feel too still, like it's holding its breath. And the only reason we usually have weekend classes is when a holiday falls on a weekday and we still need to meet targets. So they move the training to the weekend to keep the schedule on track, which means the attendance is smaller, the traffic in the building is minimal. And sometimes you can walk for minutes without seeing anyone. On that particular weekend, I had a class scheduled, and I remember arriving with that half-awake feeling you get when you're coming in on a day your body expects rest, like your brain is working but your spirit is annoyed. And when I got out of the elevator, the first thing that struck me was that the lobby guard wasn't at his post, which is unusual because the guard desk is normally the first sign of life on that floor. And at the same time there was loud music playing, not just soft background radio but loud enough that it filled the lobby and spilled into the hallway. And in that moment I didn't think ghosts or something strange. I thought something normal and human, like maybe the guard is bored out of his mind because it's a weekend and no one is around. So he turned the volume up and stepped away to stretch his legs or check something. And because I had work to do and didn't want to be the kind of person who complains about music first thing in the morning, I just let it slide and started walking to my training room. On that side of the floor there are 4 training rooms arranged in a line, and to make it simple we call them Room A, Room B, Room C, and Room D, with Room A closest to the guard lobby, and Room D furthest down, which means if you're scheduled in Room D you have to walk past the other 3 rooms, and because it was a quiet weekend, the hallway felt almost too quiet except for the music. Like the carpet was absorbing even the sound of my footsteps, and as I walked I did what people always do. In familiar spaces, I glanced at the doors out of habit, noticing if anything looked off, and that's when I saw that the door to Room C was slightly ajar. That immediately caught my attention because our training rooms are supposed to stay closed and locked when not in use, and the usual practice is that you swipe your access card to open and then you make sure it clicks shut behind you, because these rooms have equipment and materials and because it's an office, we're trained into this habit of keeping doors properly closed, so seeing room C's door open even a crack felt wrong. Like someone had either forgotten or like someone was inside. My first logical thought was that the reason the guard wasn't in the lobby might be because he was in room C, maybe checking something, maybe using it as a place to sit and relax since no one was around. And that seemed plausible because guards sometimes step inside rooms to check lights or inspect if everything is okay. So, out of curiosity more than fear, I leaned slightly and peeked through the gap, just enough to see what was going on without fully stepping inside. What I saw stopped me in a very strange way, not like the sudden terror of seeing a monster, but like the quiet shock of seeing something that doesn't belong in your normal reality. There was a small boy sitting at the trainer's station, the place where the instructor usually sits, and he was playing with the computer mouse, moving it around as if he was browsing or clicking, but the monitor was turned off, which made it look like he was enjoying the movement itself rather than using it for any purpose, and because he was so small and because he was sitting so comfortably. The first explanation that came to my mind wasn't ghost. It was someone's kid. I assumed he might be the son of one of the trainers, or even the guard's child, maybe a child who came to the office for some reason, bored and left to play in an empty room while adults did their duties, and it seemed harmless. Because he wasn't screaming or banging on equipment, he was just quietly playing with a mouse like a kid fascinated by office stuff. I also didn't want to embarrass myself by reacting dramatically to a child who might just be a normal visitor. So I didn't say anything, I didn't call out, I didn't ask, "Hey, who are you?" I simply continued on to room D. Swiped my card, and let myself in. I left my door slightly open at first because I could still hear the music from the lobby, and it made the hallway feel less eerie, like proof that someone was around. And while I was arranging my materials and preparing for the training, I heard a click from room C, the sound of the door closing, and that sound reassured me, because it supported my assumption that an adult was present and had closed the room properly. And in my mind I pictured a trainer or the guard stepping into room C, seeing the kid, and taking him away, or at least checking on him, and because the music was so loud and the hallway was carpeted, I didn't hear footsteps. But I didn't find that suspicious, I just assumed I had missed the sound under the music. After a while, since I needed to focus, I closed my own door fully so the music became faint, like a distant thump instead of a loud presence, and I started working, organizing, preparing, doing the small tasks trainers do before trainees arrive, and for a few minutes everything felt normal again, like the moment I saw the boy was just a small odd detail that didn't matter. Then I heard a kid laughing. It wasn't loud like a scream, it was a playful laugh, the kind a child makes when they're amused by something silly, and it sounded like it came from the room beside mine, which would be room C. Immediately a practical worry replaced any paranormal thought. What if the kid had been locked inside by accident? Because yes, our doors click shut, and if you don't have an access card you can't easily open them from outside. And maybe someone closed the door without realizing the kid was still inside. And maybe now he was laughing and playing alone but could become scared later when he realized he couldn't get out. And I didn't want to be that person who ignores a child possibly trapped in a room. So I picked up the phone and called the lobby guard's number. And I was relieved when he answered, because he turned down the volume and I could hear him clearly. I told him, very simply, that I thought someone might be locked in room C because I saw a kid there earlier. He responded politely, said he would check, and I hung up feeling like I had done the responsible thing. I went back to my preparation, and then I heard the beeping sound of an access door being unlocked in room C, followed by the door opening and then closing, and that again reassured me, because it meant the guard went there and checked, and I assumed he would escort the kid out or call whoever the kid belonged to. Shortly after, I heard 3 soft knocks on my door, and because I didn't want to break my concentration, I simply called out that he could come in, expecting the guard to enter and say something like, "Yes, ma'am, the child is here," or, "The kid is fine," and I was already preparing what I would say next. The access door beeped, and the guard peeked inside. His face looked calm, almost amused. He told me there was no one in room C, that since morning no one had been there, and that no one had a scheduled training that day except me. For a second my brain didn't accept his words, because it clashed too hard with what I had seen, so I tried to offer a logical counter, saying that when I arrived he wasn't in the lobby, so I thought a child might have snuck up, like maybe a visitor or someone's kid wandered into that floor. The guard smiled in a way that wasn't mocking, more like he was gently confirming something I didn't know yet. He said, very casually, that he thought I saw Junjun. I stared at him, confused, because at that time I didn't know who Junjun was. The name sounded like a nickname you'd hear in a family, not a warning. I asked him who Junjun was, and then he described the outfit, asking if the boy I saw was wearing a black and blue striped shirt, denim shorts, and white shoes. The moment he said it, my stomach tightened in that slow sinking way, because that was exactly what I saw, and my nod was automatic, like my body answered before my mind could decide whether to admit it. The guard then said Junjun plays around that floor a lot, and that room C is his favorite, and room D too, and when he said room D, I felt a chill, because I was sitting in room D at that exact moment, and I suddenly became aware of how empty the hallway sounded, how faint the music had become, how alone I actually was. I tried to laugh it off, telling the guard not to scare me, because that's what people say when they're afraid but want to look brave, and he responded in an easy tone, saying not to worry because Junjun isn't scary, he just likes playing with the computer mouse, like it's his little game, and then he left. After he left, I sat there for a moment in my training room, listening to the silence between sounds, and for the first time that morning I truly felt the atmosphere of the place, not because the room suddenly changed, but because my understanding changed. And once your mind accepts that what you saw might not have been a normal child, your brain starts scanning everything for the next sign, the next proof. And the worst part is that nothing has to happen for you to feel unsettled, because your own thoughts become the loudest thing in the room. I tried to focus on my work, telling myself it was fine, telling myself that even if Junjun exists, he's harmless, a prankster, a child spirit, something playful. But I still kept catching myself looking at the door, glancing at the corner where the computer sat, noticing every tiny creak of the air conditioning, and whenever the hallway music dropped for a second, the silence felt too deep. Eventually, trainees arrived and the normal energy of a class filled the room, and for a while I forgot about it. Because when people come in, laughter and conversation act like a shield, like you're not alone anymore, like the world is solid again. But Junjun didn't end with that Saturday sighting, because there was another time, a different day, when I was already teaching a lesson to a group of trainees, and that one hit me in a different way because it wasn't about a quiet hallway or an open door, it was in front of other people, and that makes a paranormal moment harder to dismiss because it becomes shared reality instead of private fear. Our training rooms have windows that at night act like mirrors because the glass has a reflective tint, so when it's dark outside and bright inside, the window becomes like a big mirror surface, showing reflections of whatever is inside the room rather than what's outside. And that night I was conducting a lesson with the trainees seated facing me, and the window was behind me, which meant the trainees could see my reflection and the space behind me through the window's mirror-like surface, while I was facing them and couldn't see what they were seeing unless I turned around. I was in the middle of discussing something, explaining a point, speaking the way trainers speak when they're trying to keep everyone engaged, and I remember feeling the rhythm of the lesson, like everything was going smoothly, when I suddenly heard a collective gasp from the trainees. It wasn't one person reacting, it was several at once, the kind of sound a group makes when they all see something unexpected at the same time, and I saw their faces change instantly. Their expressions weren't confused like when someone doesn't understand a concept. They looked horrified. Their eyes widened, their mouths opened, and their attention wasn't on me anymore, it was on something behind me, and for a second I thought maybe something fell or maybe a person entered the room, and then one of them screamed. It wasn't a playful scream. It was real fear. It startled me so badly that my heart jumped, and I turned my head quickly, asking what happened, because my first thought was that someone had gotten hurt or that something dangerous was happening. They pointed and said there was a boy behind me. The words, "A boy behind you," are simple, but when you hear them in a training room late at night, after you've already heard about Junjun, your body reacts before your mind can reason, and I felt that instant cold rush in my chest. I spun around, expecting to see a child standing there, maybe a real child who wandered in somehow, maybe a prank from someone else, maybe even the guard's kid again. But there was nothing. Nothing behind me, nothing near the trainer's station, nothing near the door, nothing near the chairs, and the room looked normal, almost insultingly normal, like the fear was a mistake. I asked them where exactly they saw him, and they said he was gone now, but they saw his reflection in the window, and he was standing right behind me, close enough that if he had been a real person, I would have felt someone's presence near my back, close enough to touch, and the way they described it made my skin prickle, because they weren't describing a vague shadow, they were describing a boy standing there, watching. And they weren't saying it like they were telling a story, they were saying it like they had just seen something they couldn't explain. The trainees were shaken. Their voices overlapped as they tried to confirm with each other that they all saw the same thing, and the more they talked, the more consistent their description became, and at some point someone mentioned the striped shirt and the denim shorts, and I felt my throat tighten because it matched what I saw on that Saturday, and I realized that even if I hadn't told them about Junjun beforehand, they were describing him anyway. Which made it harder to believe it was just imagination or suggestion. I tried to calm them down because as a trainer you can't let the room dissolve into panic, and also because fear spreads fast, and if one person gets hysterical, everyone else can follow. So I did what I could. I told them maybe it was a reflection trick, maybe someone walked behind the glass, maybe it was stress or tiredness, even though in my heart I didn't fully believe those excuses. But I needed them to feel stable enough to finish the session. Still, even as I continued speaking, I could feel the way the room's energy had changed. The trainees were no longer fully focused on the lesson. They kept glancing at the window behind me. They kept scanning reflections. They jumped at small sounds. And I myself, even while trying to act normal, became hyper-aware of every space behind me, like I could feel something watching. And that feeling is strange because it isn't always accompanied by a visible sighting. Sometimes it's just your body reacting to an idea, but sometimes, especially after multiple incidents, it feels like a presence, like the air has intention. After the class ended, a few trainees asked me quietly if the office was haunted, and that's when Junjun's name came out naturally, because in our building he is almost like a character everyone eventually meets, and some of them admitted they had heard about him already, and hearing the name after what they saw made them even more uneasy, because it made it feel like they had been inducted into something. Like they had seen what others had seen and now they couldn't unsee it. What stuck with me from those two experiences wasn't just the image of a child, it was how casual and specific the phenomenon felt. Like Junjun wasn't showing up to terrorize, he was showing up to play. Like his prank was simply making you notice him, making you question your assumptions, making you remember that the office isn't only full of living employees but also full of stories, impressions, maybe even leftovers of people who once existed. The guard's attitude also stayed with me, because he didn't treat it like a major danger, he treated it like a known fact. Like Junjun has routines the way employees do, like he has favorite rooms, like he likes certain objects, like the computer mouse, and there's something deeply unsettling about that normality, because it suggests that the phenomenon has been around long enough to become part of the workplace culture. Something people mention with a half smile and a nervous laugh, like, "Oh, that's just Junjun," as if naming something makes it manageable. After all of that, I became more careful about being alone on that floor, especially on weekends, and I became more aware of small things that I used to ignore, like the sound of doors clicking, the faint giggles that might not be coming from anyone, the way reflections in windows can suddenly feel like eyes watching, and even though I tried to tell myself that Junjun is harmless, playful, and not the type of presence that wants to hurt anyone, I couldn't fully shake the idea that he chooses when to appear and who gets to see him, because in my Saturday experience he didn't speak to me or approach me, he just sat there quietly playing with the mouse like a kid who belongs, and in the training experience he didn't appear directly, he appeared through reflection, behind me, where I couldn't see him, but where others could, which feels like a prank designed to create reaction, to cause that collective gasp, to remind everyone he's around. And when I replay it in my mind, What makes it even more vivid is the small, ordinary nature of it all. The door slightly open, the quiet boy in a trainer's station, the clicking of a door, the laughter echoing in a hallway, the guard's calm confirmation, the trainee's horrified faces reflected in the glass, and that split second of turning around to see nothing. Jun's story continues in our office because he doesn't behave like a one-time scary event, he behaves like a recurring presence. Like a little boy with too much time and no one to supervise him. And the strangest part is that even after seeing what I saw, I can understand why some people are not terrified of him. Because there's something almost childlike and harmless about a prank that involves a computer mouse and a reflection. And yet, even if he isn't scary the way people think of scary spirits, he is still frightening in a quieter way, because he reminds you that your workplace, your normal routine, your familiar hallway, can hold something that doesn't fit into your usual understanding of life, something that can stand behind you without making a sound, something that can be seen by others while you remain blind to it, and something that can vanish so completely that you're left staring at an empty room wondering whether your own eyes can be trusted, and whether the boundary between ordinary and not ordinary is thinner than you ever wanted to believe. That night began like any other ordinary night in our house, quiet and familiar, the kind of night where nothing feels out of place, and everyone expects to sleep peacefully afterward. We were all gathered in the living room, watching television together before heading to bed. It was one of those moments when the house feels warm and safe, when the glow of the TV fills the room and drowns out the silence of the outside world. The program we were watching wasn't particularly important, but it didn't matter, because what mattered was that we were together, relaxed and comfortable, letting the day slowly fade away. Suddenly, without any warning, the reception of the channel we were watching broke up. The image on the screen started to distort until we could no longer see anything clearly. The sound crackled, then faded into static. At first, we laughed it off, thinking it was just one of those common signal problems. Our house wasn't new, and technical issues happened from time to time. My cousin, who was older than me and usually took charge when something went wrong, stood up and walked over to the television to check what the problem might be. He leaned closer, inspected the screen, then went behind the TV to check the wires. Everything seemed fine. The cables were properly connected, nothing was loose, nothing appeared damaged. After a few seconds of checking, he decided the best thing to do was to turn the television off and let it rest for a while, hoping that when we turned it back on, the signal would return to normal. When the TV was turned off, the living room was suddenly plunged into silence. It was the kind of silence that feels heavier than usual, the kind you notice because it comes so abruptly. The background noise we had grown used to was gone, and all that remained was the quiet breathing of everyone in the room and the distant sounds of the night outside. For a few moments, nothing happened. We sat there, waiting, maybe expecting someone to say something or laugh about the interruption. But before anyone could speak, something else happened, something far more terrifying than a broken television signal. Out of nowhere, we heard the sound of heavy stomping outside our house. It was loud and rhythmic, like hooves pounding against the ground. At first, our minds struggled to process what we were hearing. It didn't sound like footsteps, and it definitely didn't sound like anything normal. The noise circled around the house, fast and aggressive, as if something large was running wildly just outside our walls. Fear spread through us instantly. My heart started racing, and I could feel the hairs on my arms stand on end. No one spoke. We were all frozen in place, listening as the stomping continued, growing louder and more frantic with each passing second. Despite the fear that gripped all of us, my cousin gathered enough courage to move. Slowly, carefully, he approached the window to see what was causing the noise. The rest of us stayed where we were, too scared to follow him, watching his back and holding our breath. When he looked outside, his reaction was one of confusion rather than relief. He told us that it was our dog, Brownie, making the noise. At first, that didn't make sense to us. Brownie was a dog, not a horse. How could he be making sounds like hooves pounding the ground? But when my cousin explained further, we realized just how strange the situation was. Brownie was running around the house in circles, incredibly fast, his movements wild and uncontrolled. He wasn't barking or playing the way dogs usually do when they're excited. He was running as if he were terrified, as if he were being chased by something invisible. The sound of his paws hitting the ground was so loud and intense that it really did sound like a horse galloping. He kept running, faster and faster, and the noise grew louder with each lap he made around the house. This went on for nearly half an hour. We watched in horror as our dog continued his frantic run, unable to stop, unable to calm down. In our fear, our minds turned to the stories we had grown up hearing. In Filipino folklore, there is a creature known as the tikbalang, a being said to be half human and half horse, known for confusing and tormenting people and animals. Someone whispered that maybe Brownie was being possessed by a tikbalang, that maybe something unnatural had taken hold of him. The idea alone was enough to send chills through us. The thought that something unseen might be influencing our dog, using his body to create those terrifying sounds, was too much to handle. Panic took over. One by one, we ran to our respective rooms, shutting doors behind us, hiding under blankets, and praying silently that whatever was happening outside would stop. We didn't try to help Brownie. We didn't try to understand it. Fear had completely taken control. Eventually, the noise stopped. We didn't know when exactly, because none of us dared to look outside again that night. We stayed in our rooms, wide awake, listening for any sound that might signal the return of those heavy stomps. When morning finally came, the sunlight felt like a blessing. The fear of the night still clung to us, but daylight gave us the courage to step outside and see what had happened. We found Brownie lying in the grass, fast asleep. He looked exhausted, his body completely still, as if all the energy had been drained from him. There were no signs of injury that we could see right away, and he didn't react when we approached him. It was as if he had run himself to the point of complete collapse. We were relieved that he was alive, but we were also deeply unsettled. None of us could explain why he had behaved that way. About a week later, when the memory of that night had started to fade just a little, something else happened that brought all the fear rushing back. It was late in the afternoon, and some of my cousins and I were outside the house, playing and talking like we always did. The sun was still up, casting long shadows across the ground, and everything felt normal. Then, suddenly, we noticed a large dog walking down our street. At first glance, we knew something was wrong. This was not a dog we had ever seen before. It was huge, much larger than any dog in our neighborhood, and its entire body was pitch black, its fur absorbing the light instead of reflecting it. There was something about its presence that felt heavy and threatening. All the dogs in our street noticed it immediately. One by one, they started growling, their fur standing on end, their bodies tense. Even dogs that were usually calm and friendly reacted aggressively to this black dog. Brownie, who was among them, began to growl as well, his posture alert and defensive. The black dog continued walking slowly, seemingly unbothered by the hostility surrounding it. But as it moved further, the neighborhood dogs began to follow it, forming a circle around it. The black dog eventually stopped, unable to move forward because it was surrounded on all sides. What happened next was shocking. Brownie suddenly lunged at the black dog and attacked it. The black dog fought back, and the two of them began to struggle violently. It was terrifying to watch. Brownie was just a hound, much smaller than this strange black dog, yet he attacked without hesitation. The other dogs didn't join the fight directly, but they stayed around them, growling loudly, almost as if they were encouraging Brownie, supporting him in some instinctive way. The sounds of snarling, barking, and fighting filled the air, and we stood frozen, not knowing what to do, too scared to intervene. The fight lasted for about 10 minutes, though it felt much longer. Finally, the black dog broke free and ran away, limping badly, its right leg clearly injured. The other dogs stopped growling and slowly backed away, as if the threat had passed. Brownie stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, his body trembling with exhaustion. Then he slowly walked back toward our house. When he reached us, we saw that he was covered in blood. His body was scratched and wounded, and he looked incredibly tired, barely able to stand. Panic and concern replaced our fear. We rushed to him, cleaning his wounds and applying medicine as best as we could. It took weeks for his body to fully heal, but eventually, his skin returned to normal, and his strength slowly came back. Even after Brownie recovered, those two events stayed with us. We couldn't forget the night of the horse-like stomping or the strange appearance of the massive black dog. We talked about it many times, trying to make sense of what we had witnessed. Some of us believed it was just strange animal behavior, a series of coincidences. Others believed something darker was involved, something tied to old stories and unseen forces. What made it harder to dismiss was the way Brownie behaved, not just during those moments, but afterward as well. He seemed more alert, more cautious, as if he had encountered something that changed him. To this day, whenever I remember those nights, I still feel that same uneasiness. The image of Brownie running wildly around the house, the sound of hooves that didn't belong to any horse, and the sight of that massive black dog surrounded by growling neighborhood dogs remain vivid in my mind. Whether it was something supernatural, or just a series of strange events, I can't say for sure. All I know is that those experiences taught me that there are moments in life when fear arrives without warning, when something ordinary suddenly becomes terrifying, and when the line between what we understand and what we don't becomes dangerously thin. When I went to that spiritual camp, I honestly did not expect anything unusual to happen. I was not even a participant of the camp itself. I went there only because I belonged to the same organization, and my friends and I decided to drop by after we were invited by the camp leader, a woman named Sheena. At that time, it felt like a simple and harmless visit, nothing more than showing support and spending time with people we knew. The atmosphere when we arrived was calm and ordinary. Everyone seemed tired but happy, the kind of tiredness that comes after a long day of activities. It was already late when we reached the venue, so we were also invited to eat dinner with them before anything else happened. The place where the camp was held was an old school building that was still under renovation. It had been burned down sometime in the past, and although parts of it were already usable, there was still a heavy, unfinished feeling in the air. Some walls were newly painted, some areas were dimly lit, and there were places that still smelled faintly of dust and old wood. I remember thinking that the place felt strange, but not necessarily scary. It was just old, quiet, and tired, much like the people who had been staying there for 2 days already. According to Sheena, it was only the second day of the camp, and the participants had been busy since morning with activities that drained their energy physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Because of that, everyone was eager to rest early that night. As part of their routine, before ending the day and going to sleep, everyone gathered for a group prayer. Even though my friends and I were just visitors, we were asked to join. This was normal for our organization, so none of us found it strange. We formed a circle, holding hands with the people beside us. The lights were dim, and the atmosphere suddenly felt heavier, more serious. Everyone closed their eyes as Sheena began to lead the prayer. Her voice was calm and steady, guiding everyone into silence and focus. At first, everything felt normal. The prayer flowed smoothly, and the only sounds I could hear were Sheena's voice and the soft breathing of the people around me. Then, faintly, I heard something else. It was a soft cry, the sound of a woman sobbing quietly. At first, I thought I was just imagining it, or maybe someone was feeling emotional during the prayer. That was not unusual in spiritual gatherings. But the crying did not stop. Instead, it slowly became clearer, more real, and closer. I tried to ignore it and keep my eyes closed, but I could not control my curiosity and concern. The crying sounded like it was coming from very near me. My heart started to beat faster, and I felt uneasy. Against my better judgment, I opened my eyes. What I saw immediately sent chills down my spine. The woman who was crying had already let go of the hands of the people beside her, and had collapsed onto the floor. Her shoulders were shaking as she cried, and her sobs were no longer quiet. They were loud, raw, and full of pain. She was only one person away from me in the circle, and the closeness made everything feel more terrifying. Despite this, Sheena did not stop the prayer. She clearly noticed what was happening, but she continued speaking calmly, telling everyone to keep praying and to ignore the disturbance. Her voice remained firm, as if she was trying to maintain control over the situation. I tried to follow her instructions, but fear was already creeping into my body. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing, and my hands felt cold even though I was holding someone else's. After a few more moments, the situation became worse. Another person started crying, then another, and then another. 3 or 4 participants were now on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Some of them were shaking, others were curling into themselves as if they were in pain. The circle was broken as people rushed to help their friends. At this point, Sheena finally stopped praying. She quickly gave instructions to the facilitators, telling them to assist those who were showing signs of possession. The calm atmosphere of the prayer was completely gone. Panic, fear, and confusion filled the room. My friends and I did not just stand there. We helped as well, doing what we were taught in situations like this. We formed another circle, held candles, and prayed while holding a rosary in our other hand. I tried to focus on the prayers, but my eyes kept wandering. There was too much happening around us. People were crying, some were shouting, others were trying to restrain those who were thrashing on the floor. That was when I noticed Sheena again. She was standing near the stairs, separated from the rest of us. She was saying something, speaking in a language I could not understand. At first, I was confused. Then someone whispered that she was speaking Mandarin. This shocked me deeply because I knew, for a fact, that Sheena could not speak Mandarin in normal conversation. I had known her for a long time, and she had never once shown any ability to use that language. Later on, some people said that she might have learned it during her early years in the organization, but Sheena herself had admitted before that she could not actually use Mandarin fluently or even conversationally. Even then, watching her speak in that unfamiliar language did not scare me as much as what I saw next. Near the stairs, beside Sheena, I noticed a dark figure. It looked like a man, but his features were unclear. The lighting in that area was dim, but I was sure of what I saw. He was standing there, watching, and he was laughing. Not a normal laugh, but a mocking one, as if he was making fun of Sheena and what she was doing. That laugh was not audible to everyone, but I could see it in his expression, in the way his body moved. The sight of it made my stomach twist in fear. As this happened, the first girl who collapsed became even worse. Her body moved violently, and it took several people to hold her down. She was shouting words that made no sense to us, words that sounded foreign and harsh. Her voice no longer sounded like her own. It was deeper, rougher, like the voice of a man coming from her mouth. Hearing that sent a wave of terror through me. I had never witnessed anything like it before. I glanced at my wristwatch, trying to ground myself in reality, and that was when I noticed the time. It was almost midnight. Then I realized something else that made my fear even stronger. It was a full moon. The moonlight outside seemed brighter than usual, casting pale light through the windows. I remembered all the stories I had heard growing up, stories about spirits and demons becoming stronger during a full moon. The thought that whatever we were dealing with might gain more power at midnight terrified me. My hands were shaking as I continued to pray. Despite everything, Sheena did not back down. Even though she looked exhausted and frightened, she continued doing what she believed was right. She stood her ground, refusing to let the darkness take over the camp that had been entrusted to her. Minutes felt like hours. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating. Then, just a few minutes before midnight, something changed. The screaming slowly stopped. The girl who was possessed began to calm down. Her body relaxed, her breathing slowed, and eventually she lay still. One by one, the others who had collapsed also quieted down. Outside, the sky seemed clearer, as if the darkness had lifted. Sheena was found kneeling in front of the stairs, drenched in sweat, completely exhausted. Her strength looked drained, but the danger seemed to have passed. Everyone stood in silence, shocked and relieved at the same time. No one spoke for a long while. We were all trying to process what had just happened. A week after the incident, we had a meeting with Sheena. During that meeting, she finally talked about her side of the experience. She admitted that she had heard a demon laughing beside her while she was praying. She said that the laughter distracted her many times and that she felt afraid, even though she tried not to show it. No one blamed her for that. We all knew how terrifying the situation had been. Before leaving the meeting, Sheena said something that shocked all of us deeply. She told us that it had been very close, far closer than we realized. She said that the demon almost took the girl, that she had seen the girl's spirit walking up the stairs, away from her body. She said that if she had stopped praying even for a moment, things could have ended very differently. Her exact words stayed with me, echoing in my mind long after the meeting ended. We were all left speechless, fully aware that what we witnessed that night was something we would never forget.